reasons that remain classified, and for the sentinels out there tonight, holding the line for us all. Buried within the 9,723-word text of Executive Order 12333, United States Intelligence Activities, is this sentence in Part 2, Paragraph 13. 211. Prohibition on assassination. No person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in assassination. 7 days after 9/11, Congress passed a 275-word resolution titled the 2001 Authorization for the Use of Military Force. This document granted the President of the United States the authority to bring individuals and countries involved in the attack to justice. 20 years later, it remains the sole legal basis for the continuing war on terror. To kill the Americans and their allies, civilians and military, is an individual duty for every Muslim who can do it in any country in which it is possible to do it. Al-Qaeda Fatwa, 1998. Imba lehagecha, hashkem lehargo. If someone comes to kill you, rise up and kill him first. Talmudic Edict. Preface. On the morning of September 11, 2001, 19 men boarded 4 planes at Logan, Newark, and Dulles international airports. All aircraft were bound for the West Coast. The flights were selected because they had the requisite fuel required for transcontinental flights. 2 hours later, the United States would be at war, a war that continues today. This narrative is not about the events of that September morning. Rather, it is a reflection on the knowledge our adversaries acquired from our response to terrorism in the Middle East and Europe from 1979 through the first half of 2001, and what they have gleaned in the 2 decades following the seminal attack that changed the course of history. This is a novel of asymmetric warfare. I have long wondered what the enemy has learned watching us on the field of battle for what is now 20 years of sustained combat. What lessons have they learned, and how have they altered their tactics and strategies to incorporate those lessons? If I were the enemy, what would I have learned? These are questions I pondered while in uniform and continue to contemplate as an author. Our adversaries have observed us at the poker table for 20 years, while having the benefit of seeing our cards. They have studied our tactics and seen our technologies evolve. They've observed our shifting goals and objectives. They have taken notes as we fought in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and other flashpoints around the globe. Our response to a pandemic and the civil unrest plaguing our cities at a time when domestic political ideologies seem irreconcilable has not gone unnoticed. They see a country divided. Have they accounted for that division in their battle plans? It has been almost 20 years since that September morning. Our enemy has been patient. They have been watching, learning, and adapting. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, terrorist groups, and super-empowered individuals have been waiting, identifying gaps in our defenses and refining plots that exploit our weaknesses. It is my sincere hope that the operation described in this book is not currently being planned by a foreign intelligence service. We would be wise to remember that the Athenian historian Thucydides, in the Melian dialogue of his History of the Peloponnesian War, characterizes hope as danger's comforter. In modern military and intelligence parlance, the ancient Greek general's text translates as, "Hope is not a course of action." While this is true, hope is oftentimes all one has in times of despair. The lesson is one as old as time. Be prepared. There is arguably no military text as influential as The Art of War. The Chinese military strategist and philosopher Sun Tzu knew that the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. In an asymmetric confrontation, this is of extreme importance for the foe that does not possess a nuclear arsenal. How then would they defeat a superpower? All warfare is based on deception. The teachings of the Warring States period general are not foreign concepts to our adversaries who play the long game. With those two idioms in mind, if your mission was to destroy a modern empire, what would you do? This is also a book on the ethics, morality, and legality of targeted assassinations, what the Israelis call chisulim, or eliminations, as an instrument of state power. Is there a difference between using a Reaper UAV to take out an enemy combatant with an AGM-114 Hellfire or GBU-38 JDAM from 50,000 feet, and sending a 180-grain 300 Winchester Magnum through that same terrorist's brainstem from 1,000 yards out? How does the enemy view those different methods of killing? Has the increasing reliance on UAVs to deliver death remotely had the intended effect? Has it saved American lives, or has it recruited more of what Dr. David Kilcullen calls accidental guerrillas to the cause? On September 11, 2001, there were certain groups who stood shoulder to shoulder watching the Twin Towers fall on television. Men with certain skills. Men whose only mission in life was to be prepared for war. It is not openly discussed, but within this fraternity, there were those who had but one thought. God, I wish I was on one of those planes. They are called to the fight. Protectors, warriors, guardians. They are out there tonight. They are hunting. If the war returns to the home front, you want one of these sentinels standing by your side, armed and ready. Prior to 9/11, these men would have chosen airline seats by the windows. Based on the data from previous hijackings, they knew this allowed them to be harder to physically strike in an initial violent takeover of the plane's cabin, when terrorists needed to make examples of certain passengers to keep the others in line. Window seats bought them time to observe and plan a course of action. 9/11 shifted the hijacking paradigm. Following that Tuesday morning, those same guardians began selecting seats in the aisle so they could react to a threat instantly. They appear no different than anyone else, unless you know what to look for. Unless you are one of them. Researching this novel was an intensely emotional experience. Listening to the calls from those on the hijacked aircraft to their loved ones on the ground. Reading about those who perished, trapped in collapsing buildings. Some electing to jump to their deaths rather than be burned alive. I encourage everyone to visit the 9/11 Memorial in Lower Manhattan. Take your time. Heed its lessons. As we move past the 20th anniversary of the attacks and into our third decade of continuous warfare, do we have a clear vision of how this conflict ends? Or has our short war strategy applied to a long-term conflict condemned our children and grandchildren to fight the sons and grandsons of the men who planned the deadliest terrorist attack in history? Do we still not understand the nature of the conflict in which we are engaged? I fear we may all know the answer. Jack Carr, Park City, Utah, September 11th, 2020. Chronology of events. 1953, CIA-sponsored Iranian coup d'etat. 1979, Iranian Revolution. 1979, Iran hostage crisis begins. 1980, Operation Eagle Claw. 1980, Iran-Iraq war begins. 1981, Iran hostage crisis ends. 1983, United States Embassy bombing Beirut, Lebanon. 1983, U.S. Marine Barracks bombing, Beirut, Lebanon. 1983, United States Embassy bombing Kuwait City, Kuwait. 1984, CIA Beirut Station Chief William F. Buckley kidnapping. 1984, United States Embassy Annex bombing, Beirut, Lebanon. 1985, TWA Flight 847 hijacking. 1985, Iran-Contra affair begins. 1985, Achille Lauro hijacking. 1985, CIA Beirut Station Chief William Buckley executed. 1987, Iran-Contra affair ends. 1987. Operation Earnest Will begins. 1988. Lieutenant Colonel William Higgins kidnapping, Lebanon. 1988. USS Vincennes shoots down Iran Air Flight 655. 1988. Iran-Iraq War ends. 1988. Operation Earnest Will ends. 1988. Pan Am Flight 103 bombing. 1990. Lieutenant Colonel William Higgins executed, Lebanon. 1990. Iraq invasion of Kuwait. 1990. Operation Desert Shield. 1991. Operation Desert Storm. 1993. World Trade Center bombing. 1996. Khobar Towers bombing. 1998. United States East Africa Embassy bombings. 2000. USS Cole bombing. 2001. Ahmad Shah Massoud assassinated. 2001. September 11 terrorist attacks. 2001. United States invasion of Afghanistan. 2003. United States invasion of Iraq. 2006. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi killed. 2008. Imad Mughniya killed. 2011. Osama bin Laden killed. 2020. Qasem Soleimani killed. 2021. 20th anniversary of the September 11 terrorist attacks. What's past is prologue. William Shakespeare. Prologue. For those not involved in the operation, the day that changed the world started no differently than any other. For a select few, there had been a slight variation to their routines. Alia Hajar was one of those few. For the past year, Alia had been employed by Jet Clean Industries, a commercial janitorial service specializing in aviation, cleaning planes between flights at Boston's Logan International Airport. She spent her days working her way up and down the aisles with the rest of her cleaning crew, picking trash out of seat back pockets, restocking the lavatories with toilet paper, disinfecting the galleys, and arranging the seatbelts. Alia did not mind the work. It gave her time away from her home, where she could talk with the other Muslim women assigned to her rotation. It was also time away from her husband. He had never struck her when they lived in Hamburg. The beatings had started once they moved to the United States, after receiving their 5-year business visas from the embassy in Berlin. At first, Alia thought it was because she had failed to bear him children. Now, she knew differently. She had not understood why the man who had studied to be an accountant in Germany was bussing tables and cleaning the kitchen at a Moroccan restaurant outside Cambridge. Their meager take-home pay barely managed to cover the rent and put food on the table of their small Watertown apartment. The first time she pressed him on the subject, he slapped her across the face. Even now the memory of the sting, compounded by shock, caused her eyes to water. When she attempted to turn and run, he grabbed her by the throat and threw her onto their second-hand couch that reeked of mildew, squeezing the life from her as he screamed that she was not to question him again. Later that night there had been a knock at the door. Her husband had pointed to the bedroom and told her to stay there until he came to get her. Pressing her ear to the door jamb, she strained to hear the short, hushed conversation. She recognized her native tongue, but could not make out the words. She then put herself to bed and pretended to sleep. The next day, after work, she searched the small apartment and found an unfamiliar suitcase in the broom closet by the entrance. It was filled with cash. She tried to put it back exactly as she had found it. That night, he beat her again. This time, it took a few days for the swelling to go down. When she did return to Logan International, the hijab hid the marks, her bloodshot eyes all that were visible between the black slits. From then on, she never touched an unfamiliar suitcase, backpack, or bag found in the apartment. She knew it was hawala, the ancient system of money transfer originating along the Silk Road. It allowed for the movement of funds around the world without the digital trail left by banks and wire transfers. Hawala ladars usually took a percentage of the transfer for their trouble, yet Alia noticed no perceivable change in their finances. As a Muslim woman with a strict Islamic upbringing, she was barred from knowing the specifics of their financial situation. She just knew the couch was moldy and her husband took no steps to replace it. 2 weeks ago, she'd returned home from work a little earlier than normal. She had not been feeling well for a few days. As she fished the keys from her purse, she fumbled and dropped them in the stairwell. Had the man coming down stopped to pick them up, smiled, and wished her a good day, she would have thought nothing of it. Instead, he passed by without acknowledgement, his foot stepping within an inch of the keys. He was slightly older than she was, though not by much, and was unremarkable, except for one notable feature. It was his eyes that haunted her. Empty. Even though it was the height of the summer heat, she felt a chill. Perhaps she really was coming down with something. No, she thought. I've seen him somewhere before. Hamburg, Cairo, somewhere. As she pushed the cleaning cart onto the plane docked at gate B-32, she wondered if the man with the empty eyes was involved with this evening's mission. Her husband had called in sick to the restaurant, which Alia thought was odd because he was clearly not ill. Yet she accepted it, as she did so many other things in her life. The violence had taught her it was best to not ask questions. Then he told her Allah had chosen her for an important task. Now she understood. She understood why they had applied for business visas in Germany, why her husband had taken this menial job in the United States, why they prayed only at home and did not frequent the mosque, and why she had been forced to apply for the minimum wage job cleaning airplanes. The Boeing 767 was scheduled for a morning long-haul flight to Los Angeles. It needed to be cleaned the night before, so it would be ready to go the following day. She adjusted her hijab and knelt, using the blade from her box cutter to scrape gum from the deck. Disgusting. She and the other janitors on her crew had been taught to use the short steel edge to remove bubble gum from the underside of seats and from the floor of the aircraft they were entrusted to clean. It was standard industry practice. What wasn't standard industry practice was what she did next. She had intentionally maneuvered into a position in first class where she could track the positions of her colleagues. 2 were picking their way through the seatbacks of the main cabin, filling garbage bags with refuse from the last flight of the day. 1 was sanitizing the aft lavatory. A supervisor was perched mid-cabin overseeing their work while marking complete boxes on a checklist. Pretending to notice something across the aisle, she moved to the second row and knelt. When she stood back up, box cutters were taped to the underside of seats 2A and 2B. As their chauffeured town car slowly worked through the morning New York City traffic, Alec Christensen heard the familiar Nokia tone chiming from the new phone in his messenger bag. He fished it out by the third stanza. Tilting the device toward his fiancée in the seat next to him, he smiled, showing off the new caller ID feature. You are on that thing too much, she scolded. It's going to give you a tumor. Hey, Dad, Alex said, after hitting the large talk button with his thumb and bringing it to his ear. Just about there. Oh, really? That's too bad. Okay. Then I'll meet you at the Rainbow Room. Yep, 8:30. I'll let her know. See you then. What did he say? Jen asked. He had to move our breakfast to Midtown. A meeting at the office came up, so he can't make it down. He said to send his deepest regrets, Alex said, switching to the mid-Atlantic accent so heavy in his father's voice. You sound like Julia Child. Oh, come on. That was at least a good William F. Buckley. Want to try and swing breakfast with us? Jen looked at her watch. Well, my boss is coming in late today. He's dropping his son off for the first day of kindergarten. Even so, I'd better not. I don't think I'd make it back in time. Are you going to tell him without me? Jen said, switching topics. What do you think? Alec asked, as his thumbs went to work on the small keypad. Why don't you just call? This new texting thing is just too weird. I don't see it catching on. And besides, you're missing this beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. These tech guys like it, and it's actually pretty efficient once you get the hang of it. See, you just have to scroll through these letters until you find the one you want. Just letting the team know I'm on schedule to meet them at 11 at the property on 8th. Think your company is going to buy the building? Probably just lease part of it for now, but you never know. This bubble is going to burst, Jen. It's not going to be pretty, but the companies that survive are going to emerge stronger and gain a huge amount of market share. I love it when you talk dirty to me, Jen said, sliding across the back seat of the Lincoln, closer to the man she planned to share her life with. It would have been faster to take the subway into Lower Manhattan, but when Alec was in town, his father always provided a car service. Jen suspected it came from protecting his only child. It broke her heart that Alec had no memories of his mother, who passed away before he could even crawl. How long do you think the meeting will take? She asked. Probably a couple hours. I want to go for a run when it's over so I can think it through. It's a big deal for the company, and I want to make sure we are doing the right thing. How you run in this city, I'll never understand. I grew up doing it, so it's totally normal. Well, you be careful. I worry about you running around these streets. It's dangerous. Well, it's not as safe as doing sprints on campus at Maloney Field, I'll give you that, but trust me, I'm a professional. They had met as undergrads at Stanford, but were now 2 years removed from Cardinal Red. Alex had played lacrosse and liked having had the advantage of growing up in the East when it came to a sport still catching on across the country on the left coast. When he met Jen, he instantly loved everything about her. After graduation, he had elected to join a small, struggling Silicon Valley startup founded by fellow Stanford alums, and was taking payment in stock options like almost everyone else. Unlike everyone else, he had a trust fund that kept him from living off ramen noodles. Jen had been offered a fantastic opportunity at Cantor Fitzgerald and was just beginning her 3rd year as an investment banker. She was planning to apply to Harvard Business School and start classes next fall, a move Alec's father fully supported, in the hopes it would lure his son back to the Atlantic seaboard. They had been engaged for the past 2 months. Alec had wanted to wait to tell his dad in person. He was sensitive to the fact that the man who raised him had done so alone, the love of his life succumbing to cancer so early in their young lives. His father had never remarried. Alec had planned to tell him that morning at Windows on the World with Jen by his side. You know what? Jen asked before answering her own question. It's better this way. You two boys have your special moment together, and then I'll let him spoil me at dinner. Where do you want to go? I'm sure he'll ask. It's Tuesday, so how about the pool room? Dad is more of a grill room guy, but for you, I'm sure he'll make an exception. Are you sure I should tell him without you? She put her hand under Alec's chin and twisted his head away from his texting so she could look into his eyes. I'm positive. Hey, Dad. Right on time, lad, his dad said, looking at his Patek Philippe. I still set mine 5 minutes ahead, just like you taught me, Alex said, pointing to his left wrist. That way I can be 5 minutes late and still be on time. That wasn't really the point, son. The point is to be early. It's disrespectful to be late, shows you don't treasure our most valuable asset, time, Alex said, completing the sentence he'd heard from his dad so often over the years. That's right. See? I do listen. Mr. Christensen, the maitre d' interjected politely. Your table is ready. Thank you, Charles. They were seated by the giant windows of the iconic New York restaurant. The Empire State Building dominated the view south towards Soho, Greenwich Village, and the twin towers of the World Trade Center. Lady Liberty was even visible in the distance on such a clear day from 65 floors up. Alex smiled, picturing Jen grabbing a bite in the lobby of her building. Maybe she had gone ahead with breakfast at Windows on the World by herself before heading to her desk and was looking uptown toward him, right at this very moment. Dobson Christensen was dressed impeccably in a dark three-piece suit. Not a single gray hair out of place. His tailor did an outstanding job of disguising the fact that he was not in the best of shape. Like many of his generation, exercise consisted of walking the links at Maidstone and the occasional trek afield at Clove Valley Rod and Gun Club, both of which consisted of equal parts business and pleasure. Alec's usual Sand Hill Road attire of khakis and a blue button-down had been accented with a dark blue blazer and tie. He dressed more formally in New York out of habit, having grown up dining with his father in places that would not approve of the more casual uniforms that were the norm in Palo Alto. His father placed a white napkin in his lap with great ceremony as a waiter set down a French press. The senior, Christensen, was a regular. "For you, sir." "I'll have the same, please," Alex said.
"So, tell me about the future of the Internet,"
Dobson said.
"and don't leave out the parts about where I should invest other people's money."
Dobson Christensen was a bit of an anomaly. While most with money and means had sheltered in place in the world of academia to avoid the Vietnam War, Dobson had taken a different path. He dropped out of Princeton and volunteered for the Marine Corps. Years later, he'd say he did it to just
get it over with.
But Alec knew better. Behind the suit, polished shoes, and country club exterior was a fiercely patriotic man who could have volunteered for stateside National Guard duty or qualified for a student deferment, but instead was drawn to the fight. He found himself as a door gunner on a Huey gunship, which was shot down on its first mission before he could even fire a shot. The pilot and co-pilot were killed, but Lance Corporal Christensen survived with a broken back, pelvis, hip, and femur. He spent the rest of his Marine Corps experience recovering, first in Okinawa and then at Walter Reed. His cane and limp were a constant reminder, and when asked about it, he would say that his Purple Heart was a VC marksmanship medal. He liked to joke that he spent more time in boot camp than in Vietnam. The waiter returned and handed menus to both men. Dobson put his aside, saying,
"I'll have the Forest J omelette and a side of your thickest bacon."
He wasn't one for wasting that most valuable of assets. I'll have," Alex said, scanning his choices. A sound he could only associate with a freight train barreling by at full speed shook the room. Stunned patrons gripped their tables, bracing themselves for what some thought was an earthquake, even though their left brains were telling them that couldn't be true. Alec looked to his father, whose eyes were focused southeast. Alec followed his father's gaze and stood, pressing his hands and face to the glass. He watched the plane descend from across the Hudson into the city between the buildings. Veering toward its target, it disappeared into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Fire, smoke, carnage, death. "Jen!" Alex sprinted for the elevator. "Come on!" he shouted. He glanced at the stairwell and contemplated the option, but forced himself to wait, knowing the elevator would still be the fastest way down. Most people were glued to the windows watching the smoke rising from the North Tower, so when the elevator doors opened, Alec was alone. "Please, God, let her live. Let her be in the lobby. Just let her live." Fighting back the bile in his throat, he pressed his eyes shut, willing the elevator to descend faster. Where did that plane hit? He knew Cantor Fitzgerald occupied floors 101 to 105, and that Windows on the World was perched atop the North Tower. "Come on! Come on!" The doors parted, and Alec launched himself through a group of businessmen unaware of the disaster unfolding just a few miles south. He hit the street at a full sprint. Turning toward the subway, he stopped and looked at the steps leading down, then back toward the dark smoke invading the blue sky over his beloved city. He made his decision. He ran. Sprinting toward the smoke and the flames, he dodged those not yet aware that the world had changed. Heart pumping, lungs burning, his legs propelled him forward, tearing through intersections oblivious to the honking horns and the cursing of those he knocked over in his mission. Sirens. He'd always remember the sirens. As the mortally wounded building loomed larger, he pushed past people stumbling in the opposite direction, some in a panic, others in a daze. He began to charge by police officers and firefighters yelling at him to turn around. He then heard the screaming engines of what he would later learn was United Airlines Flight 175 as it homed in from the south. He felt the impact in his soul. 2 planes. He had to get to Jen. Dear God, let her be all right. He thrust himself forward, closer to the broken glass and twisted metal, toward the jet fuel burning its way through the steel heart of the structure. He ran toward the dead and dying. He ran toward bodies plummeting from the sky. He ran toward Jen. He ran toward hell.
"Sit,"
her husband commanded. Alia sat, the stale smell of the couch on which he'd first choked her filling her nostrils. They had already completed Fijr, their morning prayers, he in the main room and Alia in the bedroom. Islam forbids men and women from practicing the second of the 5 pillars of Islam together. She'd performed wudu with water from the bathroom sink as he did so from the kitchen, ritually washing the body, mouth, nostrils, hands, arms, head, and feet. Though not purified water, as prescribed in the Quran, they were on enemy soil, and Allah would forgive them this one indiscretion. Instead of adhering to Salah that morning, she had sat on the bed and looked through the small, dirty window, listening to her husband recite Quranic verses in Arabic. They spoke Farsi in the home, but true adherents to Islam prayed in the language of the Prophet. She entered the main room only after she heard him finish and turn on the small television. They watched CNN in silence. When the first plane hit, she remembered. She remembered Mohammed Haidar Zammar from the Al-Quds Mosque during their time in Germany. She remembered his hatred of America. She remembered his incessant talking. She remembered the hard floor and paint peeling from the walls of the women's prayer room, and she remembered the man with the empty eyes. Though his picture would not be plastered across television screens around the world for a few days, she remembered where she had first met the man in the stairwell. She remembered him sitting down with her husband in their Hamburg apartment. He was soft-spoken, almost aloof, paying her no attention. She had made them tea. They had talked about planes. His name was Mohammed Atta. "We have triumphed over our unjust enemy," her husband said, without taking his eyes from the screen. "Praise be to Allah for this victory," she replied dutifully. "This," he said, pointing to the billowing clouds of smoke coming from what, until that moment, had been a symbol of America's economic might to the rest of the world. "This is only the beginning." Part 1. Origins. One of the most striking proofs of the personal existence of Satan is found in the fact that he has so influenced the minds of multitudes in reference to his existence and doings as to make them believe that he does not exist. William Ramsey. Chapter 1. CIA Applicant Processing Unit, Dulles Discovery Building, Chantilly, Virginia, present day. "Is your first name James?" "Yes," Reece replied. "Have you ever lied to get out of trouble?" Reece paused. "Yes." "Do you intend to answer these questions truthfully?" Another pause. "Yes." "Is today Wednesday?" "Yes." "Have you ever committed a crime for which you were not caught?" "Yes." "Are we in Virginia?" "Yes." "Have you ever committed murder?" Just yes or no, please." "No." Reece saw the polygrapher make a note. "Are you a United States citizen?" "Yes." Through his peripheral vision, Reece saw the polygrapher make another notation and adjust a setting on his laptop. Great. "Have you ever been part of a group that has wanted to overthrow the United States government?" Reece sat in the nondescript room of what would have been a normal office park anywhere else in America. This one was located in Chantilly, Virginia, and was owned by a front company created by the CIA. Reece was halfway through day 1 of his 3-day CIA processing evaluation. Even with his past experience and relationship with the agency, he still had to pass the medical and psychological screening tests to officially join the ranks of Ground Branch. Bureaucracy was, after all, bureaucracy. "Let's try this again," John said in a tone meant to convey exasperation. "Be sure to answer yes or no, honestly, and remain completely still. Keep your eyes focused on one point on the wall in front of you, or we will have to start all over." Reece felt his pulse quicken. He'd been on the receiving end of an interrogation before, and then, just as now, he wanted nothing more than to tear his interrogator's throat out. He'd completed a form in the waiting area answering the exact questions he was currently being asked. He'd even gone over them with his examiner before being hooked up to the machine. "Have you ever been part of a group that has wanted to overthrow the United States government?" the polygraph examiner asked a second time. "No." "Have you ever been in the employment of a foreign intelligence service?" Reece tried to reframe the question in his mind. Instead, a memory intruded. Ivan Zharkov standing in the snow outside his dacha in Siberia, the flames from the downed Mi-8 helicopter smoldering behind him, the dead bodies of his security detail strewn about the ground around him, a security detail Reece had killed. "Are you offering to spy for me, Mr. Reece?" "No," Reece responded. The polygraph examiner made another note. A blood pressure cuff squeezed Reece's left arm. 2 rubber air-filled tubes called pneumographs encircled his chest and stomach to record his breathing, and galvanometers had been placed on the first and third fingers of his right hand to measure sweat secretions. His chair was fitted with a sensor pad, thanks to Ana Montes, a senior Cuban analyst at the Defense Intelligence Agency who had been recruited by Cuban intelligence while in graduate school at Johns Hopkins. From 1985 until her arrest on espionage charges in 2001, she routinely passed classified information to Havana that was then transferred to the Soviets. Later, that information was sold to China, North Korea, Venezuela, and Iran. Her Cuban handlers had trained her to manipulate her polygraph by contracting her sphincter muscles, which is why Reece now sat on a sensor. He was also in socks, his feet resting on 2 individual pads. All movements would be recorded by the polygraph. The room was small, but not claustrophobically so, about twice the size of a single-patient room at a doctor's office. Reece thought it was possible the off-white walls had faded to their current hue by absorbing the fear that permeated the space on an almost daily basis. There was a camera visible in the upper left-hand corner, but Reece was sure the CIA had concealed a few others, so as not to miss a single eye twitch or muscle movement. Though he stared at a blank wall, a mirror had been installed just off-center, 2-way of course, for observation. The room was bare of any additional distractions other than the small table to his left, where the polygrapher sat with his computer. It was unquestionably designed to make CIA candidates as uncomfortable as possible. "Have you ever committed a crime for which you were not caught?" Visions of his dead wife and daughter caused his heart rate to increase. Reece swallowed as he remembered watching the silver Mercedes G550 SUV crest the rise on the mountain road outside Jackson through the magnification of his Night Force NXS 2.5 to 10 by 32mm scope. Just before pressing the trigger to send a Barnes triple shock 300 Winchester Magnum through the brainstem of Marcus Boykin, the first person Reece had eliminated on his quest to avenge his family and SEAL troop. "Mr. Reece?" his examiner asked. "What?" "We have to get through these questions. Have you ever committed a crime for which you were not caught?" Reece felt the working end of his Winkler Sayok tomahawk catch in the bone and brain matter of Imam Hamadi Ismail Massoud's crushed skull, before twisting it out and going to work on the gristle of the terrorist's neck muscles. Reece had freed the head from the terrorist's body, so he could impale it on the spiked fence of the mosque as a warning to the others that death was coming for them all. "No," Reece lied. "Have you visited antipolygraph.org to prepare for this examination?" "Yes." This answer visibly perturbed the examiner. "Are you sitting down?" "Yes." "Have you ever committed murder?" "I thought we covered that." "Just yes or no answers." Again, Reece's mind accessed memories he'd never be able to repress. He remembered hitting send on the cell phone that detonated the suicide vest on political fundraiser Mike Tedesco, turning him and SEAL Admiral Gerald Pilsner into human mist. He remembered shoving the HK pistol into Josh Holder's mouth, feeling teeth breaking around the long suppressor, before the .45 caliber bullet blew the back of the Defense Criminal Investigative Service man's head off. No. Have you ever plotted to overthrow the U.S. government? Reece thought of the EFP, explosively formed penetrator, he'd built. It was an instrument of terror overseas, but Reece had used the tactics and techniques of the enemy on home soil. He'd become an insurgent. The IED sent a slug of molten copper through the armored Suburban of Congressman J.D. Hartley in Soho, eviscerating the conspirator and bringing the reality of war to the home front. Reece saw the look of abject horror in Secretary of Defense Lorraine Hartley's eyes as he shot her twice in the chest and once in the head in her Fisher's Island mansion. No. Is the wall white? Sort of. Once again, just yes or no? Yes. Have you ever been involved in the torture of enemy combatants? The odor of vomit and piss from the floor of Saul Agnon's hotel room keyed the memory of the attorney's waterboarding and untimely death via a concoction of illicit drugs Reece had acquired to make the murder seem like a drug overdose, giving Reece the time he needed to eliminate his remaining targets. Reece saw the horror in Captain Howard's eyes as he eviscerated the JAG officer with the sinister curved blade of the HFB karambit. As his guts slipped through his fingers and spilled onto the soft jungle floor, Howard frantically attempted to shove them back inside. Reece skewered them to a tree and forced the lawyer to walk around the trunk, his entrails escaping from his stomach until he collapsed at its base to be eaten alive by the creatures of the swamp. Reece thought of passing the vodka to General Qasim Yadid in Athens, a glass spiked with a Novichok liquid-soluble precursor. And he remembered filling the 60cc syringe with capsaicin to inject into Dmitry Mashkov to elicit information that led to the location of Oliver Gray. No, Reece said. Have you used illegal drugs you have not mentioned previously? Reece shut his eyes, remembering the drugs his troop had been given prior to their last deployment. Those PTSD beta blockers had sinister side effects that a group of military, political, and private sector conspirators needed to cover up an ambush in Afghanistan and the murder of Reece's family in their Coronado home. No. Did you intentionally falsify information on your application or security paperwork? No. Have you ever stolen anything from your previous place of employment? Reece remembered rolling the dolly down the hallway to his troop's weapons locker in the SEAL Team 7 armory and loading it with rifles, nods, AT-4s, law rockets, a machine gun, claymores, and C4 to load out for his mission of vengeance. He'd liberated it all before the Admiral and his JAG had suspended his security clearance. No. Have you ever stolen anything worth over $500 US? No, Reece said, unsuccessfully attempting to block the vision of himself loading the stolen ordnance into the back of his Land Cruiser. Do you have any undisclosed relationships with foreign nationals? The faces of Ivan Sharkov, Marco del Toro, and Mohammed Farouk flashed through his mind. No. Have you ever kept a war trophy? Reece paused. No. Have you ever sold government property? No. Have you or do you know anyone who brought back enemy weapons from overseas? No. Is there anything in your background that would disqualify you from getting this job? Reece remembered his best friend and former teammate, Ben Edwards, holding up the detonator attached to strands of det cord wrapped around investigative journalist Katie Baranek's neck, her head battered and bruised, tears streaming, bandana securing her mouth. Ben had watched in utter disbelief as Reece killed financier Steve Horn and the Secretary of Defense before centering his M4 on the CIA assassin's face and pressing the trigger, eliminating the final target on his terminal list. Mr. Reece? No, nothing. John removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. He then made a production of turning off the computer, though Reece knew quite well that it continued to monitor his vitals, and that the audio and visual recording devices in the room were still running. He wondered who was watching through the two-way glass. Mr. Reece, this is not going well. Really? I'm shocked. You must take this seriously. I have to tell you, almost every answer you've given indicated deception on the polygraph, even your name. Well, I've used a couple aliases. We covered this, Mr. Reece, just any names not denoted on your employment questionnaire. It's been a busy couple of years, John. Let me converse with my supervisors. I'll be right back. John left Reece alone in the room, still tethered to the computer and still under surveillance. Reece looked at the camera in the corner and shook his head. Fuckers. Reece knew the polygraph was largely theater. Yes, the machine measured blood pressure, breathing, sweat secretions, and muscle movements, but there was a reason that results of a lie detector test were inadmissible in every court in the civilized world. Its value was in making the candidate think it could detect deception. It was an expensive prop, one that had gotten more than one candidate over the years to admit to crimes that they would almost certainly have gotten away with otherwise. Reece had visited the antipolygraph.org site years ago as part of a battlefield interrogation course he'd attended in the SEAL teams. It was the approved tactical questioning course of instruction, meant to provide left and right limits to operators in the field who might not have the luxury of having a BIT, or battlefield interrogation team, attached to their unit. The techniques taught at the approved interrogation school were more akin to how a detective would interview the suspect of a crime in the United States. Reece wouldn't learn the darker arts of interrogation until he was detailed to a CIA covert action unit in Iraq at the height of the war. There he would learn techniques that had come in handy over the years, techniques that were not part of a manual and were not searchable via Google. Reece shut his eyes. Calm down, Reece. This is all part of the game, a game you need to win. Remember why you are here. You made a promise to Freddie Strain's widow. I'll find who did this, Joni. I'll find everyone responsible. The triggerman was still breathing. Nizar Katan, a Syrian sniper Reece had vowed to put in the ground. An assassin Reece needed the CIA's robust intelligence capabilities to locate. There was also the letter. A letter and a safe deposit box key from his father. A letter from the grave. Later, Reece, just get through the day. Reece's day had started early that morning with a blood draw. He had given a urine sample and completed his vision and hearing tests. He had an appointment at medical the following day to complete his physical. He'd taken the 567-question MMPI-2 psychological test, which he'd found both amusing and irritating. He would have to sit down with an agency psychologist on his third day. Reece knew the MMPI was designed to uncover psychological issues that might be disqualifying to a candidate applying for employment with the Central Intelligence Agency. It was administered to uncover repressed aggression, psychoticism, alcoholism, anxiety, marital distress, fears, depression, anger, cynicism, low self-esteem, defensiveness, antisocial behavior, schizophrenia, and paranoia. Paranoia. Reece noticed that day 2 contained a long block of free time in his printed schedule. He knew this was a placeholder to retake the polygraph. Enough SEALs had gone through CIA processing over the years that it was anything but secret. Day 3 was set aside for an office visit with Victor Rodriguez, director of what was now called the Special Activities Center. The SAC ran the paramilitary wing of the agency. Vic had tried to recruit him for ground branch at their very first meeting, when Reece had landed on the USS Kearsarge in the Adriatic Sea after he and Freddie Strain had taken out Amin Nawaz, the terrorist known as Europe's Osama bin Laden. Reece had agreed to finish the job he'd started at the behest of the United States government to track down and turn or kill a former CIA asset he'd worked with and befriended in Baghdad. That mission had led to Freddie's death from a sniper's bullet in Odessa. His relationship with Katie had taken a bit of a hit when he disappeared into the Siberian tundra for 6 months, tracking the CIA traitor responsible for the death of Reece's father, a legendary Vietnam-era SEAL and Cold War CIA case officer. Reece glanced at the Rolex Submariner on his wrist, a watch that his father had purchased at the PX in Saigon, a watch that had been slipped from his dead hand in a back alley in Buenos Aires. Reece had taken it back from the man responsible before sending him to the afterlife with 700 grams of RDX from a Russian claymore. The polygraph examiner had been gone for 10 minutes. Was he really meeting with a supervisor? No chance. They were just making him sweat. It was all part of the interrogation playbook, convincing unwitting subjects to admit to disqualifying crimes and thereby putting a feather in the cap of the polygrapher who caught them. They were especially fond of catching and disqualifying those with special operations backgrounds. Katie had been supportive of Reece's decision to accept a provisional contract with the CIA. She had been with him from the start of the nightmare and helped uncover the conspiracy that led to the ambush of his SEAL team in the mountains of the Hindu Kush and the slaying of his young daughter and pregnant wife. She'd waited and wondered when he disappeared off the coast of Fisher's Island, New York, after saving her life, and she'd been by his side as he recovered from brain surgery at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. Their relationship had taken a romantic turn in the mountains of Montana before they'd been targeted on home soil by a Russian mafia hit team at the direction of Oliver Gray. She'd been through a lot, and even though she had been less than happy when he went off the grid in Russia, she understood. Reece was on a mission, one that was not yet complete. Reece heard the door mechanism click and turned his head to see the director of the CIA's Special Activities Center enter the room.
Jesus, Reece. Can't you do anything the easy way?
Victor Rodriguez asked. Vic was second-generation agency. He was a former Army Special Forces officer whose father had led a squad in Brigade 2506, the CIA-trained group of Cuban exiles that had attempted the 1961 overthrow of Fidel Castro in what would become known as the Bay of Pigs. Vic had worked his way up through the ranks and had started recruiting Reece when he'd headed the Special Operations Group, the paramilitary side of what was up until 2016 called the Special Activities Division. He still preferred the older nomenclature. He was now responsible for SOG and the Political Action Group, two entities whose work was, more often than not, connected. The dark side of the agency was in his blood. He'd grown up under the ever-looming specter of Valle de Cochinos and had vowed to never again allow a failure at the nexus of intelligence and covert action. Victor Rodriguez was responsible for the third arm of U.S. foreign policy. When diplomacy and overt military pressure or intervention failed or was not possible for political reasons, the Special Activities Center was the tertia optio, the third option. Vic had convinced Reece to sign on as a contractor and had put on the full court press when Reece returned from Russia. He wanted the former frogman on board as a SOG paramilitary operations officer. In a late-night phone call a month earlier, Reece had agreed. This 3-day screening was part of the process. If Reece passed, he would get an EOD, or Enter on Duty, date, and then begin his training at the farm. Can you just tell the twerp to finish up so we can get through this?
It doesn't work like that. We discussed the poly, Reece. You need to pass just like everyone else. How hard is it? Medical, dental, piss in a cup, answer some questions. You have a presidential pardon, so even if you are technically lying on the exam, you are actually telling the truth.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
No, but you have to do it. Isn't that even some SEAL saying?
You don't have to like it, you just have to do it, Reece confirmed.
Good. Just do it. You are being given a lot of leeway because of what you and Freddie did to save the former president. And even though it's not officially recognized or condoned, there are rumors swirling about you taking out Oliver Gray. The agency and the counter-intel folks in particular do not take kindly to turncoats in our midst. They missed Nicholson, Ames, and Gray. It's rumored you gave Gray the sentence most of the agency wishes on traitors.
I'm answering these as best I can, Vic.
They're just counter-intel and lifestyle poly questions. You know the drill. Your examiner will tell you to come back tomorrow. Play nice. And let's get you to the farm.
Understood. Just tell John to stop pissing me off.
Play nice,
Vic repeated before turning to exit the polygraph room.
And please don't throw him through the two-way mirror. Those things are more expensive than you think.
When John returned, Reece lowered his heart rate the way he would before taking a long-range sniper shot. He focused on Katie's smile and answered with the correct yes and no answers. It wasn't every day you got to beat a lie detector test. Passing the polygraph meant Nizar Katan was one step closer to death. 2 days later, Vic sifted through Reece's test results. No drugs in his system, no sexually transmitted diseases, vision and hearing well above agency standards. It was the polygraph and MMPI test that concerned him. The MMPI had resulted in paranoid and aggressive personality traits, which was not totally unexpected, considering what Reece had been through over the past 3 years. Vic shifted his focus from the multiphasic personality inventory to the polygraph. Is your first name James? False positive. Have you ever lied to get out of trouble? Truthful conclusive. Do you intend to answer these questions truthfully? Deception indicated. Is today Wednesday? Truthful conclusive. Have you ever committed a crime for which you were not caught? Truthful conclusive. Are we in Virginia? Truthful conclusive. Have you ever committed murder? Deception indicated. Are you a United States citizen? Truthful conclusive. Have you ever been part of a group that has wanted to overthrow the United States government? Deception indicated. Have you ever been in the employment of a foreign intelligence service? Truthful conclusive. Have you visited antipolygraph.org to prepare for this examination? Truthful conclusive. Are you sitting down? Truthful conclusive. Have you ever committed murder? Deception indicated. Have you ever plotted to overthrow the U.S. government? Deception indicated. Is the wall white? Truthful conclusive. Have you ever been involved in the torture of enemy combatants? Deception indicated. Have you used illegal drugs you have not mentioned previously? Deception indicated. Did you intentionally falsify information on your application or security paperwork? Deception indicated. Have you ever stolen anything from your previous place of employment? Deception indicated. Have you ever stolen anything worth over $500? Deception indicated. Do you have any undisclosed relationships with foreign nationals? Deception indicated. Have you ever kept a war trophy? Truthful conclusive. Have you ever sold government property? Truthful conclusive. Have you or do you know anyone who brought back enemy weapons from overseas? Deception indicated. Is there anything in your background that would disqualify you from getting this job? Deception indicated. Final polygraph test results, inconclusive. Vic closed the file and looked at the faded black and white framed photograph on the wall of his office. The men wore World War II-era duck hunter patterned camouflage uniforms and carried an assortment of small arms, including a Johnson M1941 held by Vic's father. Never again, Vic thought. On the front cover of the file, he signed his name over his director's signature block and checked a box marked Approved. Chapter 2. Angola, Africa. Angola had not been particularly good to Ismail Tehrani. He was getting impatient. It had been 6 years since he had left Lebanon to become one of the 8 million diaspora, Lebanese citizens living beyond the borders. Unique to this group was that they vastly outnumbered their countrymen who stayed behind and continued to endure the chaos the past 40 years had brought to the small republic on the Mediterranean Sea. He missed his native country, but he was on a mission. He had been personally recruited by Al-Said Hassan. Well, not directly, but an order from an emissary of the Secretary General of Hezbollah was as good as an edict from God. It was said that Hassan Nasrallah was a direct descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. Who was Ismail Tehrani to turn down an opportunity to serve Allah at the bidding of the man who had pushed the Israeli dogs from southern Lebanon? Ismail was only a child when the Israeli rockets and artillery had rained down on the Shiite slums of South Beirut. Hunkered in a corner of their one-room apartment with his mother and cousins, they'd lost electricity almost immediately, yet did not risk lighting a candle. His mother had covered him with a thick blanket. The sound of the incoming bombardment and subsequent explosions were endured in darkness. The devastation he witnessed the following morning when he ventured outside cemented his resolve. He would defend his homeland from the invaders. The war that saw more than 4,000 Katyusha rockets fired into Israel and the destruction of critical infrastructure in Lebanon from Israeli warplanes did more than polarize the Arab world. It provided Hezbollah's Jihad Council with an army of young recruits willing to die for the cause. When his father returned from working in Africa to protect his family at the onset of the July War, Ismail remembered him saying that the President of the United States called the Israeli actions part of his war on terror, and that his Congress even voted in support of the Israeli onslaught. To Ismail and his family, it was nothing more than American-funded genocide. Ismail's first taste of combat would surprisingly not be against the Israelis, as he so hoped, but instead against fellow Muslims in Syria, albeit Takfiris. His brigade commander had explained that Hezbollah could not allow Syria to collapse and come under the control of the United States and Israel. Allah needed his warriors to be strong. Syria could not fall, especially in a Zionist plot to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. Most of Hezbollah's weapons passed through Syria from Iran, and that conduit needed to remain open. It was their lifeblood. He'd heard whisperings that Nasrallah wanted to take territory and open another front against Israel in the Golan Heights. Ismail was in full support, parroting the slogans beaten into them by their instructors as they marched during indoctrination, and then in their more formal training in the West Bekaa Valley. Death to Israel, death to America, eradicate the Jews. Fighting in the Syrian town of Al-Qusair, Ismail found combat a confusing mix of screaming, shooting, and mayhem. He generally pointed his weapon in the same direction as those in his brigade. He shot when they shot and ran when they ran. A friend he'd known since birth stepped on a landmine. They had not even stopped to pick up the pieces. Another warrior of God had taken a bullet to the face in mid-sentence as he stood to order his militia forward, leaving Ismail covered in chunks of bone and brain. Ismail had fought. He had not faltered. He drew strength from the passage written above their yellow and green flag, depicting a fist clenching a rifle, similar to the one in Ismail's hands. فَإِنَّ حِزْبُ اللَّهُمْ Then surely the party of God are they that shall be triumphant. Hezbollah won the day. Ismail had heard whispers of Unit 910, Hezbollah's external security apparatus responsible for targeting Israeli assets abroad, but had never dared ask about or even speak of them. It was rumored they were also responsible for the assassination of the Lebanese prime minister, though Hezbollah denied the allegation and shifted blame to Israel. When they pulled him from his unit, it was not so much an ask as it was an order. Ismail had been given a task, one that required him to receive additional training by the IRGC Quds Force in Iran. The Quds Force is an elite paramilitary unit responsible for external operations, specializing in the use of proxy forces unattributable to Iran. The West would brand them terrorists regardless of their targets. Born of the 1979 Iranian Revolution, they were accountable only to the Ayatollah himself. Their intelligence apparatus taught Ismail how to assess and recruit assets, identify facilitators, set up safe houses, conduct reconnaissance and surveillance, and transfer information via a clandestine communications network back to Hezbollah. And they taught him to build truck bombs. The party of God wanted Ismail in Angola. Though Hezbollah had worldwide reach through its network of diaspora, they were underrepresented in this southwestern African country where the corrupt government had outlawed Islam, no doubt at the behest of the Jews. Mosques had been burned and Muslims persecuted. Hezbollah needed a trusted agent in the area to gather information for the Jihad Council. Israel's embassy in the capital city of Luanda was a target, and Nasrallah wanted to know just how soft and objective it was. Finally, Ismail Tehrani would strike a blow against the Zionist aggressors. Though a step up from the horrors of Al-Qusair, Angola was a country in transition. After a decade and a half of struggle in a war of liberation against the Portuguese colonists and a follow-on quarter-century of civil war, the nation and its people were no strangers to conflict. Those years of strife had conditioned the new ruling class to exercise extreme measures to keep the populace in check. Disappearances of those critical of the Angolan government were commonplace. Torture, gang rape, and public executions were utilized as a means of controlling the populace. This was Africa. Ismail was in the capital when, after 38 years in power, President José Eduardo dos Santos finally stepped down. He had amassed a multi-billion-dollar fortune in a country where the average person lives on $2 a day. For the quasi-dictator of one of the most corrupt regimes in all of Africa, the ability to make $32 billion in oil revenue disappear through a worldwide money laundering network had been a highly profitable skill. His King's College-educated daughter had risen to prominence and become Africa's first female billionaire as head of the nationalized Angolan State Oil Company. It certainly paid to take stakes in companies exploiting the Angolan people and their natural resources. Ismail had read of similar actions by the family of an American vice president. Corruption and greed were not ailments relegated solely to the jungles of the developing world. The northern Angolan province of Cabinda is separated from the rest of the country by a 60-kilometer strip where the Democratic Republic of the Congo intrudes into what is de jure, though disputed, Angolan territory. Though lumber, cocoa, coffee, and rubber plantations occupy much of the lush landscape, Angola's most lucrative export is oil. It was into the Kuwait of Africa that Ismail followed in his father's footsteps. The mass exodus caused by more than half a century of war had created a labor vacuum. At the direction of Unit 910, Ismail applied for and was hired by an asset of the diaspora, working at Petróleo Brasileiro S.A. Petrobras, the Brazilian Petroleum Corporation, a company with major stakes in Angolan oil and natural gas production. His job was to escort labor from Luanda in the south to Cabinda in the north, a position that allowed him ample opportunity to surveil the Israeli embassy. Ismail was discouraged when his intelligence reports did not lead to immediate kinetic action. When in Luanda, he prayed to Allah, not in a mosque, but in a cramped apartment that smelled of sewage. He passed his information through the imam, who reported back to the council. He dreamed that one day the Jihad Assembly would order him to carry out an attack on the Jews, just as his brothers had hit their embassies in Buenos Aires and London before Ismail was even born. Ismail had taken note when his fellow warriors martyred themselves in Bulgaria, though he intended on killing more than 6 Israeli tourists. He wanted to drive a truck bomb right into the lobby of the Israeli embassy. His death would one day be honored on a monument, like the one his trainers had shown him in Behesht Zara Cemetery in Tehran. That attack had meant something. Less than a year after the 1983 Beirut bombings, the infidels had retreated from Lebanon. The martyrs had struck a blow for Allah and sent the Americans scurrying home. With each passing year, Ismail's hope of a glorious attack on the Jews in Angola dwindled. His recruitment by Unit 910 had been a great honor, but at times he felt abandoned in the squalid African subcontinent. Once again, the little boy covered with a blanket. When the assignment came to Ismail, it was not the one he expected. It did not entail acquiring the components to build a truck bomb for a spectacular attack for which he had been trained. It was a rather straightforward task. But one did not question orders from a descendant of the Prophet. One evening after prayers, the Imam had given Ismail a package and verbally passed along his orders. Ismail was told the virus would only infect the Jews. Even so, there was a special pill for him to swallow that would ensure his safety. On his next trip north, he was to spray what looked like an asthma inhaler randomly in the marketplace of a local village. Hezbollah had information that the Israelis were secretly at work converting diamond mine workers to Judaism, all the while using the gems to fund their campaign of worldwide domination. Ismail expected nothing less of the Jews. 3 days later, he was en route to Cabinda with a new group of workers in one of the planes that Petrobras used to transport people to and from Luanda. The following afternoon, he visited a marketplace just east of the city, a market that supplied workers for the Jews. He purchased a bracelet from a woman selling jewelry off a blanket of purple and orange, and ate a meal of chikwanga and katatos from a vendor. He'd grown quite fond of the fried caterpillar dish. Its spicy mixture of insects, onions, peppers, and tomatoes reminded him of the prawns from the coast of Lebanon. Ismail depressed the asthma inhaler as he moved through the crowded bazaar at 10 different places, just as he'd been instructed. Though he trusted his imam and the Hezbollah Secretary General, he still took the special immunity pill. No sense in taking chances. He wanted to be sure he was healthy enough to destroy the Israeli embassy when the time was right. Within 36 hours, the local clinic in Cabinda began to admit patients exhibiting flu-like vomiting, hemorrhaging in the eyes, and bloody noses very similar to the hemorrhagic outbreaks that had occurred in the Democratic Republic of Congo, just to the east in 2014 and 2016. The same clinic had experience with a rare episode in 2005 that killed 39 children in a northern Angolan village. The next day, dozens of infected villagers began flooding the clinic, prompting a notification to the World Health Organization. Having experience in this part of the world where hemorrhagic outbreaks were not out of the ordinary, this one was quickly contained. The doctors and nurses in Equatorial Africa were well versed in hemorrhagic virus protocols. Personal protective equipment was mandated. Bleach was used to disinfect all surfaces and equipment, and blood samples were sent to the Pasteur Institute in Dakar, Senegal, for further study. Though the index case was never identified, the data indicated that this was a small contained outbreak in a crowded, hot market, probably originating with the meat handlers. It was catalogued as yet another in a long string of mysterious hemorrhagic viruses that plagued the Dark Continent. Bodies of the dead were collected and burned in a mass crematorium, as was standard practice to destroy a fast-moving infection like Ebola. If there was a positive attribute of hemorrhagic viruses, it was that they burned themselves out quickly, often killing the host agent before they could spread the infection via blood or saliva. Thankfully, there had never been a recorded case of hemorrhagic virus spreading via respiratory pathways, like the flu or a common cold. The following day, Ismail returned to the capital, depressing his inhaler in the departure area of Quatro de Fevereiro International Airport, as per his instructions, before returning to his small apartment in time for evening prayers. Less than 24 hours after the release, he took a taxi to Multiperfil Hospital, thinking he had food poisoning, maybe from his meal in Cabinda. Ismail was dead the next day. 3 weeks later, his name would be listed among 457 others in a World Health Organization report that was then forwarded to the Centers for Disease Control, or CDC. The report indicated the WHO had successfully contained another Ebola outbreak in Angola. Data like that was important to the continued financial support from the United States. The name Ismail Tehrani would not spike on any intelligence agency radars, even if someone had run it through a national intelligence database in Israel or the United States. His body was thrown in a pit, doused with gasoline, and set aflame. Just another casualty of hemorrhagic fever, an infectious disease not uncommon in Equatorial Africa. Chapter 3. National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center, Fort Detrick, Maryland. Colonel Tom Garrett stuck his head through the office door and nodded to Major Courtney Burke, who was on the phone with her husband. She held up a finger and mouthed, 1 minute.
Yep, I'll be home in about 4 hours. Need me to pick up dinner? Chinese? Sounds great. Love you too.
And how is everything on the home front?
Garrett asked his colleague.
All is well. Peter is selling homes and juggling the kids, and I'm about to enter a place that doesn't officially exist,
she said, pushing back her chair and logging out of her computer.
How's Haley?
She's still saving the world at the CDC.
Does it ever strike you as odd that you are here weaponizing viruses that could destroy the world while she is working on immunizations and antidotes for those same viruses?
Every day.
Why don't you go first today? I'll finish this up, she said, pointing to some papers on her desk. Meet you there in a minute.
Colonel Garrett reached the end of the hallway, slid his ID card through a reader, and punched in a 4-digit code. The door was marked Biocontainment Level 4. Only 7 facilities in the United States were approved for Bio-Level 4 contagious disease study, and the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center in Fort Detrick, Maryland was one of them. Created in the wake of the 2001 anthrax attacks, its official charter was to perform research on pathogens for which no vaccine or treatment exists in order to better understand the threat of bioterrorism. Unofficially, they had another mission. Unlike popular Hollywood movies, television shows, and novels, one did not first enter into biocontainment level 1, then 2, then 3, and then finally 4. That looked good on camera to up the suspense as an actor steadily worked his or her way toward the deadly viruses within. In reality, the very few doctors cleared to work with the lethal pathogens bypassed levels 1, 2, and 3. Their TSSCI clearances had an additional designation, a SAP or Special Access Program, allowing them access to the inner sanctum of U.S. contagious disease research. Fewer still had access to another room, one that only a select number of specialists and officials knew existed. That additional room was where the colonel was going today. He looked up at a camera above the door. Before a security guard at a remote location unlocked the door, he verified the code and card and visually compared the colonel's face to his official photo on file as the facial recognition software confirmed he had approved access. Garrett entered what looked like a small locker room in any gym in America. The only difference was that instead of smelling like body odor, Old Spice, and sweaty socks, this one smelled like bleach. He maneuvered around a short steel bench and swung open the door to one of the lockers that lined the wall. He removed his clothes and hung them neatly in the locker, which sealed and locked when he closed it. He then moved to the next door. It had felt odd going through the process the first time, knowing that he was being watched on video and that every move he made was being recorded. Now, after 15 years, it was just another day at the office. Standing naked in front of the next entry point, he heard the familiar whoosh of the airlock as the door opened. He stepped into a room of stainless steel. He felt and heard the door seal behind him. Moving to the center of the room, he raised his arms. Similar to a car wash, warm, soapy liquid rained from the ceiling and walls, coating his exposed body. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on what the next 2 hours had in store. The soapy spray shifted to distilled water before the blowers came on to dry him. Putting on UV goggles, he nodded to let the controller know he was ready. An unknown finger touched a button, bathing the room in UV light that would not damage skin but would kill any foreign contaminants. The entire process took only 3 minutes. It wasn't as important on the way in as it was on the way out. The exit process would take 3 times as long, to ensure the death that lived behind the walls did not see the light of day. The UV light shut off and Garrett heard the airlocks open to allow him access to the next room. He went through the process the same way a normal person would make their coffee each morning with no variation. However, with coffee, if you forgot the cream or ran out of sweetener, you wouldn't release a contagion upon an unsuspecting public, killing untold millions of your fellow countrymen. Still naked and monitored on video, he entered the small room and removed a disposable bunny suit from a stainless steel hook. He stepped into it and glanced at the incineration drawer where he would deposit it on the way out. He put a hairnet on his head before taking the rubber bioprotective suit from another hook and sealing himself inside. Lastly, he attached the helmet and tethered himself to a power and air cord that would keep him alive beyond the next set of doors. Looking up at the camera, he gave a thumbs up. He again felt the airlock engage as the next set of doors opened into an anteroom, where he reattached his tether to ensure the suit was powered and air was flowing. The doors closed behind him, leaving him sealed in a room designed to prevent any contaminants from escaping. He picked up a metal clipboard and Fisher space pen to go over the day's test while he waited for Major Burke to pass through the sterilization process and join him. There were no separate considerations given to male and female medical professionals working with infectious diseases. Perhaps the military was more progressive than it was given credit for. One door away was biocontainment level 4. The world's deadliest pathogens were mere feet away behind a brightly labeled set of airlocked stainless steel doors. Colonel Garrett knew he was still on video and was acutely aware that everything in front of him beyond the doors was also recorded for security reasons and for purposes both procedural and historical. In biocontainment level 4, the most lethal diseases known to man were studied and tested as scientists created antibodies that might one day save the human race. That was not where he was going today. Colonel Garrett and Major Burke had another mission. The door behind him opened, and Garrett watched as his partner connected her tether to power and air. Ensuring she was good to go, she flashed a thumbs up at the camera, and the doors sealed shut behind her. The two soldiers moved to a wall to their left, a wall that looked just like the others in the facility. Only this one had two alphanumeric keypads attached on opposite sides. The colonel moved to the one on the left. They were far enough away from each other so that one person could not possibly reach both at the same time. He looked at Courtney, and they both entered 7-digit access codes. If they did not both enter their codes within 10 seconds of one another, the doors would automatically lock down until credentials could be re-verified. Then supervisors up the chain of command, both military and civilian, would be required to reapprove access. A green light blinked, and the doctors looked into a small keyhole camera that they knew was using a laser to biometrically scan their faces. Only after they were approved by the system did a remote security guard grant them access. The wall parted, and they walked into a world fewer than 100 people in all of government knew existed, re-tethering to their life support system as the heavy steel doors shut behind them. While Level 4 biocontainment was filled with fancy electron microscopes and had ample space for multiple scientists, this room was surprisingly small. Colonel Garrett hadn't met a doctor yet who didn't feel claustrophobic during their first experience. It wasn't necessarily the confined space or the oppressive feel of the rubber suit. Rather, it was knowing what secrets the room concealed. Only 2 such facilities had been constructed, and the United States government disavowed any knowledge of their existence. President Nixon had signed the Biological Weapons Convention in 1972. It went into effect on March 26, 1975, and outlawed the development, stockpiling, retention, and production of biological agents and toxins for hostile purposes, making what took place in Maryland a violation of international law. Technically speaking, the 2 doctors were about to commit a war crime. Instead of stainless steel tables and file cabinets or expensive microscopes and computers, this room resembled a spacious closet. Unlike biocontainment level 4, no video or audio recording devices documented the sensitive research and development that took place in this highly restricted section of the facility. The room was designed to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake and remain intact if hit with the equivalent of 10 tons of TNT. It was equipped with a triple power backup system in case of a power outage, one of them coming from a separate section of the power grid built to withstand an electromagnetic pulse from the sun or a nuclear device. If all 3 failed, or if the 6-foot-thick walls were breached from the outside, it was designed to self-incinerate, killing everyone and, more important, everything inside. The cabinets and freezer were constructed of vinyl and plastic composites, which made them more conducive to burning and melting in the 3,000-degree heat, if that emergency mechanism were triggered.
Its official designation, for those select few read into the program, was the Dark Room. Unofficially, by those who ventured inside, it was called the Bat Cave. Not after the Caped Crusader of comic book lore, but for the caves of Zaire, where the dreaded Ebola virus had spawned in the spoor of bat guano. Behind the doors of the Bat Cave were where the contagious diseases of biocontainment level 4 were weaponized for offensive warfare. How could so much death fit inside such a small room? Even with all the security protocols set up to restrict access and knowledge of its true purpose, there was another way inside. The pedigreed baboon had started life at the Southwest National Primate Research Center in San Antonio, Texas, before being transported to his current home in Maryland. More specifically, a custom-breed Papio Anubis Papio hamadryas. He belonged to a colony established in 1972 for this precise purpose. The colony had been genetically bred for medical research and was ideally suited for bioweapons sensitivity testing. The center's selective breeding and environmental manipulations resulted in the animals having a genetic structure similar to that of humans. The baboon had been sedated in a separate yet attached animal research facility. It was now entombed behind a thick plexiglass barrier. Using the robotic arm, Colonel Garrett opened the freezer and removed a small vial. With practiced efficiency, he extracted a sample and injected it into the test subject, while Major Burke took notes. Their research involved infecting a series of animals with a new monoclonal cocktail as part of a dose-exposure curve experiment. The biomedical researchers were in search of sub-lethal viral doses of a biological agent that put the United States government in violation of international law. Today's experiment confirmed that the dose was lethal. After it was done, an automated tray removed the primate from view and sealed him inside what was essentially a crematorium. When the doors eventually opened again, not even ashes would remain. The tray was then sprayed down with a solution of chemicals before being dried with a blower and exposed to 15 minutes of intense UV light. It was as if the primate had never existed. Their work complete, the two doctors then prepared to exit the classified structure. They would pass through the 4 airlocks, remove their rubber bioprotective suits, incinerate their bunny suits, then receive the naked spray down and UV light treatment before their lockers would be opened and they could put their clothes back on. Once again, under audio and video surveillance, they would re-emerge to join the land of the living, both making it home in time for dinner with their families, leaving the secrets of the Batcave safely behind. Chapter 4. The White House, Washington, D.C. President Alec Christensen stood behind his desk in the Oval Office looking down on the Rose Garden through windows of ballistic glass that framed one of the most recognizable rooms in the world. He was flanked by the national flag to his left and the flag of the President of the United States to his right. He ran his left thumb across a ring that hung on a chain hidden beneath his button-down Oxford dress shirt. It was the ring he had never been able to slide onto Jen's finger. It reminded him of death and kept him focused on his mission. It had been almost a year since his election night victory when state after state came in for the popular war hero during a time of economic and racial tension that threatened to rip the country apart. The talking heads and pollsters had been ecstatic as their projections came to fruition, especially after the brutal beating they had taken years earlier when they'd confidently projected at 100% the odds of victory for the Democratic ticket over someone they dismissed as a reality TV star with no chance of becoming president. They'd lost a substantial amount of credibility that night and were hoping to gain some of that trust back by making the right calls this time around. By all indications, the new president had shown no overt interest in politics until he recovered from the wounds he sustained in Afghanistan. To the media establishment and a populace looking for a bright light on the political scene, he was a savior. He came from money, went to all the right schools, and
had focused his efforts on a small Silicon Valley startup a few years before 9/11. In campaign speeches, he didn't lead with the story that had catapulted him into the public consciousness, as he didn't want to be seen as taking advantage of Jen's memory. But then, he didn't need to. The media did that job for him. His fiancée killed on 9/11, the future president running into the burning building in an attempt to save her. The smoke inhalation, being carried out unconscious by a firefighter who then rushed back into the North Tower only to be buried in the rubble. The young entrepreneur working in the debris for days alongside firefighters, police officers, first responders, and citizen volunteers, until collapsing from exhaustion. A journalist captured a photograph of him that would become emblematic of America's response to the attacks, covered in the gray dust of the day, not wandering in a daze as were so many others, but sleeves rolled up, crowbar in hand, eyes fiercely set, prying a slab of concrete, in the desperate search for survivors. In a desperate search for Jen. When the New York Times identified him as the son of a prominent Manhattan financier and reported that his fiancée was missing in the rubble, they ran it with the headline, "The Spirit of New York." He applied to Army Officer Candidate School from his hospital bed a week later. What followed was basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia, then Rangers School, and then his first assignment with the storied 10th Mountain Division at Fort Drum, New York, before deploying to Afghanistan. After 13 months of sustained combat in a valley that would see some of the toughest battles of the War on Terror, he'd been wounded by an IED in an ambush while on a mounted patrol to a nearby village. He'd pulled himself from his burning Humvee, the screams of his dying turret gunner muffled by a ringing in his ears, a ringing that remained an ever-present eulogy to those who never made it home. He was halfway to cover when he realized he was dragging the lifeless torso of his driver, whose body from the waist down was still strapped in the vehicle. First Lieutenant Christensen had taken a 7.62 by 39mm round to his left hand as he made it to a rock by the side of what passed for a dirt road. Instead of rendering aid to his wounds, he called in artillery from their forward operating base and coordinated Kazivac for the wounded. He ignored his own injuries and led a flanking element to counter the insurgents raining death down from elevated positions, the same positions he knew were probably used to attack and subsequently defeat the British and Soviets before him. Alec had returned home and written a best-selling book. His narrative did not chronicle his experience in Afghanistan, as would be expected. Instead, he profiled 6 families, juxtaposing fathers and sons, the fathers having volunteered for Vietnam and the sons having volunteered after 9/11. The only mention of his own service came from the preface, where he framed the stories to come. Titled, "You'll Be a Man, My Son," from the famous Kipling poem, If. Many hailed it as worthy of the Pulitzer Prize until he threw his hat in the political ring, at which point opponents then derided it as a well-thought-out publicity stunt to raise his public profile in a deliberate attempt to draw comparisons to John F. Kennedy's Profiles in Courage. When he decided to enter politics as a Democrat, the party elites were ecstatic to have a combat-tested veteran in their ranks at a time when they needed credibility on the foreign policy front. He became a darling of the liberal media with answers that came across as compassionate yet firm, even when his stance took a more libertarian position. Comparisons to JFK were in the talking points from a media establishment still enamored with the myth that was Camelot. That was all part of Alec's plan. Running for California's 25th congressional district, he won a narrow victory in a self-funded campaign. While his opponents said he was buying the election, Alec pointed to her ties to special interest groups, in particular her support of the pharmaceutical industry's pain clinics, which were nothing more than opioid pill mills, ruining lives in a deliberate campaign to addict, decimating entire communities while enriching corporate leadership, lobbyists, and the politicians who made it all possible. As a primary reason for much-needed change, Alec's campaign highlighted the amount of wealth the incumbent had accumulated over the course of her 26 years in Congress, much of it coming from the highly unpopular opioid industry. It didn't hurt that he polled very well with females of both parties. In a district that was almost split down the middle politically, it was said that Republican housewives made the difference. It's hard to compete with the story of running into a burning building after the woman you love, especially when it's true. Alex studied the life and political career of the legendary John Dingell of Michigan. As a liberal Democrat from the Rust Belt, Congressman Dingell would become the longest-serving member of the House of Representatives in congressional history, while holding strong to his steadfast belief in the individual, fundamental right to self-defense. He clearly articulated how the firearm transcended the changing political whims of his party. His 60 years of government service were proof to Alec that those positions were consistent with a progressive agenda and could still win elections in California. It didn't hurt to have millions of new gun owners who had changed their positions on private gun ownership as they watched their cities descend into chaos the summer of the presidential election. They didn't want to abandon their party, nor did they want to rally behind a movement with a rallying cry of defund the police. Alec offered a strong alternative. He was an early adopter, and one of the first to harness the power of social media. As with most technical innovations, the establishment was slow to adapt. Alec was not. His days in Silicon Valley, along with his time in combat, taught him that adapting faster than your enemy led to victory. He built his platforms using the best digital designers and tailored his message to a more libertarian-leaning youth segment of the voter bloc. Decriminalizing certain drugs on one side, staunchly supporting the Second Amendment on the other, while championing the environment and a sustainable healthcare plan, all falling under the umbrella of freedom, resonated. Later there would be those who would accuse his friends in that early tech startup of manipulating social media algorithms to get one of their own into the White House. Was that true? Even Alec didn't know for certain. What most people saw was a young, vibrant, wealthy, handsome candidate with a background tailor-made for politics. He fit the fairy tale. Though many in his own party despised his success, the elites also saw him as a future presidential candidate. There was even talk of a presidential run early on, especially after he took the stage as a newly minted congressman at the 2008 Democratic Convention in opposition to the war in Iraq. They had wanted to trot out a respected, young, anti-war face of the party as a way to solidify the youth vote during a time when support for the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan was at an all-time low. As always, Alec was thoughtful in his remarks, well-informed on geopolitics, and most important, likable, causing many commentators to wonder aloud why the Democratic Party wasn't running him, at least as a VP pick. Alec was patient. He learned how Washington worked. He cultivated the relationships that would allow him to operate effectively in the swamp while remaining popular in California, a state he would have to win in a presidential bid. He laid the groundwork, continued to build his social platforms, and harness their power. No longer was he dependent on the kingmakers of the legacy media establishment. Their power was waning, but they were too self-absorbed to notice. He built his own platforms in the new media and focused his messaging on those who digested their news via their smartphones and made their decisions largely based on influencers. He started a podcast before most people even knew what they were. Legacy print and cable media scoffed at him, but by the time he announced his campaign for the 2020 presidential election, his podcast reach dwarfed the ratings of those in conventional media. The same media that continued to make cynical comments night after night from their sound stages in New York, D.C., and Atlanta. He could talk directly to the people and continue to build his base through engaging content and considerate conversations. He dominated the new media space in a way the rest of the Democratic field could only dream about. He studied the data, capitalized on relationships with influencers to co-opt segments of their audiences, and built a voting bloc powerful enough to sway an election. That power made the party elite nervous. He was not under their control and therefore was unpredictable, but they also saw him as a way back into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Both Alec and the party leadership knew he would have to go farther left for his vice presidential pick to balance the ticket, a chance to keep power for a 16-year run. If they wanted to fundamentally transform the country, they were going to have to support the popular congressman.
His vice presidential pick from Florida's 9th District made him the first president in U.S. history to win with a female on the ticket. The fact that she was an Army JAG Corps veteran and of Cuban descent brought in the electoral votes from one of the more hotly contested battleground states in recent history. That she remained a major in the National Guard and outranked the new commander-in-chief, who had been medically retired as a first lieutenant due to his combat injuries, was a source of ample comedic material for the late-night talk shows. Even the women of The View could not stop themselves from fawning all over them both. It kept Alex center stage and made him relatable. As the most eligible bachelor in D.C., he was a staple on the covers of magazines at supermarket checkout lines. In a world where a reality show about finding love trumped ratings across the board, he was a star. He enjoyed female company, but it always became clear after a few months that they would never be his top priority. Truth be told, his attention was on a ghost, one that was never far away. Alec turned from the window and looked down at the resolute desk, which had been a part of the room since Queen Victoria had presented it to President Rutherford B. Hayes in 1880. It was built from wood, recovered from the HMS Resolute, a British ship that was abandoned after becoming trapped in the ice while on an Arctic expedition in 1854. An American whaler recovered the ship 2 years later and returned it to the United Kingdom. President Christensen looked at it as a symbol of hope and resolve. Just shy of 100 years after fighting the war for independence, the former colonial rulers gifted a desk made from one of their naval vessels to the leader of the country that defeated them. After contentious beginnings and the war that birthed a nation, the two countries had become the staunchest of allies. He rarely walked into the Oval Office without thinking of the iconic photo of JFK working that very desk with John Jr. peeking out through the knee-hole panel at his feet, a photo that would not be published until after the assassination in Dallas. President Christensen took a breath and looked at the 4 files on his desk. They had been delivered by his national security advisor that morning. 3 of them were the reason for the journey he'd taken over the past 20 years. The President is the only person in all of government who has unfettered access to the nation's most closely guarded secrets. Everyone else is read into and out of special access programs based on need to know. Information is compartmentalized for reasons of national security. The real trick is knowing what to ask for and where to look. The young president was searching for something specific. Alec had not made his request immediately upon taking office. He had already waited 2 decades. He could wait a few more months. The new president needed to learn, research, and plan. He needed to lead. He had inherited a country still reeling from the economic repercussions of an almost complete shutdown in response to a virus that had originated halfway around the world. The follow-on civil unrest had devastated the nation. Those wounds were slowly healing, in large part due to Alec's leadership. He'd had access to some of the documents included in the files when he was in Congress, but there were 2 new files that he was particularly interested in today. The commander-in-chief pressed his knuckles into the oak timbers of the presidential desk, his left hand still bearing the scars from the Taliban bullet, the tinnitus in his ears from the IED reminding him that he'd never truly be at peace. That was okay. Peace was not what he was after. He'd already read 2 of the files front to back. They were stacked to his left. Alec looked down at the 2 remaining folders. One was labeled Executive Order 12333. He flipped to Part 2, Paragraph 13, Prohibition on Assassination. His eyes scanned the section of the order, a version of which had been signed or strengthened by every president since Gerald Ford. No person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in assassination. The president then shifted his gaze to the last file. It had been delivered by the CIA that morning and passed to the National Security Advisor, who in turn had placed it on the president's desk. It was labeled Director of National Intelligence, Top Secret, Psi Gamma, TK, HCS, RSV, KDK, no foreign, handle via executive channels only.
Under those code words and control labels was a name: James Reece. The president flipped the page and began to read. Chapter 5. John F. Kennedy International Airport, New York, New York. Ali Reza Ansari made sure he wasn't the first to exit the jetway. He didn't want to look overly eager to anyone monitoring the cameras or facial recognition programs constantly scanning every face deplaning in one of the busiest airports on Earth. He'd specified with his travel department that he'd like a window seat near the rear of the business class cabin. That would be expected for someone in his position and would put him near the back of the first pack of deplaning passengers. He'd been with Biodyne Medical Systems for 17 years. A global healthcare company headquartered in Switzerland, it boasted research and manufacturing facilities in Germany, Switzerland, Ireland, Canada, and what they referred to as the Central Eastern European region. Ali had first interned with them as a graduate student pursuing dual-track business and pharmaceutical sciences degrees from Saarland University in Germany. Biodyne was also one of the few biomedical research companies with research and distribution networks in both the United States and Iran. Biodyne was a respected, progressive, and diverse company that traced its roots back to 1758, when it was founded as a trading business specializing in chemicals, dyes, and pharmaceuticals. It was called Andros and Sons then, and for their first 100 years they focused on producing alizarin blue and auramine dyes. It wasn't until the late 1800s that they developed a medical-grade pharmaceutical, an antiseptic for soothing arthritis. With that success, the company shifted to the research and development of medicines in their Basel, Switzerland chemical plant. In 1971, they sold to Glencore Trading Company. That merger gave them international reach through research labs and manufacturing plants in Europe, North America, and the Middle East. In 1997, they merged again, this time with one of the largest healthcare companies in the world, becoming Biodyne, with biomedical research labs in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Tehran, Iran, through a partnership with the Iranian Communicable Disease Research Center. Ali got into the line for non-U.S. citizens and waited patiently for his turn with the Customs and Border Protection official, who opened his Swiss passport and compared the photo to the man on the other side of the glass. Ali offered a pleasant smile as the uniformed officer scanned the barcode and shifted his eyes to the computer. Why the United States did not screen passengers ahead of time, like El Al, Ali would never understand. He'd also never fly El Al. "What is the purpose of your visit?" the CBP officer asked. "Business," Ali replied with only the slightest hint of an accent, as he'd done at least 100 times over the years. "And what kind of business is that?" "A medical device technology company," Ali replied, not offering any more than required. Pharmaceuticals had the tendency to be off-putting with so much bad press around the opioid epidemic in America. It seemed as if the venerable news program 60 Minutes ran weekly segments on Big Pharma's shady lobbying and marketing practices, pointing out that opioids killed more Americans annually than were killed during the entire Vietnam War. What the West called terrorism had nothing on opioids. Even though Biodyne did not manufacture the devastating drugs, Ali did not want to highlight the pharmaceutical side of the company to someone who might be related to one of the thousands affected by a highly addictive narcotic. The official flipped pages in the passport looking for stamps from Yemen, Afghanistan, or Pakistan, which would lead to additional questions and a possible secondary screening. "How long will you be staying in the United States?" "About a week," Ali lied. The official found a blank page and stamped it with an entry date before returning Ali's passport under the plexiglass partition. "Enjoy your stay," he said, nodding to the next person in line. Ali made his way casually into the international baggage claim, noting exits and careful to pay just the right amount of attention to the armed police patrolling the area. He was also sure to force a disarming smile when he passed by a police officer with one of the Americans' canines by his side. Americans loved their dogs. Filthy animals. Senior lab manager with one of the world's leading medical technology companies was not the career field to which Ali aspired in his youth. He'd only wanted to kill Iraqis and Americans. Ali couldn't even remember the last time he'd seen his father. He was still in the crawling stage when his dad was conscripted into military service. 2 years later, his oldest brother would leave for the front lines, followed 5 years later by his middle brother, who would fight in the final battles of the Holy Defense, a conflict the rest of the world insisted on calling the Iran-Iraq War. His mother had not been notified by a knock on the door as he'd seen in so many American movies. Rather, a list of the dead and missing was posted each week in the town square. The list was displayed a good distance from the Provincial Society office, the locally elected Islamic council responsible for coordinating regional affairs with the Islamic Consultative Assembly in Tehran. The politicians seemed more afraid of backlash from Iranian mothers and widows than they were of invading Iraqi forces. Young Ali would accompany his mother to town each week in search of news. She would leave him in a chair by a butcher stand on the corner and push her way through the crowds to read the names, praying to Allah for the safe return of her loved ones. The stench of rotting meat behind the thin curtain would stay with Ali the remainder of his life. He could live with the smell. What haunted his dreams were the wailings of the women. Their screams as they read the names of husbands and sons they'd never see again would fuel his every decision. The list offered no cause of death, no locations. The bodies were buried on the battlefield out of necessity, often in mass graves. Rarely was it possible for the dead to receive a proper Islamic burial as mandated by Sharia law. In wartime, one must make sacrifices. They would mourn his older brother first, killed in the early days of the war in a human wave attack in the marshes of Basra in 1982. At 15 years of age, he'd received a week of training before being sent to the front lines. The cult of the martyr had become a powerful instrument of the state. Whether he was killed by artillery, rockets, tanks, or small arms fire, or hunted down by the devastatingly effective Mi-25 helicopters, using the same hunter-killer tactics the Soviets had used against the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, Ali would never know. His only connection to his older sibling would come years later in the Iranian Martyrs Museum in Tehran, where he'd found his brother's picture encased under a glass display. Additional research would reveal that his father had been a victim of a sarin gas attack in the town of Halabja, Iraq, in March 1988. As a soldier and then university student, Ali would spend hours sifting through available photographs of the battle, trying to identify his father among the bloated bodies of the dead. Iraq's chemical weapon attacks would kill thousands of Iranians and expose even more to the deadly contaminants. Even 30 years following the UN-brokered end of hostilities, close to 100,000 Iranians were still receiving medical treatment for the lifelong effects of the toxins. Open-source declassified CIA documents would confirm that by 1984 the American intelligence agency was aware of Iraq's use of chemical weapons in violation of international law. An ally of Iraq, the United States not only remained silent, but ramped up their military and intelligence support of Saddam Hussein's troops, even using their clout with the United Nations Security Council to block condemnation of Iraq when UN investigators presented unrefuted proof of the use of banned weapons by the Iraqi regime. Free of condemnation, Iraq increased its use of weaponized neurotoxins through the end of the war in 1988. Ugly things are done in times of war, Ali knew. Heads are turned, reports are falsified, evidence is buried. The United States should have done a better job at covering their tracks. It was U.S. satellite imagery provided to Iraq that allowed them to effectively target advancing Iranian troops that March day in 1988, the day Ali's father was killed. The Americans were responsible for the excruciating deaths that morning. Bodies of women and children scattered among the soldiers, their faces contorted in agony. Gas was not a precision weapons system and did not discriminate between combatants and civilians.
In 1982, deciding that an Iranian victory was contrary to U.S. foreign policy objectives, President Reagan removed Iraq from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. The military-industrial complex about which Eisenhower had so solemnly warned was in full swing. War was big business. Reagan's actions opened the door to military equipment and munitions sales to include the dual-use technology that would allow Iraq to produce and weaponize the chemicals that would give them the upper hand against the Iranians. The same poisons that had altered the course of Ali's life. In the popular press, Iran was portrayed as the instigator, which made it easier for the world to support the Baathists in Iraq. With $1 billion a month flowing in from Saudi Arabia, Iraq was able to purchase weapons from the United States, the Soviet Union, and the countries of Western Europe. Howitzers, Exocet missiles, Gazelle helicopters, Mirage jets, Soviet tanks, Mi-24 attack gunships, mines, RPGs, and AKs flooded the country. MiG-25 Foxbats and Su-22 fitters escorted Soviet-made Tu-22 blinders and Tu-16 Badgers on bombing runs of Iranian cities in a strategy of total war. Saddam Hussein was the West's man in the Middle East. As American flags were burned in the streets of Tehran, American support flowed unfettered to their adversary. With the world aligned against them, Iran had stood strong. Allah was on their side. In later training with his country's intelligence service, Ali would learn that even more unforgivably, the United States secretly supplied Iran with weapons in exchange for help securing the release of American hostages in Lebanon. The so-called Land of Liberty prolonged the conflict and profited by selling the instruments of death to both sides in a war of attrition. America was the world's most prolific arms dealer. They had abandoned their God and chosen to worship a false idol, the almighty dollar. That the great Satan and her European allies would switch course and betray Saddam just a few years later only confirmed their duplicity and hypocrisy, the height of which was using Iraq's WMD development program as a pretext for invading Iraq in 2003. When administrations change every 4 to 8 years, the institutional memory is short. They had conveniently forgotten their country's complicity in the chemical atrocities wrought on civilian and military targets when it suited their objectives. Their constituents were easily distracted and had little interest in world affairs, particularly the plight of people beyond their borders. Ali would not forget. The war between Iraq and Iran would end in a stalemate with no change in territorial boundaries and no reparations. The only thing either country had to show for it was 1 million dead soldiers and civilians. Ali knew too well that the toll was much higher. The official numbers were an estimation and did not take into account the psychological impact of the war. That had been ingrained in Ali's mind when he found his middle brother swinging from a rope in their home by his neck. A veteran of the final summer of fighting at Tawakkal ala Allah, one of the last battles of the war and a military disaster for the Iranians, he'd never mentioned it in the 2 years he'd been home. To his younger brother and widowed mother, he rarely said anything. Inside, he'd been waging his own personal jihad, a struggle he couldn't win. He'd been dead for a few hours when Ali found him upon returning from school. Ali stared up at his naked brother, shit and piss already dried on his legs, and on the floor under his suspended body. Ali was 12. When his mother arrived an hour later, the wailing began again. Suicide was prohibited in the Quran. Allah was the ultimate arbiter of life and death. It was not Allah who had called his brother to paradise. It was the Americans. His father and brothers had died for nothing. They had perished in a war that would have been over years earlier had it not been for the U.S. support of Saddam. The infamous 1983 photograph of then Special Middle East Envoy Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with Saddam Hussein was seared into Ali's mind. They would meet again in 1984 to cement the relationship and reassure the dictator that Iraq had complete U.S. support in the war against Iran, going so far as to restore full diplomatic relations. Ali would later read reports of a CIA front company in Chile delivering cluster bombs and chemical precursor agents to Baghdad. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, Ali was a young soldier with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He thought his time had finally come to kill Americans. The Ministry of Intelligence, MOI, had other ideas. The most powerful ministry in Iran, it falls under the direct control of the supreme leader and traces its history back to the 11th century, when the Ismaili Shiite sect known as the Nizari used targeted killings as an instrument of power. They were called Hash-Shasin for the use of hashish in their training. To the Crusaders they were known as assassins. Within the MOI is a group known as Department 15. Their mission is to target and kill threats to the Iranian regime abroad. It was this group that recruited Ali Reza Ansari. The Iranian intelligence service had studied the American response to 9/11. They read the 9/11 Commission report, and along with the rest of the world, they watched the long lead-up to shock and awe, where America's military prowess was confirmed with a quick, conventional victory on Iran's doorstep. They then watched incredulously as the Americans snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, allowing themselves to be pulled into an insurgency of their own creation through an ineptitude born of arrogance. Iranian intelligence and political leaders observed in disbelief as the United States disbanded the Iraqi military and enacted a policy of de-Baathification put in place by that silly man at the Coalition Provisional Authority who wore combat boots with his suits. The United States had essentially handed Iraq to Iran. What the Iranians couldn't do in 8 years of war, the Americans had managed to do in a period of months. Now they just needed American forces to leave them to it. Almost immediately, the MOI began a covert program, arming and training militia movements in neighboring Iraq. From their safe haven across the border, Iran built and supported an insurgency. That was Phase 1. The second phase would include the introduction of the EFP, the devastatingly effective explosively formed penetrator. Developed in World War II, it had been refined by Hezbollah in Lebanon, but took hold of the public consciousness only when used to target Americans. Introduced into Iraq in force in 2005, they would wear down public support for the war effort as more and more soldiers returned home in flag-draped coffins. America's sons and daughters once again paid the price, as corporate shareholders benefited from increased revenue. Armored vehicles didn't come cheap. Iranian intelligence built EFPs and smuggled them across centuries-old rat lines to Shiite militias and Badr Brigade splinter groups to defeat the Americans' technologically superior armor on the streets of Baghdad, Ramadi, and Mosul. Those attacks could weaken the giant, but eventually she would limp home to recover, adapt, and then continue a war against Iran that had begun with the fall of the Shah. To defeat her, they would have to take other measures. A small group of senior intelligence ministry officials met with the supreme leader in the summer of 2003. They presented a plan. By the fall, they were scouring the ranks for candidates with specific attributes for a special mission. They were looking for young soldiers who had scored high marks on academic exams, specifically in the sciences. There was a long history of Iranian students traveling abroad to study. Abbas Mirza, the crown prince of Persia, first sent students to Europe in the early part of the 19th century. Iranian academic institutions retained close ties with European and American universities up through 1979. Those exchange programs, along with lavish donations, kept the lines of communication open until all Iranian universities were shut down from 1980 to 1983 as part of Iran's Cultural Revolution. When they reopened, instead of being modeled on the American universities they had emulated under the Shah, they now included a mandatory Islamic curriculum in a strict Islamic educational forum. After the Iran-Iraq War, and with approval from the Islamic Council, relationships were re-established with European and American institutions of higher learning under the guise of modernizing Iran. In reality,
A long-term deep penetration program was being set up. Iranian students began to once again study abroad in programs financed through government scholarships, particularly in the areas of science and medicine. At first, Ali had been furious that the government had pulled him from his unit. By that time, he was already a member of the IRGC, preparing to avenge his father by facilitating chaos in Iraq. He was training up to replace an insurgent leader who had been killed across the border by the Americans. He was finally going to get his chance. Instead, he'd been summoned to the capital for a meeting. A week later, still dreaming of infiltrating across the Iraqi border and leading Shiite militia against the invaders, he began his studies at the University of Medical Sciences in Tehran. He was 23 years old. His military file disappeared and was replaced with an exemplary academic record. They promised him that if he excelled at the university and in his intelligence training, he'd get his chance to kill more Americans than he ever would smuggling IEDs across the border. It was going to take time. Their new student needed to learn patience. During the day, he was on a pre-med track with a heavy emphasis on English and German. Following classes, he would practice surveillance detection techniques taught to him by his instructors in Department 15. At night and on his days off, he learned to rent cars, check into hotels, and order dinner and drinks. And he learned to kill. He was taught dead drops, surveillance and counter-surveillance techniques, covert communication, and improvised weapons and explosives. His interrogation training was conducted with political prisoners from Section 209 of the Evin House of Detention in Tehran. If the brutal interrogations went too far, no one would miss them. They had already disappeared. Most important, he was taught the dark art of assassination, studying the work of the sicarios in Mexico, the Italian mob, the Russian Bratva, and the Mossad. After a 3-year accelerated program in Tehran, he applied for and was accepted into the master's program at Saarland University. In his first year, he applied for an internship at Biodyne. There was nothing out of the ordinary about an Iranian student studying in Europe and working for a European company. Thousands of Iranian students had done so since 1988. Settling into his new life, he continued to meet with his handler to develop his tradecraft on European soil. He was a precision instrument of the state, and like any tool, he needed to be sharpened. Department 15 honed his edge through missions that eliminated threats to the regime. He had once killed an Iranian diplomat on his way to meet with a CIA case officer to hand over a thumb drive with documents proving Iran had systematically targeted U.S. soldiers in Iraq. The diplomat had been found floating in the Danube weeks later. No thumb drive was recovered from his body. Ali's handler was also in place to assess and ensure that he was not being corrupted by Western ways or courted by a foreign intelligence service. He traveled freely, improving his English and German, and adding proficient French to his list of talents. He was a regular at football and rugby matches, always refining his counterintelligence skills. And he continued to study the United States, its successes and failures on the battlefield and in the diplomatic and political arenas. Know thy enemy. Through his internship at Biodyne, he was accepted into the doctoral program in physical chemistry at the University of Lausanne, Switzerland. His classmates and employer knew he was from Iran, just as were thousands of other Europeans. When he accepted full-time employment at Biodyne, he applied for Swiss citizenship. His record showed no military history. He'd never been arrested. He was never photographed going into and out of mosques. He was clean. The Hashashin had successfully infiltrated the land of their enemy. Ali retrieved his wheeled travel bag from the carousel and worked his way into the main terminal, stopping at a Hudson News kiosk to pick up a copy of the Wall Street Journal. As the deputy director for Biodyne's Institute for Biomedical Research, he was responsible for programs run by almost 6,000 scientists in 17 facilities worldwide, including the Institute for Tropical Diseases, which focused on dengue, tuberculosis, and malaria. 86 different pharmaceuticals developed through the Biodyne Innovative Medicines Division were available in 186 countries, which made it one of the most profitable companies in existence. Even with that success, Biodyne still received millions in research grants
from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Eradicating infectious diseases was a team effort. Ali was not in the United States to treat infectious diseases, nor kill an errant traitor to the regime, as he had done in Europe. He was in the United States to fulfill his destiny. Americans would die. Young American children would experience the pain he had felt. They would hear the wailing of their mothers. He was there to weaponize a virus. Iran knew they could not defeat America in a conventional battle or through proxies using $30 IEDs and truck bombs. Removing the great Satan from the world stage would require a long-term strategy. Much like the warriors hidden inside the Trojan horse, the attack would have to come from within. This required an indirect approach, one that could not be tied directly back to Iran. Proxies had proven extremely effective over the years, but the relatively small-scale impact of their attacks resulted in nothing more than a scratch to the United States. This attack would be different. It would be perpetrated by proxies who were citizens of the very country they sought to destroy. COVID-19 had sped up the timeline. The religious council in Iran had seen the great Satan falter. An invisible bug born out of a research lab in Wuhan, China, had devastated the world's most powerful economy. Unemployment was at an all-time high, race riots plagued the major cities, statues were being toppled, a once-strong nation was bowing to the mob. America was on the ropes. Strike where and when your enemy is vulnerable. Ali passed through the crowds that reminded him more of his home country than of the United States. Even the smells were reminiscent of his native Iran. America was becoming more like the Middle East every day. Good. That would only play into what was to follow. He waited patiently in a taxi line with his suit coat over his arm, pulling a small roller bag behind him, briefcase in hand, taking note of any familiar faces from his stroll through the airport, just as his trainers in Iran had taught him. He glanced at people's shoes over the top of his Android device. It was easy for a tail to reverse a jacket or throw on a hat and sunglasses. Changing shoes required more time. He had a scheduled tour of the Biodyne Research Facility in Cambridge at the end of the week. There he would sit down with the team to bring them up to speed on new company policies and initiatives in person. That night he planned to catch a soccer game. The New England Revolution was playing DC United. It would also serve as a venue to identify possible surveillance. It was hard for authorities to fake being fans of such an un-American sport. The following day, he would set in motion a chain of events that would bring America to her knees. Chapter 6. Camp David, Catoctin Mountain Park, Maryland. It wasn't Reece's first time in a Super Huey. The CIA had used them in Iraq to ferry personnel to and from outstations to the Green Zone and to Baghdad International Airport. During the height of the war, flying over Route Irish was considerably safer than making the 20-minute mad dash from the embassy on the banks of the Tigris to the freedom bird that would fly one home. Even up-armored vehicles were not immune to the devastating power of the EFP. The agency maintained a fleet of innocuous planes and helicopters stateside, one of which was now carrying Reece to his destination. Painted to blend in with normal civilian air traffic, they were flown and maintained by front companies to provide some semblance of distance from America's premier spy organization. The rhythmic whir of the blades never failed to bring Reece back to his SEAL days in Iraq and Afghanistan. He always wondered how some operators could sleep while packed into a helo speeding toward target. As a combat leader, Reece took the time to focus, knowing that whatever plan they had submitted to higher command authority for approval was about to become the first casualty of a dynamic battle space. The enemy always got a vote. He was getting a similar feeling now. As the Huey maneuvered its way north, Reece took a breath and admired the beauty of the Blue Ridge Mountains below. He was almost finished with his training at the farm. Even though he had no intention of ever working as a case officer as his father had, these days the paramilitary officers of the clandestine service
went through training at Camp Peary, Virginia, alongside the operations officers and collection management officers. This gave the agency and the recruit more career options and fostered the relationships necessary to navigate the halls at Langley. His clandestine service trainee class consisted mostly of graduate students proficient in a second or even multiple languages. There were also a select few his age, plucked from the military's most elite special operations units. His class had commenced in D.C. practicing SDRs. These surveillance detection routes, both in vehicles and on foot, would be a part of every training scenario. Reece knew this was a skill he needed to refine. He was much more comfortable in paramilitary-specific training, the shooting and driving portions that the students affectionately called crash and bang. They went through 2 weeks of almost exactly the same static line jump training as the 3 weeks Reece had endured at Fort Benning, Georgia, as a newly minted frogman. Reece remembered his fellow jump students joking that the Army had managed to cram 2 days of training into 3 weeks. At least the CIA had successfully reduced it to 2 weeks. They had a week of maritime training, unarmed combat, medical training, and a SEER POW scenario that Reece hated even more than the first one he'd gone through at what was affectionately called Camp Slappy, almost 20 years earlier. And they were taught the basics of espionage, disguises, working in alias, dead drops, and how to assess and recruit based on vulnerabilities and motivations. They were being turned into spies. The President of the United States has requested a meeting. His supervisor had called Reece into his office and, without even offering him a seat, relayed the information as if it were a common occurrence. Reece thought requested was a strange word to use. Then again, who turns down a request from the president? Reece knew something of the new president's background, but had not studied him in depth, having been preoccupied since his return from a personal mission in the wilds of Siberia. He had followed the politics of the recent election because it was difficult to avoid, especially when one's girlfriend was a prominent cable news contributor. After mourning the passing of so many friends and teammates, it disgusted him to watch politicians offer hollow promises to the masses in a bid to continue their hold on power, most forgetting they were employees of the people as soon as they reclaimed their thrones. The helicopter banked to starboard as it made its approach, settling in through the trees and onto a helipad of bright green astroturf on the grounds of what was officially known as Naval Support Facility Thurmont. Situated just over 60 miles from D.C. and located near the border of Maryland and Pennsylvania in Catoctin Mountain Park, the 200-acre retreat had been an escape for presidents and their families since World War II. Reece heard the familiar sound of the engines going to idle. He unhooked his seatbelt and removed his headset as someone he assumed to be a Secret Service agent ran toward the bird and slid open the door. "Welcome to Camp David, Commander," the man shouted over the still-turning rotors. "Follow me!" Reece grabbed his pack and hopped from the bird, instinctively ducking his head as he followed his greeter toward a waiting golf cart, where another Secret Service agent waited at the wheel. He heard the whine of the rotors behind him as the pilot increased their speed before pulling up on the collective and rising back into the clouds. "Frank Sharp, Secret Service," the man in slacks and a light jacket said, extending his hand. "James Reece." "We know," Sharp smiled. "This is Agent Neely." "Commander?" Neely nodded. Reece looked around, taking in the moss-green hangar nestled among the trees, his eyes coming to rest on a flagpole with the stars and stripes gently moving in the breeze. "Is it what you expected?" Sharp asked. "Guess I didn't really think much about it. It's got a nice campground-type feel, but as you can imagine, it's a tad more secure than the average campground." "I bet." "Sir, I have to ask, are you armed?" "Pistol and blade." "I'll have to ask you to transfer them to your bag and leave it with us. You'll be meeting with the president alone." Normally being disarmed made Reece extremely nervous, but this was anything but a normal situation. "Of course," Reece responded, removing his holster and weapon from the appendix carry position. He wanted to ask additional questions, but held his tongue. "Is that the XL?" Sharp asked, admiring Reece's weapon of choice. "Yeah, I've been running it for a few months with the red dot, and I have to say I'm a fan. I've had my eye on one, but
The missus thinks I have too many already. I've refrained from telling her she has a closet full of shoes that cost more and all look the same. Wise man, Reece acknowledged, as he unclipped the Amtac Northman blade from his pocket. Mind if I wand you? Sharp asked. Go right ahead, Reece said, raising his arms to allow the metal detector access. I've been switching up between the XL and the 320X Compact, both solid setups. The wand gave a slight beep at his eyelets on his boots, at his belt, his watch, and his sunglasses. Thank you. Hop in, it's a quick ride. Where are we going? Aspen. What's that? Reece asked. The president's cabin. Chapter 7. The golf cart wound its way through the woods on gravel trails. It felt surreal to be on paths that held so much history. It wasn't that long ago that the establishment wanted Reece dead, sending special operators and contractors to kill him. Now, he was about to have a one-on-one meeting with the man who currently led that establishment. They came to a halt at a cabin with the same green exterior as the hangar, a sign designating it as Aspen. A single golf cart was parked just steps away from the front door. Reece couldn't help but smile as he read a small plaque on its front. Golf Cart 1. Sharp noticed and said, That always gets a few laughs. 43 had it christened during his first term. The Secret Service agent led Reece to the entrance and knocked 3 times. Mr. President, Commander Reece is here. He turned to Reece. President Christensen will be with you shortly. We'll be close. Thank you, Reece said, as his escorts moved off down the path, leaving the former SEAL alone. Reece heard the knob turn, and a second later was face to face with the leader of the free world. He suppressed his military tendency to come to attention. Commander Reece, thank you for coming. I'm Alec Christensen. Pleasure, sir. Come in. I'm told the trees have eyes, he said with a disarming smile. Reece entered a room that reminded him more of his grandparents' house than a retreat befitting the commander-in-chief. I know, it's in dire need of an upgrade. Probably going to do it myself to save the taxpayers some money. Have you ever been to Camp David? No, sir, but I think you knew that. I'd also be remiss if I did not thank you for your service to the nation. Had you not saved President Grimes in Odessa, I might not even be in this position. It was Senior Chief Freddie Strain, sir. He saved the president, Reece said, remembering his friend and teammate killed by a sniper on a rooftop half a world away. A sniper who was still out there. The country will never forget him, Commander. Thank you, sir. I want to show you something, he said, leading the way to the outside patio of the upper terrace, a location that offered sweeping views of the expansive property. Are you a student of history, Commander Reece? I like to think so, Mr. President, Reece replied, looking down on the pool below. Beyond those trees, the President pointed, is Holly Cabin. FDR and Churchill planned the D-Day invasion over cigars and highballs from that very porch. In fact, the only reason this place exists is because Roosevelt's staff was worried that his presidential yacht was going to be sunk by a German U-boat. He was on the USS Sequoia so often they called it the Floating White House. Quite an appealing target for the Nazi war machine. In 42, the National Park Service was tasked with finding him a more secluded location that was still close to D.C. So they found this old Works Progress Administration site from the 30s. FDR dubbed it Shangri-La, after the Tibetan paradise described in the James Hilton novel. Eisenhower thought that was a bit pretentious and renamed it in honor of his grandson, David. It's been Camp David ever since. The president looked back to his guest. Forgive me. I get caught up in how many decisions impacting 20th and 21st century history were made right here. The fates of nations have been decided on these very grounds. Reece nodded politely, recognizing that the president was not yet finished. Eisenhower put in the golf course that doubles as the Hilo landing pad. It's really just a driving range with 4 tees. The internet thinks it only has 3. Shh, don't tell anyone. He winked. Khrushchev and Ike actually stayed in this cabin. They watched westerns together, if you can believe that. JFK and Jackie liked to shoot clays right over there. Obama staged a picture there with a shotgun trying to appeal to gun-owning voters, but it didn't play well. Brezhnev almost crashed a Lincoln Continental while driving with Nixon around the perimeter one day in '73. Why Nixon let him drive is anyone's guess. Maybe his ego got the better of him after opening China in '72. Gorbachev threw his first horseshoe right here. Thatcher, Yeltsin, Blair, and even Putin have been guests. And now you. It's an honor, sir, Reece said, unsure of how to respond. The White House is for photo ops and press conferences. The real decisions are made out here. But you didn't come all this way for a history lesson on Camp David, did you, Commander? I was told only that you requested a meeting, Mr. President. The President tilted his head to the left, his eyes focused on Reece, as they might read sentences in a book, comparing the man to the information from his files. I'd tell you to just call me Alec, but I can't get anyone to do it. That's one order they won't follow. The President looked back out on the grounds of the presidential retreat and gestured to a fire pit a stone's throw away. In 1978, Anwar Sadat sat by that fire with Menachem Begin. Jimmy Carter played referee. Over 2 decades later, President Clinton would sit in those very same chairs with Ehud Barak and Yasser Arafat. 20 years went by like that. The President snapped his fingers. And what did they have to show for it? Not waiting for an answer, he continued in a tone that shifted slightly to one tinged with respect. This land holds secrets, Commander. His eyes scanned the tree line. This cabin is one of the few places where my conversations are not recorded for posterity. Come inside. Can I offer you a drink? Whiskey? No, thank you, I'm fine, Reece said. Hard to find a picture of JFK around here without a drink in hand. Times have changed. Let me fix you some coffee. Honey and cream, right? That's right, Mr. President. The Secret Service has quite the file on you, as does the Navy, the NSA, the FBI, and the CIA. Reece's eyes narrowed. Fascinating reading. The President moved to the kitchen and dumped the morning's coffee. Are you surprised the President of the United States can make his own coffee? Well, not that you can, but that you do. Even more surprised it's in this old Mr. Coffee? The President chuckled. I like to do a few things for myself. They won't let me at the White House, but out here I can get away with it. Reminds me of a morning in September. The President's voice trailed off. Sir? I made her coffee that morning, you know. Who, sir? My fiancée, Jennifer. Looking back, there were so many mistakes. The coffee maker began to purr. I was working in California and she had a job in New York. I was so invested in my company. I thought we had our entire lives ahead of us. He poured Reece a cup and stirred in cream and honey. Thank you, sir. Do you believe in the deep state, Mr. Reece? The President asked as he made himself a cup, gesturing to a sitting area just off the kitchen. Sir? Sit, please. The deep state, or what people call the deep state, anyway. Do you believe in it? Now it was Reece's turn to study the man before him. He was shorter than Reece expected. His hair was cut conservatively and was graying beyond the temples. A dark blue polo with the presidential seal was tucked into khaki pants, revealing the physique of a man who still kept in shape, his eyes deep blue and alert. I believe we've found common ground, Mr. President. I thought we would, Commander. The deep state is real, though it's not what's portrayed in the movies. The deep state is bureaucracy, power held by the few, the elite, the intelligentsia. It's our cultural institutions, academia, big tech, Wall Street, Hollywood, even professional sports. I scare them. He paused. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't make it through my term. Does that surprise you? Not much surprises me, sir. The deep state is not a group of men in a bunker issuing orders. It's a remark, an offhand comment, plausibly deniable suggestions. It's donors, it's established media, right, left, and center. It's regulations and broad, sweeping laws. It's the power of the IRS, NSA, EPA, FBI, and your very own CIA. That's the deep state, Reece. I don't understand, sir. What are you saying? Are you familiar with William Ramsey's work on spiritualism? I can't say that I am. In 1856, he wrote, one of the most striking proofs of the personal existence of Satan is found in the fact
that he has so influenced the minds of multitudes in reference to his existence and doings as to make them believe that he does not exist. I found his work while studying the conceptual existence of evil after my fiancée was murdered. I was trying to understand and make sense of it all. Those words stuck with me. The president put down his coffee and moved to the window, his back to his visitor. Can you keep a secret, Commander? I wouldn't be here if you thought otherwise. True. You know, Ben Franklin had a saying, 3 may keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. I'm familiar with it. The agency has an unofficial motto from the Bible, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. President Alec Christensen made his choice. 9/11 was not just the work of 19 hijackers and a man hiding in a cave in Afghanistan. Nor was it any of the wild conspiracy theories you may have heard. 19 hijackers. I never believed it. The president turned. There were more. Facilitators, enablers, financiers right here in the United States. The deep state, they knew we needed a nice, tidy list to appease the American public. The 19 hijackers were already dead. The public still needed a face, someone to blame, someone far away, someone who could be eliminated to make them feel safe again, to restore their illusion of safety. Get them back in the malls. There was a hand at play, Mr. Reece, though it's not who you think. The president reached down and picked up a frame that had been leaning against the wall under the window. Do you know what this is? The president asked, throwing it to his visitor. Reece caught it. He looked at the commander-in-chief and then down at the document, encased in glass. Don't worry, it's a copy. I had it framed when I ran for my House seat. Read it aloud, would you? Reece looked back to the document in his hands. Public Law 10740, 107th Congress Joint Resolution. To authorize the use of United States armed forces against those responsible for the recent attacks launched against the United States. Reece's eyes moved back to the president. Skip to Section 1, he said. Section 1. This joint resolution may be cited as the authorization for use of military force. Section 2. Authorization for use of United States armed forces. The President is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons. Consistent with Section 8A1 of the War Powers Resolution, the Congress declares that this section is intended to constitute specific statutory authorization within the meaning of Section 5B of the War Powers Resolution. Reece looked up. That's it? That's it. 4 days after the attack, President Bush met here at Camp David with a group that would set U.S. foreign policy for the next 20 years. Cheney was already here. This was his much-talked-about secure location. Powell, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Rice, Armitage, O'Neill, Ashcroft, and Mueller, along with Tenet and Cofer Black from the CIA. All of them were here. None of the conversations were recorded. National Security Presidential Directive 9 came out of those meetings. It's now called Defeating the Terrorist Threat to the United States. The notification on bin Laden also came out of meetings with Tenet and Black. Notification, sir? The legal authority for our intelligence services to target and kill Osama bin Laden. I always thought the mission was a capture-kill, Reece said. A convenient semi-truth. It was all starting to sink in. The resolution you just read was passed by Congress the following week, just 7 days after 9/11. 275 words. It authorized President Bush to take us into Afghanistan and then into Iraq. Those words remain the sole legal justification to commit military forces to the global war on terror. It's been 20 years, Commander. Look at their intent. ISIS didn't exist in September 2001. Yet the language in this document justifies U.S. presidents to order invasions of sovereign countries in their pursuit. Mr. President, Reece said slowly, what do you want from me? Answering a question with a question, the president asked, "What do you think our adversaries have been doing while we've been fighting the war on terror?" Reece paused. He was in a job interview. "They've been learning, sir. They've been adapting. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. They watched us destroy Saddam's military in 1993 when they went head-to-head with us in a conventional conflict. We did it again in 2003. Then they watched those same technological advances rendered ineffective by various factions and splinter groups, wielding AKs, RPGs, and IEDs, by insurgents whose goal was to run out the clock. That's right. We need to regroup, Reece. Our main state adversaries know how to fight us and win. We've shown them how over the past 2 decades. Sir, with all due respect, you can have these conversations with any number of policy wonks in the swamp. What am I doing here? True, though only a select few really understand the nature of the conflict in which we are engaged, and more importantly, understand what you just so clearly articulated. The president stopped and lowered his voice. The resolution was never fully utilized in accordance with the intent of Congress and the American people. Sir, read Section 1 again. Reece tilted the frame and read, "This joint resolution may be cited as the authorization for use of military force. Section 2. Authorization for use of United States Armed Forces. The President is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons, in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons." Read that last part again, Commander. Organizations or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. We've gotten so far away from that original intent. Someone's face had to be plastered on TV and on those targets at gun stores across the nation. The American public needed to give evil a name, so we handed them 19 dead hijackers and Osama bin Laden. Sure, there was a supporting cast of characters, but they were all overseas, living in caves, to be rooted out and destroyed by our new heroes in special operations. No one wanted to know the truth. What truth, Mr. President? The truth is that the support network from 9/11 still exists. The president reached across the small coffee table that separated them and set down 3 files. Have you heard of File 17, Mr. Reece? Isn't that the file President Obama declassified a few years ago that pointed to a Saudi connection to 9/11? Yes. Though it was more to placate some of the families of victims. It was all circumstantial and relatively benign, barely registered in the public consciousness. What's this one? Reece asked, picking up the next file. That's the 28 redacted pages from the 9/11 Commission report. Also mostly circumstantial and likely would only have hurt relations with the Saudis in the wake of 9/11, an ally we needed in the region. And this? Reece asked, holding up the 3rd file. That, Commander, is a target package. Open it. Reece flipped the page and began to read. Take your time. When Reece picked his head up, the most powerful man on earth was staring at him with an intensity born in battle. The terrorists in that package are still out there. They still live among us. They didn't fly the planes or slash throats of pilots and flight attendants, but without them, 9/11 would not have happened. Jen would still be alive, as would almost 3,000 others, not to mention those killed on both sides in Iraq and Afghanistan. Reece, there was a concerted effort to convince the American people that there were only 19 hijackers plus Zacarias Moussaoui, the 20th hijacker. There were more. A network of facilitators. I always knew it. I want you to finish what we started in 2001. The country has lost its appetite. If we bring them to trial now, it's years of pain and political infighting. That joint resolution you just read gives the President of the United States the ability to bring all those who enabled the 9/11 attacks to justice. I think I'll take that drink now, Mr. President. The President stood and returned with 2 tumblers.
On the rocks, no water. Was that in my file too? No, just a guess. It was a good one. What do you know about Operation Wrath of God, Commander? It was the Israeli response to the Munich massacre. 11 Israeli athletes were killed by Black September at the 1972 Olympics. Wrath of God was authorized by Prime Minister Golda Meir. Mossad hit teams deployed worldwide to kill those responsible and to send a message. That's right. What are your thoughts on targeted assassinations? Reece took a sip and looked around the room. Don't worry. Like I said, this is the one place I trust not to be recording my every word. It's one of the reasons we are meeting here and not in the White House. Plus, visitor logs are almost impossible to doctor these days. Isn't there an executive order that prohibits assassination? There is. But legally, that definition of assassination refers to a head of state. Individuals can be targeted with what's referred to as a notification, just like with bin Laden. Reagan issued a directive in '83 for the mastermind of the Beirut embassy and Marine barracks bombings. There are new notifications in the back of the file, signed by me. Reece set down his drink. Sir, are you asking me or ordering me to kill everyone on this list? Think of this as an exploratory conversation. The 7 people on that list were under surveillance for 10 years as persons of interest. We never put them on the no-fly list. We wanted to watch and observe to find out who else they were in contact with, to continue to gather intelligence, to use them to disrupt any possible sleeper cells preparing for another wave of attacks. They never led us anywhere. Surveillance was called off in 2011 after the bin Laden raid. Maybe we were watching the wrong people, Reece countered. Spend some time with that file. We have the right people. Reece took a long sip of his drink. Reece, do you know that the President of the United States does not even undergo a background investigation? Reece shook his head. Do you know why that is? My guess is that none of you would pass it. An excellent deduction, and true. A president does not even have a security clearance, yet has unfettered access to our nation's most closely guarded secrets. A president can read anything. He can classify or declassify anything. That's the power of this seat, Mr. Reece. That's why I'm here, to find out who made 9/11 possible and bring them to justice. Why me? I think you know the answer. Reece swirled the dark, smooth liquid in his glass. Because I've done it before. If things go south, you can point to me as a renegade CIA asset who went off the reservation. I have a history. This meeting is off the books. It becomes just another crazy conspiracy theory like the Kennedy assassination. Anything tying me to you is lost in classified files just like Dallas. Those notifications in the file disappear. If I'm successful and take them out quietly, it still gets classified in the mountains of files that only a president can access. Maybe I have an accident to further muddy the waters in case anyone came looking. Reece's head was spinning. Not long ago, when he thought he was dying, he'd killed on home soil. Some saw his actions as murder, others as justice. Believing he was already dead gave him a freedom to seal the fate of all those who had taken everything from him. That freedom to become an insurgent on home soil allowed him an effectiveness and efficiency through the acceptance of a fast-approaching death. He'd bottled that part of his life up and packed it away in the deepest recesses of his mind. His wife, daughter, and unborn son slaughtered in their home. His troop ambushed in the mountains of the Hindu Kush. It had been orchestrated by a cabal of senior military officers, political leaders, and private sector financiers, all of whom Reece put in the ground. Sir, I'll need to think about it. I understand. The president stood and started toward the door. Reece took the hint and followed suit. We've prepared a cabin for you. Think it through. Get a workout in. The gym isn't so bad. Shoot some clays. In the morning we can have breakfast. A helo will be here at 10 to take you back to the farm. If you decide against it, it will be like you were never here, and I expect you to never breathe a word of our conversation to anyone.
They stopped at the entrance, and the president opened the door for his guest. "And remember, don't trust anyone." "Even you, Mr. President?" "Trust no one, Reece." Reece nodded. "Oh, Commander, before you go, there is one other thing." Chapter 8. The gym was empty. Reece pushed himself hard in round after round of kettlebell swings, Turkish get-ups, and sprints. He lost track of the rounds and continued to push, spurred on by visions of the living and the dead. Katie, Lauren, Lucy, Freddie, faces of those he'd tortured and killed in a quest for vengeance. His mind came to focus on one person in particular, a sniper whose face he'd only seen in a surveillance photograph, a man whose finger had pressed a trigger and killed Freddie Strain, leaving his wife without a husband and his children without a father. A man Reece was going to kill. Jogging back to his cabin, he'd thought of Freddie's special needs child, Sam, now dependent on just one parent for his very survival. Freddie was dead because of Reece. The money Reece had used to fund Samuel Strain's special needs trust would ensure the child had a lifetime of medical care. But what he really needed was a father. What Joni Strain needed was her husband. Reece had promised her that he would kill everyone responsible. To do that, he needed the resources of the CIA. As Reece lay on his bunk watching the fans slowly turning in the shadows of the early evening light, he thought about what the president had asked of him as he left Aspen Cabin. "Oh, Commander, before you go, there is one other thing. On September 10th, Mohammed Atta and Abdulaziz Al-Omri traveled from Boston to South Portland, Maine. It's been speculated that they did so because of a more lax security posture at Portland International Jetport, but that doesn't make sense. They still had to pass through security at Logan in Boston. Atta was even selected for additional screening. They made it through security just 15 minutes before takeoff. Atta nearly missed the appointment for his own death. I want to know who they met in Maine, Mr. Reece. The FBI, CIA, no one has been able to figure it out. Find out. Find out and let me know." With each turn of the fan, Reece saw pictures of the 9/11 hijackers imprinted in his brain, finally settling on the passport photo of Mohammed Atta. It had been broadcast across the world in the months after the attack. Dark collared button-up over a white t-shirt, lips pressed together, the dead, dark eyes. Forever frozen in time. At 33 years old, he had been an instrument that helped change the course of history. Who did you meet in Maine? Reece thought. Whoever it was, Reece knew they'd be added to the president's list. If it was an agent of a foreign intelligence service, Reece could only imagine what the leader of the free world would do. A man in that seat wielded a power greater than anyone in recorded history. With ever-changing launch codes and the turn of a key, he could remove entire regions of the globe from existence. The authorization for use of military force and Presidential Directive 9 gave him that authority. The president had entrusted Reece with a secret. The popular president was not in office as a servant to his nation. He had fought overseas and returned home to amass a fortune and run for the highest office in the land, not out of duty, but out of a need for vengeance, to avenge one particular victim of 9/11. Reece understood revenge, which is precisely why the president had chosen him for this mission. As Reece closed his eyes and fought off the nightmares, he remembered the pastor at Freddie's funeral echoing the words from Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8, that he'd heard recited over the graves of so many of his SEAL brothers. "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, 'Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?' And I said, 'Here am I. Send me.'" Reece was going back to war. Chapter 9. Washington, D.C. As Iran's chief intelligence operative in the United States, Hafez Qassem had been conducting what amounted to a year-long surveillance detection route. He'd been followed by agents from what he correctly assumed to be the Foreign Counterintelligence Squad of the FBI's Washington field office for the better part of a year when he first took the post, though he pretended not to notice. He did not meet with sources, nor did he do anything the least bit suspicious. He went to dinners, as would be expected of a diplomat of his station, attended soccer games, drank in moderation, and every now and again would stuff dollar bills into G-strings at Good Guys Gentlemen's Club on Wisconsin Avenue in the shadow of the United States Naval Observatory. He was setting the conditions. The Iranian embassy in the United States had been boarded up since 1979 following the Iranian Revolution, the rise of Ayatollah Khomeini, and the ensuing hostage crisis that would usher in the Reagan era. Diplomatic matters were handled through the Interests section of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the United States, which was conveniently housed in the Embassy of Pakistan on 1250 23rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. As part of a small Iranian contingency, Qassem enjoyed diplomatic immunity and could travel freely to and from Iran on one of the planes designated for the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations in New York. As Iran's top spy in the United States, his job was not to spot, develop, and recruit spies. He had a network at the tactical level responsible for identifying potential assets. His job was to oversee that intelligence, to analyze it for exploitation, identify patterns, and detect possible double agents. It was well known that the NSA collected and read all electronic communications in and out of Iran, so Qassem's reports were sent directly to the Supreme Council of National Security via diplomatic pouch. Because he was not actively involved in recruitment, there was little the United States could do about him. As with every other embassy, to include those of staunch U.S. allies, it was expected for there to be an intelligence section to the diplomatic mission, just as the United States operated out of all of their embassies and consulates abroad. To the Americans, he was a boring bureaucrat, enjoying a drink or two beyond the watchful eye of the regime. Americans could understand that. It was the ones who never drank, prayed 5 times a day, and avoided scantily clad women who made them nervous. After the first 6 months, his around-the-clock initial surveillance was reduced to what amounted to a checkup, to ensure nothing had changed and that Qassem was still passing his time with nice dinners and soccer games. When the FBI did monitor his activities, they were easy to spot. Qassem had been a player in the game long enough to know when something was out of place. He hadn't met physically with an asset on American soil in almost 20 years, back when meeting in a pizza restaurant in Maine had made his career and altered the destiny of a nation. Following the U.S. withdrawal from Iraq, the up-and-coming spy master had successfully turned it into a client state of Iran. CIA sources, as part of their deep penetration programs, eagerly switched sides after the American abandonment, believing their past CIA associations would come to light. They were looking for a new guardian. The intelligence windfall on CIA tactics, techniques, and procedures was a treasure trove for the regime. Qassem was rewarded with a promotion. More recently, he had overseen the recruitment of U.S. Air Force Sergeant Monica Elfried Witt. She defected to Iran in 2013 and still lived there today. Qassem had met with her numerous times over the years and spent untold hours reading her debriefings. The Americans had not realized what was happening until she was safely on Iranian soil. They should have killed her at the first hint of betrayal, before she was beyond their grasp. That's what Qassem would have done: raped, tortured, and killed her as a warning to others. If the MOI ever suspected changing loyalties, they would not hesitate to put a bullet in her head before she could cross the border, a condition of internment of which she was well aware. She would stay put. Not only had she provided the names of U.S. intelligence sources in Iran, but she also helped reveal a covert communication network code named CovCom, used by the CIA to securely communicate with agents in Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea. It was the biggest intelligence coup since the end of the Cold War, and it was Qassem
who had been its mastermind. Intelligence gleaned from Covcom served another purpose. It confirmed that the United States did not know who Qassem was or the role he had played in 9/11. Unlike some of his counterparts, he kept a low profile. Revolutionary Guard Quds Force Commander General Qassem Soleimani, Hezbollah Chief of Staff Imad Mughniya, Islamic Jihad leader Fatih al-Shkaki, and PLO Chairman Yasser Arafat had been relentlessly hunted for years. Only one of them had died of natural causes. It was important for the West to have their devils. Qassem planned to remain a ghost. He was more effective that way. While his contemporaries had become martyrs, Qassem would rather live for the cause than die for it. He'd stay off the radar to increase his chances of remaining above ground. Not even he had known what was coming. In 2001, he was simply a messenger, tasked to pass along a word. He'd taken that word from Iran, to Turkey, to Germany, to the United Kingdom, to Canada, and finally into the United States, where he'd whispered it to the man with the dead eyes. Qassem had suspected a truck bomb near the White House in the months ahead, not a multi-pronged attack using commercial airliners as instruments of terror the following morning. The Sunni-Shia rift was commonly pointed to by academics as the reason Iran could never have played a role in the attack on America. Qassem had listened to the experts on CNN, Fox, and the BBC for years. The accepted histories of the lead-up to that September morning focused on the Soviet-Afghan War, disenfranchised mujahideen, U.S. troops on the sacred lands of Mecca and Medina, the banishment of a Saudi son, and a Sunni group called Al-Qaeda. A convenient history for those accessing the past from an ivory tower. Those academics failed to understand the bonds forged between Al-Qaeda and Iran in Sudan after the son of the Saudi construction magnate was expelled from the kingdom. Al-Qaeda and Iranian leadership were not concerned with a 7th century dispute of succession. They had a common enemy in the 21st century. Al-Qaeda operatives were sent from Sudan to train in Iran and with Hezbollah in Lebanon, adding tactics of terror to their battlefield experience from the land of the Pashtuns. The godfather of modern terrorism, Imad Mughniya, met with Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri in Khartoum, passing on the lessons of 1980s Beirut and the success of martyrdom operations against Western targets. Al-Qaeda was listening and learning. As Qassem worked his way up the ranks of Iranian intelligence, he'd learned the lengths to which his country had gone in assisting Al-Qaeda in the assassination of Ahmad Shah Massoud, commander of the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan, just 2 days prior to 9/11. The Sunni-Shia divide was a convenient talking point for the so-called terrorism experts on CNN. The view from the foxhole told a different story. Qassem had proven himself adept at orchestrating the proxy war against the Americans in Iraq, while simultaneously infiltrating every ministry of the Iraqi government to include the office of the Prime Minister. Iran now dominated terrain from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea, and had done so right under the nose of the American soldiers and diplomats trying so hard to bring George W. Bush's vision of Jeffersonian democracy to the Middle East. Dick Cheney, Colin Powell, Donald Rumsfeld, their arrogance had cost their country dearly, and allowed the regime to outwit the enemies of Islam in the new Great Game. After his success pushing the Americans from Iraq, Qassem was transferred from the senior office of Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security to the intelligence organization of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a more flexible entity established at the behest of the Supreme Leader in 2009. It gave Qassem the freedom to think and to plan. His mentors had taught him well. They had been the architects of a proxy war against the Americans for almost 40 years, ushering in a wave of suicide bombings targeting the U.S. Embassy and Marine barracks in Beirut. Their greatest achievement was contesting the religious ban on suicide bombings. Sunni organizations had eventually followed suit. They made martyrdom operations acceptable within Islam and successfully exported the tactic from the Middle East to the rest of the world. Qasem had studied their operations and identified the gaps in their ideology of terror. Truck bombs and airliners would not destroy a nation as prosperous and resilient as the United States. It would take something more. Fomenting chaos through proxies was what Iran did best. They were about to bring that expertise to the land of the free. The contents of a diplomatic pouch are protected under Article 27.3 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, shielding them from any searches by a host nation government. Searching a properly marked diplomatic pouch, including via X-ray, was a violation of international law. And so it was that a pouch arrived in the mail section of the Pakistani embassy in Washington, D.C., properly marked as official correspondence with diplomatic pouch, clearly identifying it as protected material between Islamabad and its mission in the United States. Inside was another box labeled as property of the government of Iran and addressed to a member of their diplomatic staff. Even though the contents of the diplomatic pouch were protected by the Vienna Convention, Qasem took his time opening the box. The small vial within contained the death of a nation. In many ways, this was the most sensitive part of the operation. Once he passed the contents of the package to the asset, there was no turning back. There was no recalling it. There was no abort code. The poison would be released into America's bloodstream, and just like a cancer-ridden patient, America would turn against itself, compounding the problems of racial discord, Marxist-communist protests, a domestic insurgency, and the economic hit of COVID-19. This was the time to strike before they could regain their footing or rally around a foreign threat. There couldn't be a country or organization to blame, bomb, or destroy. It had to look like a naturally occurring event, and if the plot were uncovered, the menace had to have come from within. Nothing could tie it back to Iran. On this, the Ayatollah had been clear. Qasem had learned something else from the traitorous Air Force sergeant, a detail she didn't even know was important. It was why he continued his conversations with her. Initially, he'd been interested in the U.S. cyber warfare capability, and what Iranian actions would trigger a U.S. nuclear response. Almost as an aside, she'd mentioned another protocol, a non-nuclear op plan more secure than anything she knew about her country's designs on Iran. She'd learned about it during a briefing in Hurlburt, Florida. Why, Qasem wondered, did the United States have multiple MC-130s from the U.S. Air Force Special Operations Command on standby in Florida, armed with GBU-43B bombs? And why was their mission a more closely guarded secret than the nuclear op plan for Iran? MC-130s were not a traditional long-range strategic bombing platform, like the venerable B-52, B-1, or B-2 stealth bomber. MC-130s needed to be forward deployed to a combat theater of operations to be effective. Why the secrecy surrounding this squadron in Florida, always on standby? How far could they fly from their base in the Panhandle? A Caribbean or Central or South America contingency? Maybe. But there had to be another reason to have those platforms on constant alert. Qasem was missing something. He made a trip to an apartment in the Tajrish neighborhood of Tehran, located near good shopping and restaurants but still far enough from the chaos of city center. The third-floor apartment was the last stop for a man who had once been a senior biologist at the Institute of Medical Biotechnology in Moscow. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, he had been one of those recruited by Iran to help modernize its biological weapons program. The old scientist was frail and not completely lucid as he struggled to make tea for his guest. He'd given up trying to return to the Ukraine of his birth. He'd sold his soul to his masters in Tehran. This is where he would die. Valery Bakayev was not a young man when Gorbachev instituted his policies of glasnost and perestroika. With a wife who had left him for a more attentive suitor, Bakayev was alone in the world when the paychecks stopped arriving and the Soviet Union dissolved before his eyes. The Iranians had recognized their opportunity and pounced. When presented with the prospect of dying alone of starvation in a cold Moscow apartment, or continuing his work in Iran for more money than he ever thought possible, Bakayev left Mother Russia with the clothes on his back and a lifetime of biological warfare knowledge in his head.
Contingency.
What do you mean, Doctor? Qassem had asked. On this particular point, the old scientist's memory had been clear. Using the Socratic method so popular with those in the legal and medical professions, he'd led Qassem to the answer.
What would you do if a deadly pathogen you'd developed in violation of international treaty escaped your lab and threatened to infect a town, a city, a nation, the world?
We'd contain it, Qassem answered.
What else? What if it escaped the containment zone?
We'd have to kill it.
Precisely. And how would you do that? How do you destroy what can't be seen?
It must be eradicated.
In Russia, we had a protocol called Yasny Veter, cleansing wind,
the old scientist said.
All cities near our facilities studying the deadliest pathogens were on a target list. Biological weapon production facilities, bioweapon research labs, storage facilities, testing grounds. Zagorsk, Pokrov, Kirov, Omutninsk, Vozrozhdennaya, Aralsk, Nukus, Vladivostok. In the eventuality that a pathogen escaped, the area would need to be obliterated before the contagion destroyed the entire country.
The Soviet Union targeted its own cities for destruction?
It was the most efficient way to contain an outbreak that could have destroyed the country.
Are you sure?
My son, I developed the contingency.
Before he left the old man's apartment, a plan had started to form in the intelligence officer's head. He now knew what would lead a country to destroy its own cities, and he knew why those MC-130s were staged at the ready in Florida. Qassem would turn the might of the American military against itself. Qassem remembered the long-term penetration program he had helped design years earlier, sending young students abroad to study medicine to help modernize the Iranian health system. He remembered one student in particular. He would be perfect. First, he'd need to sell it through his superiors to the Ayatollah. There was nothing electronic to tie Iran to the plan. No emails, no text messages, no cloud-based spy communications network like the CIA's foolish Covert system. This would be done the old way, the way of the Hashashin, the way things were handled when the Persian Empire was at the height of its power. This attack would restore Iran to its rightful place in the world order, reducing what the Americans liked to call a beacon of hope to a legacy of ashes. Chapter 10. Gillette Stadium, Foxborough, Massachusetts. They had met once before, at a football match in Germany. It had been a number of years, but Qassem and Ali had been trained by one of the most ruthless intelligence organizations in existence. They had not forgotten each other or the procedures for exchanging bona fides. Security was tight, with the Boston Marathon bombing still relatively fresh in the minds of those who attended sporting events in the cradle of liberty, but the plainclothes and uniformed officers were looking for something else, unaware that an attack was being set in motion in the very birthplace of the American Revolution. The spymaster and the assassin did not do a brush pass or a dead drop. They made no attempt to avoid the multitude of cameras covering the event. Leaving the bathroom, Qassem stopped next to a concession stand selling hats and jerseys to rub on hand sanitizer and adjust his mask. It was a blessing from Allah that the masks they were forced to wear at sporting events were now the accepted norm. Facial recognition software could take parts of the ears and eyes and put together partial matches, but it was not the tool of the state it had been just a year earlier. The Americans had tried to enforce 6-foot distancing during the COVID-19 pandemic, obviously so they could build their databases, matching partials to build their sample volume and increase occlusion detection accuracy. Coverings were nothing new. Masks were just added to a list of facial obstructions, including sunglasses, scarves, and hats, so algorithms could make matches via an ear, an uncovered nose, or just one eye. The Americans are such sheep. If the intelligence services went back weeks from now and pieced together the meeting with partial matches from their facial recognition databases, it would already be too late. "Excuse me." Qassem turned and looked into the eyes he remembered from their meeting in Germany. "Yes," Qassem responded. "Could you spare a few drops of that sanitizer? I seem to have forgotten mine in the car." "Of course," Qassem said, holding out the small bottle. "Thank you. Great game." "Ha! Not quite like those in Europe, but it will have to do." "Agreed." "Here, take this extra bottle. I have plenty," Qassem said, pulling another unopened bottle from his pocket. "I couldn't. Please, I insist." "Thank you." "Ma'al safama," Qassem said through his mask. "With peace." "Fan Alpha," Ali responded, "in God's protection." Ali touched his right hand to his heart and walked back to his seat to finish the game. For American soccer, it wasn't half bad. One of the deadliest toxins ever developed had just been placed in the hands of an assassin. Chapter 11. Club Aegis, Washington, D.C. Senator Edward Thwaites' black Suburban stopped in the alley on the 700 block of 15th Street, not far from the Treasury Building and within easy walking distance of the White House. He dropped his phone and tablet into a leather pouch that he handed to his aide for safekeeping. Electronic devices were not allowed where he was going. His aide took them without a word, knowing not to speak unless spoken to. He'd never been invited inside. He knew his place, out here, in the vehicle. The driver stayed behind the wheel while the detail lead exited the passenger side and opened the door for the senator, escorting him to what looked to be the back exit to any number of businesses whose fronts faced Lafayette Square. The senator nodded to another man who waited by the door. "Please upstairs, sir," the advance man stated. "Thank you," the senator replied, taking a keycard from his pocket and sliding it into the card reader affixed to the door. He punched in a code that was also his membership number and stepped inside with his bodyguard, leaving the advance man in the street. The senator much preferred arriving through the main entrance and taking the private elevator up to the second floor. This back entrance was installed during Prohibition, when the same people who outlawed alcohol needed a speakeasy nearby to enjoy a drink. Regardless of who controlled the House and Senate, hypocrisy was a constant. Today, the alley entrance allowed for additional anonymity, but did require him to make the trek to the second level on foot, a journey that left him slightly winded. It was almost a straight shot down Pennsylvania Avenue from Capitol Hill and offered a beautiful walk, though the senator had never exercised that option. Nestled in among the monuments, federal agencies, and museums for which Washington was famous, Club Aegis, or AG for those in the know, was the last true bipartisan private club in D.C. Membership was not based on political leanings. Republicans and Democrats were welcomed with open arms, if they could pay, if they had power, and if they could wait. The 5-person membership committee was made up of 3 generations of the Marchetti family. Rumors abounded that there was a connection to what insiders called the outfit. The rest of the world called it the mafia. Power was the currency traded upon in the high-backed leather chairs of Club Aegis. If Los Angeles was about sex and New York was about money, D.C. was all about supremacy.
Aegis in Greek mythology conjured up images of a protective shield from the Iliad, an image reinforced by statues of Zeus and Athena that framed the bar. Members thought of themselves as protectors of the Republic, though the goal of most was to protect and grow their bank accounts. Senator Thwaite was a second-generation Aegis member, his father having served in the Senate for 30 years before Edward took over the seat. In his father's day, one would look around and see Kissinger, Abrams, McNamara, William Weed Kaufman, Harold Brown, John Rubel, Alan C. Enthoven, Maxwell Taylor, William Westmoreland, Olaf Helmer, Herman Kahn, and even a Kennedy or two, until that idiot Bobby started going after the mob, the very people who had delivered the Italian vote for his brother. That sort of idealism and treachery saw them both to early graves. The death of Camelot. True power still came from the barrel of a gun. Mao had been onto something. Today men with the same pedigrees sat in the same seats. There were no fedoras in the coat room, but the windows were still covered with the same blood-red drapes to conceal the business within. The president could fool around in the White House all he wanted. It was here that deals were struck and budgets were allocated. Those who controlled the purse strings had the de facto power. What happened in the halls of Congress was theater, distraction for a gullible public who still believed in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. No one would ever imagine that the world's most powerful nation was run from a 60-year-old cigar club on 15th Street. They entered through a dark corridor around the corner from the second-level bar. Thwaite handed his coat to the striking, yet conservatively dressed hostess. His bodyguard took a seat at the far end of the best-stocked bar in the city and ordered an ice water from the tuxedo-clad bartender, keeping an eye on his principal in the reflection behind a sea of spirits. Thwaite opened the glass door to the walk-in humidor and approached his personal, humidity-controlled locker. He produced a key and extracted a Fuente Opus X, holding it under his nose and savoring the aroma. To Thwaite, it wasn't just a cigar. It represented his ability to impact the world. At 64, he still believed he had a chance at the coveted top job. It had been within his grasp until that brash young California Democrat started making moves. The new president was going to find out that it could get very lonely at the top. Senator Thwaite closed the door behind him, intentionally avoiding the corner table where he knew his appointment waited. He needed to send a message as to who was the alpha male, though he doubted the man would care. It infuriated the senator that nothing seemed to faze the former military officer. Doing his best to hide his annoyance, he made his way back out onto the floor, passing a waitress in a skimpy black dress. The all-male membership raised no objections to the staff's required attire, harking back to the building's original days as a whorehouse at the turn of the century. It had fallen into disrepair after Prohibition. There had been attempts at a few different restaurants, all unsuccessful, before an Italian family had purchased it in the late 1950s with outside investors from New York and Chicago. The downstairs home-style Italian food supported a profitable business, and the full menu was available to the private club on floors 2 and 3. The club refused to adopt bylaws, which allowed them to reject membership applications on a whim without fear of a recriminatory lawsuit. It boasted a 10-year waiting list for those willing to pay an undisclosed fee that would horrify most. Thwaite walked up to the third-level mezzanine, passing between a lion and a crocodile standing guard at the base of the staircase. Both floors boasted an assortment of African wildlife taxidermy and safari art donated by an early member, which gave the establishment the aura of a man cave on steroids. That same member had been hastily expelled and his membership revoked for getting drunk and grabby with a hostess. The arrangements made between the hostesses and club members behind closed doors were one thing, but making a spectacle in the club was grounds for immediate expulsion. They had kept his taxidermy as a final fuck you and a reminder to other members of the proper rules of etiquette. Thwaite stopped by a table overlooking the bar to say hello to Pietro and Franco Beretta,
who were enjoying a meal with two members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, one of whom was a senator from Tennessee, where Beretta had recently moved its U.S. manufacturing facility. Thwaite shook hands with them all. He thanked Franco for the kind gift of matched 20 gauges he'd presented to Thwaite's wife on a driven pheasant hunt outside Gubbio, when they'd been guests of the Beretta family the previous fall. Loosely adhering to the U.S. Senate gift rules, the shotguns were given to his wife as a thank you for a speech she had given to Beretta's employees in conjunction with her corporate consulting business. In Club Aegis, it would have been considered rude not to offer a quick hello. One acknowledged the other patrons one knew, and then moved on to the business of the day. He floated among the tables, shaking hands and making his presence known, hoping his sojourn was causing the man in the corner to sweat. He made sure to acknowledge the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations, Low-Intensity Conflict, who sat drinking wine from the most exhaustive list in the swamp, with an executive from Raytheon, an untouched bowl of calamari between them. He only nodded to two tables of competing pharmaceutical companies, as even Thwaite found their ilk distasteful. He recognized a lobbyist for Purdue Pharma sitting with the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, and though the second-generation congressman couldn't make out what he was saying, the unmistakable southern drawl of the chairman permeated the air. The Sackler family minions had been hard at work to minimize the financial impact of the 2,000 state and local lawsuits filed to recover the losses associated with fighting the opioid epidemic. They had hired an army that included 22 separate lobbying firms to ensure they could continue peddling drugs to the most vulnerable segments of society, all the while reaping the financial benefits. To assuage some of that guilt, the Sacklers had plastered their family name over everything from university chairs to the wings of world-renowned museums. Thwaite wondered if that helped. The nail in their coffin was the recent publication of a book by Gerald Posner titled Pharma: Greed, Lies, and the Poisoning of America. It was being hailed as the 21st century equivalent of Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. Thwaite would be sure to reference it when the CEO of Purdue answered questions in Senate hearings later that month. Thwaite looked forward to watching him squirm. Though it might seem like a very public place to discuss such sensitive and controversial topics, that was the magic of Club Aegis. Business was conducted in plain sight, conversations disappearing along with the tobacco smoke into the state-of-the-art ventilation system. When the participants parted ways, like an unfamiliar perfume lingering in the wake of a forbidden affair, the only evidence that remained from meetings in AG was a hint of smoke on the conspirators' clothing. Bidding a good day to an executive vice president of Royal Dutch Shell, Thwaite descended the stairs. Returning to the second level, he took another 3 steps down off the raised bar area, leaving the original wood floor, and striding onto a black carpet inlaid with gold tobacco leaves. He slid into a leather chair the color of the finest Connecticut shade tobacco leaf, before finally making eye contact with his appointment. The man across from him removed a thick Cohiba Behique from between his teeth and slowly exhaled, the gray smoke finding its way into the vents above. Even though he had no love for the Cuban government, the man had no qualms about procuring his beloved Cohibas whenever he was beyond the borders of the United States. While D.C. had banned cigar clubs and indoor smoking a decade ago, Aegis was grandfathered in, due in no small part to the powerful political connections of its membership.
And how is the most underappreciated champion of the people doing today?
The man asked. Even though Thwaite had kept him waiting for more than 45 minutes, Eric Sawyer did not look the least bit disturbed. He didn't steal a knowing glance at the large Hublot watch on his wrist, or inquire as to why the senator was late. He acted as if Thwaite was right on time. He was dressed comfortably in slacks and a sport jacket. As usual, he was not wearing a tie, something about it serving no useful purpose in a fight. In his mid-50s, he was a decade the senator's junior. His confidence bordered on arrogance, a trait unsettling to politicians accustomed to holding all the cards.
His short-cropped salt-and-pepper hair betrayed a military background, exacerbated by a physique more befitting a man who was decades younger. Eric Sawyer was a born businessman trapped in the body of a soldier, and though he might be getting up there in years, his eyes and mind were as sharp as ever. He had read the tea leaves prior to the attacks of 9/11, merging the entrepreneurial spirit infused into him by a father who had left his children an inheritance they would not be able to spend in a lifetime, with his experience on the ground as an Army Ranger in Mogadishu, Somalia, in 1993. He returned home with a vision: to create a privatized intelligence and security apparatus leaner and more agile than the CIA and the U.S. military, services for which he'd charge a pretty penny. His timing could not have been better. Senator Thwaite's wealth came from owed favors. He was beholden not just to his constituents, but to donors, to lobbyists, to other politicians, family members, and reporters. Sawyer, in contrast, did not owe anyone favors. He had the financial freedom to sit on a beach drinking fruity cocktails in the sun at the home he kept on the island of Mustique in the West Indies, if he so desired. But that was not Sawyer's way. He could not stop building an empire that had grown to include government contracts worth billions over the past 20 years. He was both a patriot and a die-hard capitalist. He provided something of value. It was rumored that the intelligence wing of his operation had collected information on more than a few of Thwaite's competitors. The senator had attempted to buy the information from Sawyer in years past, but the former ranger had only laughed. That information, if it existed, was not for sale. He called it his get-out-of-jail-free card. He'd almost had to use it when a convoy of his contractors had hit an IED outside Gardez in 2005. Instead of retreating, they laid waste to a nearby village as a warning to not target their convoys. Unfortunately for them, a New York Times reporter had gotten wind of the atrocity and plastered photos of the dead, unarmed villagers across the front page. Sawyer had weathered the storm and even paid the legal expenses for the contractors involved. They'd still gone to prison, but the company had survived. As part of a public relations rebranding effort, Sawyer changed the business name to Masada. The following year, State Department contracts almost doubled, and classified contracts with the CIA increased tenfold. Thwaite could only venture a guess at the value of the information in the files Sawyer had gathered over the years. He wondered what information the corporate warrior had collected on him.
Just another day on the Hill, Eric. Thank you for waiting. I was held up by urgent business in committee.
He hadn't been, of course, but Sawyer nodded politely in that infuriating way that conveyed he believed not a word, yet was not bothered in the least. A waitress appeared to take a drink order.
What is he having?
The senator asked, pointing to his companion, who casually took a sip from a crystal glass. Pappy 23, sir, the waitress replied. Sawyer swirled the deep amber liquid around the one large ice cube he'd requested to release the flavor.
I put it on your tab, Eddie,
Sawyer said. Attempting to not show his annoyance at being called Eddie, Thwaite stifled a grunt, wondering how many glasses of the $2,300 a bottle Pappy Van Winkle family reserve the old soldier had put away while he'd waited. They were both members of the club, and Sawyer certainly had no need to charge it to the senator's personal account. He did it to toy with the senior man. Everything was a chess move with Sawyer. Thwaite pretended to take it in stride. He ordered a Bombay Sapphire Martini with 3 olives. Will you be dining with us tonight? The waitress inquired.
Just drinks,
the senator responded a little too quickly. Sawyer smiled, knowing he'd gotten to the aging politician. Mission accomplished. The martini was delivered swiftly, and Thwaite took too big a sip.
Why does Sawyer make me so nervous?
Regaining his composure, Thwaite pointed to the flat-screen set to a cable news channel with the sound off, and positioned in a way that only their section of the club could see it. A fellow senator was being publicly crucified.
Allegations of sexual misconduct with female staffers and interns had surfaced, along with sexually explicit text messages. The Senate majority and minority leaders had referred the allegations to the Ethics Committee. The news commentator cited anonymous sources stating that he would resign rather than face the further public embarrassment of being censured and stripped of committee assignments. Due process in progressive America.
Mob rule. Cancel culture.
Thwaite almost felt bad for him, but the accused was a Democrat, and the senator would take his wins where and when he could. Thwaite then raised his martini to the screen.
And once again, Pussy remains undefeated.
Sawyer chuckled and took another pull from his Cuban cigar.
How is the detail working out?
Sawyer inquired. The team protecting Senator Thwaite was a Masada contract. In the violence that had ensued the following year, many politicians had added additional security to their routines, Thwaite among them. Sawyer didn't discriminate in taking contracts and even found satisfaction watching a politician call for additional gun control at rallies while armed Masada contractors stood just feet away, protecting that same politician with the very gun they wanted to ban. They were all such hacks. Sawyer would gladly take money from both sides.
My driver has a lead foot. This isn't Baghdad,
the senator said, feeling like he had to say something disparaging.
I'll be sure to let him know,
Sawyer said, having no intention of doing so.
Not even sure why you need the detail with that 6-shooter on your left ankle.
Eric was one of the few people who knew about the senator's pistol, and now Thwaite regretted ever telling the former Army officer, as he never let an opportunity pass to disparage the heirloom.
You know that was a gift from my father. He carried it all his years in the Senate, and I continue the tradition.
When was the last time you shot it? Thwaite fumed, struggling to maintain his composure.
Why don't you come down to the Masada training facility and let me get one of our armorers to work up a Glock for you? Trigger job, full wrap stipple, barrel, slide cuts, RMR, the works. We will get you all set up with a real pistol. We'll even put you through some training. On us.
I appreciate the offer, the senator replied, knowing the only reason Sawyer wanted him on the range was to humiliate him.
I think I will stick with my paid security and continue my business of running the country, thank you.
As you wish, Senator.
Now, I'd love to drink bourbon on your tab all evening, but I do have other business to attend to. What can I do for you? Don't fuck with me, Eric. I'm not in the mood.
He finished the martini and signaled the waitress for another.
What if you could fight a war without firing a bullet? Is it still a war?
The senator asked. Sawyer studied the elder statesman sitting across from him, raised an eyebrow, and took another sip of bourbon.
That, Senator, is the highest level of warfare. This country is at war.
Yes, I'm aware.
Not overseas, Eric. Here at home.
Sawyer knew when to let others talk. Interrogators often found that by being silent, they allowed their subject to fill the void with information they would never have extracted via more ruthless methods.
We are in the middle of a war for our very existence. A war of subversion. Bullets are not flying between north and south, east and west, red and blue, but we are already in the midst of a civil war. Make no mistake.
Sawyer watched the senator clip the end off his cigar and strike a wooden match from a matchbox on the end table.
This war does not require bullets or assassinations in the traditional sense. It doesn't need a Che Guevara to raise a guerrilla army. The leaders have already been elected to state, local, and federal governments. Sympathizers have been infiltrated into our media establishment, entertainment industry, big tech, academia, even professional sports. Breitbart was right. Politics is downstream from culture. You don't need to take up arms in this war. Their weapons are hurled from social media platforms from which there is no defense, and the assassinations are character assassinations. Public executions come not from a slice of the guillotine, but by tweet. gleefully cheered on by the mob. You can fight it from your mom's basement as you eat Cheetos and collect an unemployment check from the very government you seek to destroy. It doesn't take courage, moral or physical, nor does it take resiliency. In fact, it takes the opposite of those once lauded traits. It takes apathy. You don't have to be creative, well-read, in shape, resourceful, or strong. The weaker your mind and body, the better. You can be taken advantage of. You are ripe for recruitment. Racism is the witchcraft of the 21st century, and cancel culture is the stake at which you are burned.
Thwaite caught his breath as his next martini arrived.
It's a cancer. It's infected its host. It was a slow-growing lesion and could have been removed decades ago, but it was allowed to fester under the guise of the very principles it seeks to destroy. Now, it is going to kill the carrier, and there is nowhere for the remaining healthy cells to go. The U.S. was the last bastion of freedom. It was an experiment. That experiment has failed. The very ideals it sought to uphold are the ones that are allowing our ultimate demise. This is our last stand.
Nice speech, Eddie. You should think about becoming a politician. The senator waved a hand of dismissal and rolled his cigar between his nicotine-stained fingers to ensure an even burn.
This president must not win a second term or the country is finished,
Thwaite stated.
You can vote him out in 3 years,
Sawyer said.
Don't give me that bullshit, Eric. The Russian election interference is no joke, and they've only refined their techniques since the last election. This kid in the White House is only there because his friends in Silicon Valley manipulated their social advertising algorithms and swayed the election.
Really? Are you sure it wasn't creative marketing and a war hero's resume that crushed you at the ballot box? Or perhaps his opponent just wasn't likable? Thwaite's face flushed red, but he pressed on, pointing back to the cable news program.
Those pundits keep warning of a coming civil war. It helps ratings, but it's disingenuous. That civil war is here. They just don't recognize it for what it is.
Let's say you and Yuri Bezmenov are right, Senator, Sawyer said, referencing the KGB defector who had warned the United States of a long-term Soviet subversion program to undermine free democratic societies of the West. What do you intend to do as the savior of the nation? You had me tear apart Christensen's past in the lead-up to election. All it did was cost you much-needed funds that could have been used to bolster your campaign.
Drastic measures are necessary, but we need to take the White House to implement them. The president met with someone yesterday at Camp David. I want to know what they talked about.
Let me look into it. Who did he meet with?
James Reece.
Eric Sawyer leaned forward and set his drink down on the table between them. James Reece. The James Reece who dismantled the Capstone program a few years ago? The James Reece who saved the former president in Odessa? The James Reece who allegedly hunted down that CIA spy in Siberia last year?
I see you are familiar with his work.
He actually made Masada millions when he took out those Capstone contractors on Fisher's Island. All their contracts fell through when the company went down the tubes. We picked them up. I should be paying him a retainer.
Find out what the president talked with him about at Camp David. Something doesn't smell right about it. He's an assassin, and he met privately with the president. All we need is the hint of a scandal, and we can turn the tables. This cancel culture so popular on the left might finally work in our favor. Find me something I can use to bring down a president.
Chapter 12. University of Colorado School of Medicine, Denver, Colorado. Sebastian Phillips knocked on the door of his department chair of the Department of Immunology and Microbiology at the University of Colorado School of Medicine to say goodbye. Behind a desk strewn high with books and papers, a small framed Jewish woman sat across from a second-year female student from India. He recognized her from a thesis laboratory he'd supervised earlier in the year.
Have a wonderful weekend, Seb. Any big plans?
The Indian student turned in her chair and smiled.
I'll get some mountain biking in before the snow hits. Other than that, I'll probably just be working on my dissertation,
Sebastian said, tucking an unruly strand of his long, curly black hair behind his ear.
I'm looking forward to reading the finished product. Take care.
Sebastian waved and nodded to his fellow student before making his way into the shadows of a late fall afternoon. He found himself wondering if either of them would survive what was to come. He made his way through campus, messenger bag over his shoulder and hands stuffed into the pockets of his bright blue puffy jacket. He still had a lot of research to do on his dissertation and was falling behind. He'd been distracted by another project lately. He tossed the bag into the passenger seat of his used forest green Subaru, his mountain bike still affixed to the roof rack, and slid behind the wheel to start the engine. He lived walking distance from campus, but as a fifth-year immunology student, he'd finally gotten a parking place because of the teaching duties associated with his degree requirements. He'd been driving a lot more recently. If anyone asked, he'd be able to point to his bike and use it as an excuse, saying he was going for a ride in the Rockies, which were still a bit of a trek from the Aurora, Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus in a suburb of eastern Denver. Pulling onto I-225, he drove north before hitting I-70 west, passing the Bass Pro Shops and Safeway Distribution Center, the Nestle Purina plant, and the Coliseum. He then merged onto I-25 south and drove by Coors Field, REI, the Aquarium, and the Children's Museum, finally exiting the freeway and working his way to a house he'd purchased in central West Denver, near Paco Sanchez Park, in a neighborhood time had forgotten. Just over a year ago, he wouldn't have been able to safely make the drive, as Denver and even the streets of Aurora had erupted in riots. He briefly wondered if what he was about to do was even necessary. America seemed content to destroy itself without any provocation from a warrior of Allah. Sebastian looked forward to using his given name someday, but he knew the reason his parents had changed it before enrolling him in public school in Phoenix. It had been explained to him by the imam. Shahram Pahlavi was a name that made the infidels nervous. After he finished his studies, he'd revert to his given name and make the pilgrimage to Mecca during the 12th month of the lunar calendar, as all Muslims must do at least once in their lifetime, in adherence with the fifth pillar of Islam. His program in the Department of Microbiology in the School of Medicine had recently merged with the Integrated Department of Immunology. It was now a joint venture between the School of Medicine and National Jewish Health, in what was obviously another move by the Jews to increase their power over the U.S. healthcare system. They already controlled the governments of most Western nations and had a monopoly on the international banking community. Shahram Pahlavi would be remembered for striking down the Zionist occupation government. That the very movement he sought to destroy was giving him the skills to strike a blow for all Muslims around the globe was an added bonus. He was almost ready. Parking in the driveway of the rundown single-story home, he locked his car and looked up and down the street as he fumbled through the keys until he found the right one. Weeds infested what had once been a lawn. The decades-old lime green paint was peeling away from the siding as if trying to escape a community that wouldn't quite let it go. The bars on the windows matched the other homes in the neighborhood and added a layer of security Sebastian found comforting. The young Ph.D. student locked the front door behind him and walked through the house as he'd been instructed, looking at his telltales to ensure nothing had been tampered with. Satisfied that everything was as it should be, he opened the door to the basement and descended the stairs. The basement had not been converted to a game room, home theater, bar, or man cave,
Instead, Sebastian had used his knowledge of immunology and microbiology to build a high-tech virology lab. Clear poly sheeting lined the floor, ceiling, and walls. High-flow hoods with heat ventilation chambers wound via ducts to high-intensity UV exhaust ports that off-gassed like any home heating and cooling system. He did not want to accidentally obliterate the neighborhood. He intended on causing more damage than a single explosion could possibly produce. Anything he couldn't buy at Home Depot had been sent to his off-site mailbox at a UPS store in Denver and arrived from a variety of different life sciences and laboratory equipment companies so as not to trigger the suspicions of the FBI. Sebastian was pleased with his work. An expensive ultra-centrifuge culture cabinet cell separation hood, a device that resembled an uber-sturdy photographer's light box with flexible, thick, clear plastic partitions, was on a metal table against the wall next to a Nano Images Model 4500 scanning electron microscope. The microscope was a far cry from what he'd used in his high school biology class in Arizona. It could easily be confused with an industrial-strength espresso machine and was linked to a high-resolution computer monitor. He had followed his instructions to the letter. Whoever was directing the operation clearly knew what they were doing. Sebastian had not been told why he was building the clandestine laboratory, only that he must stay on schedule. The young doctoral student had spent months speculating about what he was preparing in the name of Allah. Patience. La ilaha illa Allah, Muhammadun Rasulallah. There is no God but God. Muhammad is the messenger of God. The lab was fully functional when the African monkey kidney cells had arrived. He'd ordered them through the university lab as part of the research necessary for his dissertation. There was nothing out of the ordinary about ordering cells to one of the premier medical research universities in the country. A biosafety level 1 product, they had arrived frozen in liquid nitrogen and had taken almost a month to prepare. He had separated them into 15 independent cell lines and had confirmed they contained no contaminants and exhibited stable growth factors. Sebastian knew he was close. All that was missing now was a sample. A sample of what? Seb looked at the 2 DuPont Level A hazmat suits and respirators hanging on the wheeled pipe clothing rack at the base of the stairs. It was amazing what one could order from Amazon. Whatever it was, its handling called for fully contained biohazard suits, the same suits used in biocontainment Level 4 facilities. That there were 2 indicated that Sebastian would not be conducting the next phase of the operation alone. Sebastian knew that he was waiting on someone who would bring a sample that almost certainly contained a deadly pathogen. In this makeshift lab, he and his unknown benefactor would transfer small amounts of what was undoubtedly an infectious disease in sample blood plasma to the cell culture plates of the monkey kidney cells. From there, the cells would replicate until they were ready for weaponization. After that, Sebastian could only guess. Chapter 13. Landini Brothers Restaurant, Old Town, Alexandria, Virginia. "So, what are you having?" Reece asked. Katie peered at him over the top of the menu and raised an eyebrow. Your usual?" They were on the first floor, seated just past the bar at a corner table in their favorite restaurant, a Tuscan landmark in the heart of Old Town. It made Reece uncomfortable that there was no back exit. If something happened, at least he wouldn't waste time deciding where to go. They would fight their way to the front door. Reece's back was to the wall, and even though he knew the layout by heart, he'd still made his security assessment as he walked in. He couldn't help himself. It was ingrained. He told himself it wasn't paranoia. It was situational awareness. He'd lost his family because he had not been there. He wasn't going to let that happen to Katie. "Cheers," Reece said, raising his glass. It irritated Katie that Landini Brothers didn't allow corkage, relegating patrons to their expensive wine list, which for some unknown reason didn't list the vintage. She tolerated it because the food was delicious. The charming old-world atmosphere appealed to her, and, unfortunately, there were few great restaurant options in Old Town. Additionally, it happened to be walking distance from her condo. Looking at the wine list, Katie noticed two great Super Tuscan choices that happened to be among her favorites. Tenuta del Ornellaya Maceto, which was egregiously overpriced, even though it was a tremendous wine, and Tenuta Sanguido Sassicaia, which was similarly an excellent bottle. With a smirk at the sommelier, who clearly had no idea what he was doing, Katie ordered the Sassicaia, which was mistakenly priced at half of what they should have charged. "So much for no corkage policy. So what are we drinking on this fine evening?" she asked. A weekend back from the farm? Can't you think of anything more romantic than that?" She liked to make him sweat. She'd seen him under pressure before, and it never failed to amuse her that someone who could be so calm, cool, and collected when the bullets were flying struggled to find words when it came to matters of the heart. Let me help you," Katie smiled. "To us." "To us," Reece said, relieved. "See, that wasn't so bad. I thought they were supposed to be turning you into a suave secret agent down there. I was expecting you to come back all shaken, not stirred." "They're working on it," Reece said with a smile. "I'm proving to be a tough case." It had been almost a year since Reece had returned from Siberia. Katie was less than pleased when Reece had gone off the grid, hunting the man who had killed his father and orchestrated the Russian hit team that had targeted and almost killed them both in the mountains of Montana. Reece was a man with grit. It was a trait she respected. It also terrified her. "Before I forget, Caroline Hastings emailed me. She wants us to come back to the ranch as soon as we can. Her exact words were, 'Your cabin awaits.' She says Rafe is getting antsy and wants to take you on a hunt. He still has a bit of a limp that she says he is very good at hiding from everyone. She also said the house is as good as new. All the bullet holes have been patched and the glass replaced. She made a point of telling me they've also emplaced additional security. I think she wanted me to feel safe." "Let's do it. I love Montana in the winter. Most people head south, which means there's just more of it for us to enjoy." "Wine by the fire beyond the grasp of these does sound nice," she said, holding up her phone and making a point of dropping it in her purse, so Reece knew he had her full attention. As she was hanging her bag on the back of her chair, a guy at the bar chatting up a young woman spilling out of a dress a couple of sizes too small caught her eye and gave a little wave. Katie nodded back politely and turned back to Reece, rolling her eyes. "Ugh, that guy is the worst." Reece shifted his eyes from Katie to the Romeo at the bar, recognizing him as a cable news personality, light on substance and heavy on hair products. "Not to be gossipy," she said conspiratorially, "but he is such a creep." Reece raised an eyebrow. "That girl is a new producer, about a year out of college. Guess how he met his third and current wife, who is at home with the kids." "Producer?" Reece ventured. "Exactly." "Doesn't he have a book out?" "Oh, yes. A New York Times bestseller. Guess how that happened?" "No idea." "You need to suffer through an evening of cable news. That should be all you need to figure it out. I wouldn't mind as much if he wasn't so slimy. I refuse to even do his show. It's guys like him that make me seriously consider getting out of the news business." "Sounds like a real treat." "On to more pleasant topics. How was your week?" Katie asked, knowing Reece would have to be guarded about his final weeks at Camp Peary. "Are all those grad school co-eds behaving themselves?" The CIA's Camp Peary was commonly known as the world's most exclusive dating service. Recruits were typically in their mid to late 20s with graduate degrees from the nation's most elite bastions of academia. That they were under intense pressure for the better part of a year and were restricted from talking about their training with anyone outside the circle made for some intense relationships. The farm was responsible for more than a few marriages, as well as a slew of divorces. Katie was familiar with government agencies. As one of the most recognizable journalists in the Beltway, due to her book about the embassy annex attack in Benghazi, aptly titled The Benghazi Betrayal, Katie had interviewed a host of current and former CIA staff officers and contractors. Her exposé on the conspiracy to kill Reece's team in the mountains of Afghanistan by a cabal of government-connected financiers only raised her profile as one of the country's most respected investigative journalists. Well, it was, interesting. Oh, do tell, Katie teased. I met with the president on Tuesday. So have you decided? Want an appetizer? Katie dropped her menu on her plate. You what? You mean he came down from D.C. to address your class? No, I mean he sent a helicopter and flew me up to Camp David. What do you think, calamari or caprese? Are you serious? What did he want? That's classified. I think I'll start with the carpaccio. Salads look good, too. I love this place. James! How long were you there? About 24 hours. Did you know that Brezhnev almost crashed a Lincoln with Nixon in the passenger seat joyriding around the perimeter? I was not aware, Katie said, suddenly serious. What are you thinking for your main? Fillets here are fantastic. James Reece. The President of the United States does not just summon a CIA recruit to Camp David to give him what I'm sure is a fascinating history. Reece put down his menu and looked into the deep blue eyes of the woman with whom he'd fallen in love. True. He wanted to discuss the events in Odessa. He said he might not even be in the seat if it hadn't been for Freddie saving President Grimes. Reece felt more than a tinge of guilt for not telling Katie the whole truth, but what was he supposed to say? The President of the United States got himself elected to the highest office in the land to wage a personal war of retribution against those he believed helped facilitate the attacks of 9/11 that killed his fiancée? Did he ask you about Russia? Interestingly enough, that didn't come up. Did you know that FDR and Churchill planned D-Day there? I did know that, Katie acknowledged, still skeptical. Their waiter interrupted just in time. Have you decided? He asked. What are the specials tonight? Reece asked, trying to draw out the disruption. He smiled at Katie, who shook her head, knowing exactly what he was doing. Men could be so transparent. They ordered appetizers and main courses, handing their menus back to the waiter, before leaning back toward one another to continue their conversation. Change of topic, Reece declared. What have you been up to this week? Well, I most certainly did not meet privately with the president, but I am in the middle of a fascinating investigation that my friend Haley Garrett is helping me with. Isn't she the one that works at the CDC? Reece asked, using the acronym for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. That's her. We were roommates at Davis before I changed my major and transferred to Berkeley. She was on the pre-med track, always talking about wanting to work with Doctors Without Borders, which she eventually did. She volunteered with them in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It changed her. How so? Reece asked, taking a sip of his wine, remembering how Africa gets in your blood. She was always a free spirit, but seeing so many people, particularly children, die of malaria, Ebola, Zika, cholera, yellow fever, even bubonic plague, took her down a different path. She came back and got a master's in public health and did a residency in internal medicine. She's now at the CDC specializing in infectious diseases. I'm glad somebody does it, Reece said. As you may or may not have noticed, I have been devoting columns to Russian government mafia collusion. I hadn't noticed, Reece responded with a hint of sarcasm. They'd had more than a few conversations on the subject, Reece advising her against poking the bear and Katie standing strong for the principles of her profession. It was her way of fighting back. When the Bratva tried to kill them both in Montana, Reece went to guns. Katie's weapons were her words and her platform. Haley and I were talking about that very same thing. What did she say? She sounded an awful lot like you, Mr. Reece, Katie said, swirling her wine in her glass and holding it up to the candlelight. Before changing majors, Katie had been in the viticulture and enology program at UC Davis. She knew her wines. I like her already. Their appetizers arrived, and Reece dug into the carpaccio while Katie picked at the caprese, choosing her next words carefully. She also said something that got me thinking. And what was that? When she was in the Congo, they heard about a village a couple 100 miles northeast where there had been an outbreak of hemorrhagic fever. Like Ebola? Yes. What do you know about it? We did some training in bio and chemical weapons in the teams in case we were ever tasked with hitting a WMD facility. Did some full mission profile exercises out on a base in Utah that's set up for that type of scenario. Not a mission any of us were dying to do. Other than that, just what I read in the hot zone. True story, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was about a scare they had just down the street in Reston, Virginia back in 1989. They contained it. It didn't get out of control. Anyway, she told me that they had heard rumors of Russian military advisors working in the area. When I heard that, I put my reporter hat on. And? Russian arms dealers and advisors have been going in and out of Africa for a generation. It is one of the least talked about battlegrounds of the Cold War, so that wasn't surprising. What was surprising were the other rumors.
Other rumors?
That the Russians had been using villages as test subjects for their bioweapons programs since the early 60s.
Test subjects?
I hadn't really thought about it before, so I did my research. Between 1976 and 2020, there were 28 documented hemorrhagic fever outbreaks in Africa. All were assumed to be natural occurrences. Typically, the World Health Organization and various NGOs go in to treat infected people, take samples, and conduct research. There are first-hand reports of Congolese soldiers massacring entire villages and burning them to the ground to control the spread.
I hate to say this, but that's not shocking. Human life tends to have a different value in certain parts of the world.
And sometimes in our very own part of it,
Katie concluded. Though it had not been her intent, Reece's memories flashed back to the smiling faces of his young daughter and beautiful wife. Very true, Reece said, looking into the cherry-red wine in his glass.
When Haley and her team arrived at the village the following day, do you know what they found?
I hate to even speculate.
Nothing.
Nothing.
The village had been incinerated. Not just burned to the ground, but wiped off the map.
You said that was common practice.
Yes, but Haley said this was different. There was a huge crater where the village should have been, and the jungle was a charred ruin for what seemed like miles in every direction.
A crater? From a bomb?
That's what she said.
Did she get any pictures?
They did, but it was back before everything was cloud-based. On their way back to Kinshasa, they were stopped at a roadblock. They were accused of being spies. She swears there were Russian mercenaries assisting the indigenous military personnel manning the checkpoint. All their phones, cameras, and computers were confiscated. They were ordered out of the country the following day.
They're lucky they weren't killed. African dictators don't mess around over there, Reece said, remembering his own experience with Rafe working on a hunting concession back in their college days.
I did a little more digging. What she's describing could have been the result of an FAE.
A fuel-air explosive?
That's right. Do you know how they work?
I don't have much experience with them, but I've seen video of some tests the Air Force did at China Lake. Huge canister dropped by a parachute. If memory serves, an initial charge disperses the fuel over the target, and then multiple secondary charges ignite it. Looks like a nuclear explosion.
That's the general idea,
Katie confirmed.
We used them in Vietnam. The Soviets used them in a border dispute with China in 1969 and in Afghanistan in the 80s. In fact, it is the largest non-nuclear device in our arsenal and in the arsenal of Russia. The Russians call them vacuum bombs.
They both took a moment to collect their thoughts as the waiter placed their main courses on the table. "Can I get you anything else?" he asked. Reece eyed the bottle of wine. "I think we are good for now. Katie?"
This looks delicious, thank you.
Their server nodded. "You think the Russians used an FAE to control an outbreak?" Reece asked when their waiter was a safe distance away.
Yes, but I believe there's more to it.
Such as?
It's possible these outbreaks are not naturally occurring.
Reece slowed his chewing and chased the tender meat down with a large sip of wine. "You think the Russians were testing a bioweapon on villagers in Africa, and when they got what they wanted, they cleaned it all up with an FAE?
We know that back in the Soviet days, the Russian military began collecting various strains of hemorrhagic viruses in Africa. They were and still are embedded in a host of African nations. I think they took samples back to the Soviet Union and weaponized them. More information on the Soviet bioweapons program has come to light in recent years. It even had a name, biopreparat. We are now finding out that there were hemorrhagic virus outbreaks in the Soviet Union in the 70s and 80s that were covered up. These are tropical diseases, Reece, not something you find outside Africa. The Russians were weaponizing some of the deadliest pathogens known to man. They also needed to test them. What better place to test a bioweapon than in a place where its effects would look like a naturally occurring event to the rest of the world? They refined their weapons in human test subjects, and if it looked like it was going to spread, they wiped the test village off the face of the earth.
Reece took it all in. And you want to expose it?
I do, but I need proof. I need to talk with a doctor involved in the program or a pilot who dropped a bomb.
And what brought all that up to begin with? Reece asked.
There was another outbreak.
In Africa?
Yes, in Angola. Every time hemorrhagic fever breaks out, the World Health Organization is alerted. The CDC monitors the outbreak. They do what they can, working with NGOs to treat infected people and contain the spread. Depending on the severity, Haley will take a team in to assist and bring back samples to study and compare to previous outbreaks, looking for mutations. Viruses adapt, just like the enemy, Reece,
she said, framing it in terms he would understand. Do I remember that her husband worked at Fort Detrick? A scientist or doctor as well, right?
Ah, you do pay attention when I talk about my friends.
Steel trap, Reece said, tapping his temple with his finger and giving her a wink. What are your next steps?
I need to track down some Russian defectors.
There's nothing I can do to discourage you from doing this, is there?
Nope.
I didn't think so. Well, be careful. While you were working to prove that a major world power violated an international bioweapons treaty, I have another week of training. My class is going to Harvey Point in North Carolina. That might be classified, but if you want any specifics, you can just Google it. All the information is out there in cyberspace. I know a lot of the instructors. It's the improvised weapons course, James Bond and MacGyver stuff. The grad students love it.
Well, don't you go getting all smitten with any of those young female spies,
Katie said, pointing her fork at the former SEAL. Speaking of smitten, Reece said, pulling a box from his pocket. It's not a ring, so don't get nervous, he said, smiling. Just a little something. Katie put her hand to her heart.
James, you did not have to do that.
She opened the box and looked down at a gleaming diamond pendant in a platinum setting with chain.
But I'm glad you did. It's beautiful, James. I love it.
I know I missed your birthday while I was away, and I wanted to say I'm sorry.
You're sorry for what?
For leaving the way I did. I was so focused on the mission I didn't stop to think about anything else. I had the opportunity to go after Gray and finish it. I couldn't have him coming after you again. Katie saw the candlelight reflected in the dark green eyes of the man who had killed for her. She swallowed, knowing that he was capable of intense violence and intense passion. She had first-hand experience with both. I had one of Wraith's outfitters bring it down from the Northwest Territories. I had no idea Canada was such a big player in the diamond industry. Jonathan Hastings knows Martin Katz, so he set the stone for you.
So fancy,
she said.
I had no idea you had such refined taste.
Katie pulled the stone from the box and brushed her blonde hair aside as she tilted her head to clasp the catch behind her neck.
Well, what do you think?
She asked. It's striking, but not nearly as stunning as who's wearing it. You look beautiful.
Oh, stop it, Mr. Reece. You are going to make me blush.
What do you say we settle up and get out of here? Reece asked.
You think this diamond means you're getting lucky tonight?
One can hope.
I thought you told me that hope is not a course of action.
I did, hence the diamond, the former frogman said, pointing to the rare gem around the reporter's neck.
Your place or mine?
Katie asked with a gleam in her eye. Reece signaled the waiter for the check. Yours is closer.
We can have dessert at my condo.
I'm in. What are you serving?
You're looking at it.
Chapter 14. They hit the street, arm in arm, bundled up against the evening chill. Katie noted Reece's eyes scanning up and down the street, moving their way back over the windows and rooftops. Old habits die hard. He had been a little more on edge lately, perhaps due to the CIA training. Katie knew it involved a lot of basic spy tradecraft, surveillance detection, driving, and asset assessment and recruitment. Katie had been unsuccessful in getting him to open up about his trek across Siberia. She knew he was alone for 6 months and had somehow made it from Medny Island off the Kamchatka Peninsula more than 1,000 miles into the interior in search of his prey. She could only imagine the demons he'd wrestled alone, cold, tired, and hungry. How he had ventured from the Russian interior to the Central African Republic remained a mystery. She knew that from the American embassy in Bangui, the CIA had stepped in and brought him home. Since his return, he'd made a point of taking her to the range and running drills with her Glock 19 and Bravo Company AR topped with an aim-point micro-red dot optic. She was pleasantly surprised that tonight's gift was jewelry and not a blade, gun, or weapon of some sort. Both her firearms were legal in Virginia, but if she forgot and drove over the invisible boundary into the District of Columbia, she risked imprisonment. Beware of the government that fears your guns. In less than the distance of a foot, she'd go from law-abiding citizen to felon. Citizens could be trusted in Virginia, but not in D.C., though even that could change. Virginia had been trending away from the state motto so boldly emblazoned on their official state seal and flag, Sic semper tyrannis, thus always to tyrants. She'd written a few articles for Town Hall and National Review on the irony of politicians calling to defund the police while surrounding themselves and their families with armed security paid for by the taxpayers. More often than not, these were the same politicians taking active measures to ensure private citizens could not own firearms. The irony seemed to be lost on the mob, but not on Katie. She proposed that any politician who supported legislation to defund law enforcement should also be responsible for funding their own security. How they could live with themselves in a constant state of hypocrisy, Katie would never comprehend. As long as she had a platform, she was going to hold them accountable. That was the responsibility of a free press, or what was left of it. Knowing that husbands or boyfriends were inevitably the worst teachers due to relationship dynamics, Reece had his buddy Ox come up to run them through drills in individual and team tactics, working barricades, training in vehicle dynamics, room clearing, malfunctions, tactical communication, and combat medicine. Rick Ox Andrews had been around the block a time or two. Closing in on 60 years old, he'd earned his nickname as a young ranger weighted down with a mortar tube across his shoulders and belts of linked M60 ammo crisscrossing his chest, sprinting across the Port Salinas Airport runway in Grenada. He'd eventually serve as a sergeant major in Delta Force before he retired into the waiting arms of Ground Branch, continuing to put rounds into terrorists and insurgents the world over. When not deployed with the CIA, he trained up new recruits stateside at the farm and conducted more specialized training at a black site in Florida. As luck would have it, he was running the basic rifle and pistol courses for Reece's clandestine services class and was available to help teach Katie the way of the gun. Katie was a quick study and was feeling more and more comfortable with her pistol and rifle. She learned to win the fight before rendering aid to her partner, regardless of how horrific the wound. She now had rats tourniquets in her purse, car, and condo. At home, they trained to both barricade in place and clear the two-floor structure. Reece had even made them test out their pistol and rifle-mounted lights, shining them against the off-white walls to ensure the bright beams wouldn't reflect and blind them in a stressful situation. Ox also ran them through scenarios in personal protective detail tactics and vehicle dynamics, with Katie as the principal moving to cover in the event of an attack. Katie thought a lot of it was overkill. Then she remembered being bound and gagged on the floor of Secretary of Defense Hartley's Fisher's Island mansion, being thrown to the ground on the streets of Chinatown in L.A. with an assassin moving in for the kill, and taking aim at a Russian mafia hitman with a rifle through a sliding glass door of the Hastings' Montana home. It did not escape her that the common denominator in all of that violence was Reece. The devastating loss of his family was directly related to the weapons and tactical training he was so intent on putting her through. She had come to terms with the idea that being with Reece was inherently dangerous. Could she live a life of constant vigilance? The closer they became, the more she found herself asking that question. She also knew he longed for the wilds of Montana and Alaska. With a country that seemed more divided with each passing day, she was more amenable to leaving her life as a journalist behind and moving with Reece to the mountains. That meant abandoning the possibility of hosting a primetime cable news show, but it would allow her time to focus on research and writing. Maybe it was time? Would Reece begin a new life with her? Would he start a new family? Those were questions she had yet to explore. She knew he wasn't ready. There was something he still needed to do. She could sense it. She had respected his privacy and not pushed. There was still a demon in Reece's crosshairs. Katie moved to Reece's left side, his support arm pulling her close, leaving his right hand free to go to the gun, his mind subconsciously noting cover, concealment, and avenues of egress, storing the information away in the event he needed it. To Reece, it was as natural as breathing. Even with his preliminary and secondary scan of the area, Reece didn't notice the nondescript dark blue minivan with Maryland plates half a block down. Nothing made it seem like anything other than a run-of-the-mill grocery getter for a local soccer mom. It certainly did not stand out as a specially designed rolling surveillance vehicle with miniature cameras installed and concealed to record in 360-degree high definition. Targets moving. A man dressed in the dark casual clothes of the season said into a mic attached to an encrypted radio. "Copy. I have visual," a voice responded. The operative in the back of the minivan didn't ask why his team had been tasked with surveillance of a killer who was once the most wanted domestic terrorist in the country. Charlie Crimmins had been out of the military for only a couple of years. The drug charges didn't stick, but they ruined his Marine Corps career. The former sergeant found refuge in private contracting, and right now that paid the bills and let him strap on an M4 in the same places where he'd once deployed as a leatherneck. He'd heard rumors that their target had terminated an entire protective detail on an island off upstate New York before killing the Secretary of Defense a few years back. The former SEAL didn't look so tough now as he walked with his lady friend through the early winter snow. Crimmins felt himself begin to perspire, thinking that one day he might get a chance to take out a frogman. The founder and CEO of Masada wanted him surveilling James Reece. He hoped the company would order him to take things to the next level and install listening devices in the hot reporter's apartment, better yet audio and video. He'd like to see what she looked like out of those tight clothes they made the female reporters wear on cable news. He'd make sure he suggested that to his boss. For now, he'd have to be content just to imagine. They'd been told to avoid detection at all costs, to get photographs of anyone he met, and to track his every movement. The surveillance team had been reminded that James Reece had a close relationship with violence, and to increase their chances of being witness to the next sunrise, they'd be wise to keep it professional and do their jobs from a distance. If the news reports from 3 years ago were any indication, James Reece was not a man you wanted to cross. Chapter 15. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. Secret Service agent Frank Sharp held the door open and the President of the United States entered the Situation Room. "Keep your seats," the President said as he made his way to the head of the table. Officially called the John F. Kennedy Conference Room, the secure area in what amounted to the basement of the West Wing of the White House had been in operation since 1961. It was installed following the Bay of Pigs fiasco to ensure the executive branch would have a secure facility to monitor sensitive world events and military operations in real time. Finally updated in 2007, the fax machines and computers that were state-of-the-art during Reagan's second term were replaced with encrypted communications equipment and flat screens. The room was layered in sensors to detect illicit monitoring. Lead-lined cabinets for smartphones and tablets were built in by the entrance as a reminder to leave unsecure devices on the outside. 6 black leather swivel chairs were arranged on each side of the rectangular mahogany table, and additional chairs lined the walls. There was one seat at the head. The presidential seal affixed to the wall behind it made clear who controlled the room. This was no Knights of the Round Table. Responsibility and accountability fell on the shoulders of only one man, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces. The President had entered precisely at 6 o'clock a.m., balancing a cup of coffee he'd been handed on his way into the secure conference room. Veterans of previous administrations sometimes still called it the sit room, a term this new generation only knew from books, movies, or fireside chats with their grandparents. It was now called WHIZZR, for White House Situation Room. The young president glanced at his watch, still set 5 minutes ahead, and smiled at the memory of his father. The room itself was really a collection of rooms manned by a rotating team 24/7, 365 days a year. The staff was assigned for 2-year cycles and occupied a watch floor just off the main conference area, where they constantly monitored world events for the National Security Council. There were additional offices and breakout rooms for private calls and conversations, one of which had been immortalized in the photo of President Obama's national security team the night U.S. Special Operations Forces killed Osama bin Laden. Though the area occupied more than 5,000 square feet, it still felt surprisingly cramped to those who met there to discuss the government's most sensitive secrets. President Alec Christensen ran his hand down his bright blue tie out of habit and leaned forward in his chair. Thank you all for coming. I know this is not our usual morning crew, but the Vice President is attending a funeral in Japan, and I wanted to have a more limited discussion today. The President still found it odd not to shake hands with everyone, but the previous year's coronavirus pandemic had shifted some of the country's cultural norms. The nation had still not recovered from the devastating impact of an almost complete economic shutdown. It was Alec Christensen's job to lead the way back to financial prosperity and create the conditions for small businesses to revive. The country had seen technology giants flourish, increasing the distrust between rich and poor, a divide exploited by both parties for political gain. As a Democrat who came from the 1%, the president was acutely aware that any move he made would always be scrutinized through the lens of his past life, privilege offset by service in Afghanistan. During the economic shutdown, the power of big business and the technology sector was highlighted on a daily basis. Blue-collar workers read headlines to learn a tech mogul dropped $165 million on a Beverly Hills mansion for his new wife, while regular people wondered how they were going to pay the rent and feed their families. Disdain for the ultra-rich grew, their wealth increasing as unemployment soared. The middle class had been decimated, and there were those who blamed a progressive ideology that advanced its base only if Americans became increasingly dependent on government. Christensen understood the theory. Before his foray into politics, he would have categorized it as a fringe conspiracy, but after 15 years in the swamp, he now understood the draw of absolute power for power's sake. This game was all about control. It was the president's job to bring the Democratic Party back to the ideals that embraced the values of working-class American voters, the people his party claimed to represent, but who in reality had been left behind for Wall Street, Hollywood, tech titans, and media elites long ago. If he succeeded, there was still hope for the country. A predecessor of his had run on a campaign of hope and change, only to further commit the United States in the Middle East and escalate a drone war that fed the enemy's recruiting efforts. If Afghanistan had taught the new president anything, it was that the country needed more than hope. It needed a leader. The president went around the table, greeting the participants by name. His national security advisor sat to his right, across from the Director of National Intelligence. His White House counsel shuffled papers opposite Janice Motley, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The president's eyes settled on a man to her left and one of the only people not usually present for the president's morning briefing. Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for taking the time out of your morning to be here. I know you have a full plate running the Special Activities Center. Of course, Mr. President. It's an honor. Greg, the president said, acknowledging his national security advisor. Greg Farber's dark blue suit and red tie were offset by prematurely white hair that lent him an air of distinction usually befitting a much older statesman. He'd been a major in the Army's Reserve JAG Corps, which let him practice law in the private sector between government appointments in both Democratic and Republican administrations, to include chairing a commission on justice reform in Afghanistan and a successful term as the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs. Before we delve into the PDB, Farber said, referencing the highly classified President's Daily Brief, we wanted to convene this working group. The administration is conducting a review of the past extreme rendition programs run by the CIA and targeted drone strikes by both the CIA and armed forces.
Motley's face betrayed nothing, but Terrence Lowe, the Director of National Intelligence to whom she reported, turned to her and interjected. It is time to take a look at these programs to determine what lessons we can learn from the past as we forge ahead. Motley nodded. Director of National Intelligence was a position created out of the 2004 Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act. Prior to 2004, the director of the CIA had overseen the U.S. intelligence apparatus. Now the CIA director was solely focused on her agency, while the DNI was responsible for 17 different intelligence agencies, to include the CIA. The DNI also produced the PDB, the most exclusive and restricted document in the world. Terrence Lowe was new to the job. He'd been a SEAL admiral and the commanding officer of the Joint Special Operations Command the night his forces had crossed into Pakistan, targeting the world's most wanted terrorist. After his tenure at JSOC came to a close, he had accepted an offer from his alma mater, Texas A&M University, to serve as president. There, he quickly built up his Democratic bona fides, publishing a popular SEAL leadership book and becoming a roundtable regular on the more progressive Sunday morning political talk shows. Some suggested he was building a resume in the hopes of becoming a vice presidential pick to help turn Texas blue. Instead, the president had decided on a female running mate from Florida to bring that swing state into play. He still wanted to reward the former flag officer for his support, which is why he now sat at the commander-in-chief's left side. Some editorials were already suggesting the retired admiral planned to challenge the new president in the next election cycle. Lowe had given Motley a heads-up prior to the meeting, so she was prepared to field any questions that came her way. She and Vic were the only two holdovers from the previous administration in the room, and both agreed with the need to continually assess the effectiveness of their programs. Just to be clear, the president said, I want to ensure we are conducting ourselves in a manner befitting the ideals we want to exemplify to the rest of the world. We now have 20 years of data to examine. It is imperative we weigh the results against the unintended consequences. Just because we've always done it one way doesn't mean we will always continue to do it that way. This briefing serves as much as an education for me as it does for all of us to study a decades-old program spanning what is now 4 administrations. Thank you, Mr. President, Farber continued. I think all of you know Mitch Cohen, White House counsel. Mitch pushed his wire-rimmed glasses up onto the bridge of his nose and cleared his throat. His wrinkled suit looked like he'd slept in it, which he probably had. A thin man with unkempt hair, his appearance had caused more than a few to underestimate what was a superb legal mind. During his time at Harvard Law School, he clerked for a justice of the Supreme Court of Israel when they heard a challenge to what their press called chisulim, eliminations. Though his success in private practice focused on commercial litigation, intellectual property, defamation, and antitrust trade regulation, he'd never forgotten the lessons he'd learned in the land of his parents' birth, a country his grandparents had helped carve out of the desert when the tattoos on their forearms were just beginning to fade. As you are all aware, the legal basis for both our extreme rendition program and our targeted strike program comes from the AUMF, the authorization for the use of military force passed into law on September 18, 2001. The oft-cited prohibition on assassinations from Executive Order 12333, United States intelligence activities, does not legally apply to legitimate military targets. It applies to heads of state. The targets are selected by our 17 intelligence agencies led by the DNI, along with intelligence from the DoD, CIA, NSA, NRO, and NGA. Our criteria was based on the Israeli program, but unlike the United States, the Israeli intelligence services and military branches were given direction by their Supreme Court. All eliminations require adherence to 4 criteria. 1. The target must be designated a combatant, and more importantly, the targeting agency must have evidence that the target is a combatant. 2. The targeting agency must present reasons why arrest is not a feasible course of action. 3. The targeting agency must consider collateral damage. And 4. There must be an investigation after the fact. Excuse me, Mitch, the president interrupted to address the group. I want to run a cost-benefit analysis on these strikes and renditions. Are they worth the return on investment? Not of the missile that kills them, but of the political and moral capital of the United States. Are we creating more terrorists for our next generation to fight, both at home and abroad? The president's wording struck Vic as peculiar. At home? Targeting on U.S. soil? If anyone else noticed, they did not bring it into the discussion.
Go ahead, Mitch. In the United States, we have operated by 3 principles since the attacks of September 11, 2001. In accordance with the AUMF, a targeted individual must pose an imminent threat to the nation. Their capture must not be feasible, and the operation would be conducted in accordance with the principles set forth in the laws of armed conflict.
But no requirement to investigate after the fact. It was a statement, not a question.
No, Mr. President.
Christensen looked to the DNI. Admiral, in your experience at JSOC and since coming on board as DNI, have we followed those 3 requirements?
Yes, Mr. President.
The collateral damage assessments are crucial to a green light. Our policy is not to authorize a strike if there is the possibility of any non-combatant casualties. The enemy knows this and have incorporated that information into their order of battle. They keep women and children close. I'm not saying we haven't made mistakes, but collateral damage is always at the forefront of the decision-making process. Thank you, Admiral. Mitch, please continue.
Yes, sir. The President has the authority to authorize targeted elimination operations and indeed has the responsibility to do so, which is derived from his constitutional authority to protect the American people. Targeting a U.S. citizen is lawful if that citizen has joined Al-Qaeda or an associated terrorist organization or is providing support for imminent terrorist operations. The Supreme Court has found that the use of force is justified against U.S. citizens who have taken up arms against their country or pledged allegiance to a terrorist organization. It is consistent with the 4th and 5th Amendments. Targeting a citizen posing a clear and present danger would not violate criminal provisions, nor would it constitute a war crime. Congress has authorized the President to use all necessary and appropriate force against Al-Qaeda and its associated terrorist organizations through the AUMF. Also supporting this opinion is the national right to self-defense via international law, specifically UN Charter, Article 51.
Are there any territorial parameters? The President asked.
Sir, the AUMF does not specify geographic limitations. It's termed a non-international armed conflict.
What constitutes an imminent threat?
If there is a gray area here, that's it, sir. As we all know, war with proxies, non-state actors, and super-empowered individuals like bin Laden is not a conventional war between nation-states with clearly defined areas of operation. Terrorist organizations are continually planning. If they conducted an operation in the past, there is a high probability that they are still in the network and planning future attacks. Therefore, a targeted elimination would not be an act of revenge, but an act of self-defense to protect the American people from violence.
If I may, sir, Farber interjected. The concept of imminence is subject to interpretation, meaning it must be formulated and argued. Does imminent constitute a day, a week, or a month? And if there is no guarantee that a window to strike based on actionable intelligence, which might also be the only window, will align perfectly with the predetermined criterion of imminence?
Thank you, Greg, the President responded, turning back to the White House counsel. If it has been determined that members of a terrorist organization have planned attacks in the past, then legally, whether a day has passed or 20 years, they remain viable targets. Is that correct?
Legally, yes,
Cohen answered. And rendition operations fall into that legal framework?
Yes, sir. Providing adherence to the law of war principles, necessity, distinction, proportionality, and humanity, i.e. collateral damage.
Have they forfeited their rights as U.S. citizens? Admiral Lowe asked.
Yes. Actions hostile toward the United States constitute a forfeiture of citizenship. Legally, they would still be targetable with lethal force due to imminent threat, but to answer your question directly, a U.S. citizen gives up his or her citizenship, what the law calls a loss of nationality, when he or she engages in hostilities against the United States. U.S. citizenship does not guarantee immunity in armed conflict. The Supreme Court has held that the President may authorize lethal force against a U.S. citizen who is an enemy combatant.
It is considered an act of treason, a capital crime. A lawfully targeted elimination is consistent with the principles of national self-defense. The important takeaway, Mr. President, is that lethal force cannot be used as a punishment for past acts, only to prevent future acts, as with Admiral Yamamoto in World War II. I'm clear on the legality. Ms. Motley, the President said, addressing his CIA director. What is the position of the CIA? Mr. President, Motley said, my organization operates in accordance with strict criteria. The target is confirmed as present, and there are no combatants within the blast radius. Capture is not feasible. The foreign government is not capable of addressing the threat to the United States, and no other reasonable alternatives exist. And in terms of effectiveness, are we just creating more terrorists in a game of whack-a-mole? Janice Motley had risen through the ranks on the Hill, first as a legislative assistant before becoming the lead staff attorney for the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. It was in that position where she had caught the eye of the then CIA director, who began grooming her for an executive position in America's premier intelligence organization. She would eventually become the staff director of the SSCI, before accepting a position on President Obama's National Security Transition Team, which would lead her to acting director of the National Clandestine Service, and then into the role of America's top spy. She was the second female director in CIA history and the first African-American woman to hold the position. Those who briefed her would walk in familiar with her background and reputation as one of the smartest people in the Beltway. They would walk out with a newfound respect. In addition to being a brilliant strategist, she was tough as nails. That is certainly a probability, Mr. President. Then why do we continue to execute a policy with long-term results inconsistent with the investment? Without missing a beat, the director of the CIA answered the query. Previous administrations have continued the program and even escalated it to keep the enemy off balance, Mr. President. Our signals intelligence supports the contention that while it does assist in enemy recruitment efforts, it also continues to disrupt the planning process. I'll have my office send over a classified white paper detailing the threats to the homeland prevented by the strike program. It's insurgent math, Mr. President, Admiral Lowe offered. Insurgent math? For every terrorist killed, we create 10 more. Stan McChrystal arithmetic, Mr. President. I see. Administrations of both parties have operated under the President's constitutional authority to protect the nation, Cohen added. These actions are supported by al-Awlaki v. Obama and Hamdi v. Rumsfeld, the inherent right of the United States to protect itself under international law, and the congressional authorization for the use of military force against AQ and associated groups. I'd like to hear Mr. Rodriguez's thoughts, the President said. In his early 50s, Vic was the most junior member of the group. He remembered asking new members of his Special Forces ODA for their opinion during debriefs, when he was a young SF captain with 7th Special Forces Group. The President was a veteran and was doing the same thing. Sir, my team has studied this at length in accordance with the Office of the General Counsel at CIA. As you are aware, my department offers another option if the conversation in question is specific to the effectiveness of using unmanned aerial vehicles to deliver a lethal payload. The enemy can use Google, just like the rest of us. They have studied our tactics and know exactly what we just discussed in this secure conference room. They know our aversion to collateral damage, which is why you rarely find senior Al-Qaeda or ISIS leadership alone. They surround themselves with non-combatants, specifically women and children. My office offers a different option, one that is much more personal, and also more dangerous from a commitment of forces standpoint. A single operative, or a small team from my side of the house can, at times, be a viable alternative. The President looked at his national security advisor and then back at the leader of the CIA's paramilitary division. Assassins? No, Mr. President. Hunter-killers. Ground branch operatives who understand the nature of the conflict necessitates them getting close to eliminate the threat, limiting collateral damage that can't be positively identified from a Reaper firing a Hellfire at 50,000 feet. A covert action statute authorized under Title 50 of the U.S. Code is an option we've exercised in the past. Director Motley. Mr. President, this agency is not in the business of creating more terrorists. The targeted killing program under President Obama
rose to levels inconsistent with desired end results. Human intelligence networks with proxy forces targeting the enemy run by ground branch operators are high risk, but they lower the potential of creating more terrorists vis-a-vis the insurgent math Admiral Lowe referenced. When a Hellfire hits a moving vehicle from out of the blue, there is only one country to blame, the United States. An IED or well-placed bullet, on the other hand, well, responsibility for that type of operation offers plausible deniability. Alec Christensen leaned back in his chair and touched both forefingers to his lips. My duty as President of the United States is to protect the American people. Having fought in Afghanistan, I am distinctly aware that we now have soldiers patrolling those same mountains who were not even born on September 11th, 2001. They are fighting the sons of men we targeted in the opening years of the war. It is my job to see that the grandchildren of those I fought don't put Americans in the sights of their AKs. Find me solutions. I want a briefing on the disposition matrix, the kill list, for lack of a better term, with best and worst case scenarios attached to each target. And I want options other than UAVs, he said, looking directly at Vic. Greg will coordinate a follow-up meeting. Now, let's go through today's PDB. For the remainder of the briefing, questions were directed to Motley and Lowe by the President and his National Security Advisor. Vic's mind focused on the fact that his office might be getting a lot busier in the weeks and months ahead. It scarcely registered that the President's daily brief contained information on a hemorrhagic virus outbreak in Angola, and that 457 people had perished before it had been contained by the World Health Organization. Director Motley and Vic Rodriguez exited the Situation Room and took the stairs up to West Executive Avenue, where the director's motorcade was waiting to take them back to Langley. They did not speak until the heavy door to the up-armored black Suburban closed behind them. That was interesting, Vic said. Motley nodded, still deep in thought. I know you have teams downrange working through host nation forces, but from the tone of the briefing, we might be taking a more unilateral approach. It certainly sounded like the President does not favor relying on UAVs as the preferred method of engagement, Vic agreed. I'll have Council compile a history of the legal justifications for each targeted elimination and rendition since the AUMF. We certainly don't want any of our people in the hot seat at the change of administrations, like we had with enhanced interrogations. That she immediately thought of protecting those on the ground doing the nation's work was why she had the respect of the case officers, paramilitary officers, and contractors she led. It was a rare quality in Washington. I agree. I get the feeling the President is after more than just finishing what was started under the Bush administration, Vic noted. I had that feeling as well. Did you catch the U.S. soil comment? The former Special Forces officer asked his boss. I did. There's something else at play, he said. What do you make of it? I think it has something to do with James Reece.
Chapter 16. Denver, Colorado. Dr. Ali Reza Ansari pulled his rental car close to the curb in front of the aging home. A green Subaru, extremely popular in these parts, was parked in the driveway. Ali noted that it had not been backed in. The bike was on the roof rack, signaling that it was safe to approach. Still, Ali was cautious. If the FBI were on to them, this would be the time they would make their arrests, before the deadly virus could be replicated. Ali had supervised the construction from afar. The Hawala network transferred more than funds. It passed information. The network of couriers had no idea what they were passing or why. The messages had been hand-carried from Switzerland into the United States. Ali suspected he would have to make a few adjustments, but as long as all the materials were there, and the monkey kidney cells had been prepared as he had instructed, he would be able to complete the next phase of the operation. His priority was to use the scanning electron microscope to ensure the cells contained no contaminants and exhibited the stable growth factors necessary to cultivate the virus. He had informed Biodyne that he'd decided to take 2 weeks and tour the United States before returning to Europe. He would be reachable for Zoom conference calls and would be answering his emails. The drive from the East Coast had taken 4 days. He could have done it in 2, but he'd explored along the way.
Not because he was interested in the sights and history between the Atlantic seaboard and the Continental Divide, but because he was looking for surveillance. He was certain that the Americans were not conducting physical surveillance, but these days, with drones and the interconnected web of the surveillance state, it was nearly impossible to tell if they were tracking you electronically. Ali had always been careful. All his military, intelligence, medical, and business training had culminated in what he was about to do. This was his moment of truth. Ali approached the front door and knocked 3 times. The door opened immediately. The young student had been eagerly waiting. "Assalamu alaikum," Sebastian said. "Never use Arabic or Farsi with me," Ali said, pushing past the young medical student and making his way inside. Worn hardwood flooring in dire need of attention led to a small living area, where a couch too small for the space faced an old brick fireplace that, at one point, had been painted white in a failed attempt at modernization. "Do you have a cell phone?" Ali asked. "Yes, but it's in my apartment. I've never taken it here." "Good," Ali said, still weary, as he entered the small kitchen. An avocado-green refrigerator hummed away next to a 4-burner electric stove, and a microwave sat at an angle on the rust-colored countertop. Ali parted the thin drapes above the sink and looked into the street beyond the yard. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No vans with tinted windows, no unmarked Crown Victorias desperately trying to fit in. "Show me," Ali said. Sebastian led the way to a door off the hallway and unlocked the deadbolt. His hands trembled for just a moment, in anticipation. Ali knew all about Shahram Pahlavi. The regime had groomed him since birth through his parents, who were long-term penetration agents. The Americans were so stupid. Why they kept allowing the sons and daughters of those who wanted to destroy them inside their country baffled him. You did not see Americans flocking to Iran, Russia, China, or North Korea to conduct subversion operations and change the fabric of those societies. That is why those countries would endure, and why America was doomed to fail. Shahram seemed eager to please. By design, he knew next to nothing about the Biodyne executive who now followed him into the makeshift lab. No name, no background. Ali already had a plan to kill him after his usefulness expired. Ali surveyed the virology lab. Clear plastic sheets, the ventilation system duct-taped to the outside vents. The state-of-the-art lab equipment he had ordered through intermediaries was all set up and running. "I need to check the cells," he said. Sebastian tapped the space key and brought the computer monitor to life. The high-resolution black-and-white image came into focus, displaying what looked like a worm with one end curled into a ball. "Just as I was instructed. They've been growing for 28 days. 15 separate cell lines, no contaminants." Ali moved in front of the keyboard and zoomed in on the cells, confirming what the younger man had told him. Nodding, Ali asked, "What do you know about Marburg variant U?" Sebastian swallowed. He knew the story. It was a case study in improper safety protocols when handling Level 4 pathogens. Marburg variant U? His visitor couldn't have a sample of that, could he? Marburg. A virus first discovered in a lab in Marburg, Germany, in green monkeys from Central Africa. They were working with kidney cells, just like these, Sebastian said, nodding at the cultures just beyond the clear plastic slats. "That's right. That was 1967. Monkey handlers in Marburg, Frankfurt, and Belgrade were all infected. They died in ways the researchers had not seen in their previous experiments. The virus liquefied organs and brain cells. Almost 10 years later, 430 people died in Zaire and Sudan with similar symptoms to what had been observed in Marburg. But this was another filovirus. Ebola. Ebola Zaire and Ebola Sudan, Ali corrected. "I studied Ebola," Sebastian said. "Under a microscope like this one, filovirus strains look almost the same. Ebola's mortality rate is between 70 and 90%. For our purposes, we need something even more toxic. Marburg? Not just any strain of Marburg. Variant U. That is one of the most closely guarded pathogens on the planet. Only the Russians have a strain, if memory serves. Not just the Russians, Sebastian. With the fall of the Soviet Union, their scientists were more than willing to sell it. China has it, North Korea has it, Iran has it, and most importantly, the Americans have it. Where did we get this strain? Sebastian asked. Ali paused. Where do you think? Iran? Instead of confirming, Ali continued. What do you know about bioweapons? My studies have all been on virology and immunology, not weaponizing viruses. I will guide you through this. Before we begin, it is important for you to understand just how careful we need to be. You've done a more than adequate job setting up the lab in accordance with my instructions. What we don't have is a decontamination station. I didn't have you build one because it wouldn't matter. If you prick yourself while handling variant U, you have less than 2 weeks to live. Ali had to hit the right psychological tone to ensure Sebastian believed he was a part of the team and would survive the mission. At its height, the Soviet State Center for Virology and Biotechnology, also called Vector, was one of the most advanced bioweapons labs in the world. In 1977, Dr. Nikolai Ustinov was injecting Marburg virus into a guinea pig when he accidentally injected the virus into his thumb. The animal was not strapped to a board, and Dr. Ustinov was not wearing the proper biohazard suit or gloves required for the experiment. Sebastian whispered a prayer to Allah. As you know, all viruses have unique characteristics. That is what allows us to differentiate them from one another and develop vaccines specific to the particular disease. The more deadly they are, the harder they are to spread, killing their host before they can move on to another body with healthy tissues to destroy. High contagion rates, such as H1N1, flu, and COVID-19 have kill rates between 0.01% and perhaps as high as 0.2 or 0.3%. By contrast, the 1918 Spanish flu and the swine flu in 2009 caused worldwide panics because of the respiratory nature of the spread. Hemorrhagic viruses like Marburg only spread through direct blood-to-blood contact or secretions with broken mucous membranes, making them difficult to transmit. Once contracted, however, Marburg is a true killer, with an infection fatality rate of 85 to 90% and death in 13 days. Forgive me, if it only spreads through blood-to-blood contact, what is all this for? Sebastian asked, pointing to the equipment he'd so painstakingly prepared over the preceding months. Because the variant extracted from Dr. Ustinov can be aerosolized. Alhamdulillah, Sebastian whispered. Dr. Ustinov was immediately quarantined in the facility behind pressure-locked doors. As his body and brain liquefied over the next 2 weeks, he kept a diary, documenting the progression of his deterioration. It started with a headache, fever, and nausea, followed by toxic shock as his eyes filled with blood and the capillaries throughout his body began to hemorrhage. Near the end, he was literally bleeding through the pores of his skin, to say nothing of the blood and liquefied organs oozing from his nose, mouth, penis, and anus. The blood and mucus-stained pages were collected and transcribed before being incinerated. When Ustinov's body had nothing more to give the invading filoviruses, when his cells had all burst, he finally succumbed. His body was doused with a chloramine disinfectant and welded into a metal box to seal the deadly African pathogen inside. But not before the Russians took samples from his organs, Sebastian deduced. That is correct. Additional testing showed something interesting. Do you know what it was? Sebastian took a moment before responding. The virus had adapted. Lab-grown viruses are often more potent than those found in nature. Not only was it more deadly, it was also more stable. They named it variant U, after its creator. Do you know what they did next? Sebastian didn't hesitate this time. They weaponized it. Yes. They weaponized it for an aerosolized delivery via vapor. They tested it on monkeys in a facility in Kazakhstan and on human test subjects in Africa.
It became the most potent bioweapon in the Soviet arsenal. And you have it with you? I do. It's time to make a weapon.
Dressed in full Level A hazmat suits with respirators, Ali and Sebastian went to work. Ali's hands moved deliberately in the encased glove box as he carefully cut open the bottle of hand sanitizer that he'd received from Hafez Qasim. He slowly extracted a small test tube of plasma under the vented hood. Plasma originating in Dr. Ustinov's dead body in 1977. The most deadly pathogen in human history was now in the basement of a rundown house in Denver, Colorado. Over the next 3 days, Ali and Sebastian transferred variant U blood plasma to the cell culture plates in a process called transfection. A virus that had been sitting dormant for decades had been given a host. It had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for its opportunity to multiply. When Ali injected it into the cell culture, the virus was resurrected. The doctor would have liked a real-time X-ray fluoroscopy to confirm the procedure was working, but the samples they observed under the electron microscope indicated it was growing. Within a week, each of the culture discs contained millions of copies of the disease. Variant U had come back to life. Chapter 17. Interstate 90. Reece had never driven from Virginia to Illinois. When he was stationed on the East Coast, he and Lauren had big plans to explore Maine, the Shenandoahs, New River Gorge, the Okefenokee Swamp, and the Florida Keys. Instead, the newlyweds never left Virginia Beach, a series of back-to-back workups and deployments taking precedence. He smiled at the memory of buying their first home together on the water in the seal-dominated Chicks Beach area, and of the night Lauren had shared the news that they were expecting their first child. He thought they would all have plenty of time to travel together. He had been wrong. Lauren and Lucy were dead, murdered, because of a government private sector conspiracy that Reece had dismantled piece by piece. His wife and daughter had been murdered by the same government Reece now served. Not forever. I'm going to do this job, get the intelligence from the agency I need to find Nizar Katan, and put him down. Then I'm out. The former SEAL had never been the biggest fan of flying. Even in SEAL training, it had always been a relief when the red light switched to green and the jump master pointed at the exit ramp or door. He'd had to touch down in more than a few airfields that required excessively aggressive landings where there was nothing for Reece to do but brace for impact. That and pray. Reece would much rather be in control of his own vehicle on the open road with access to his weapons. On this particular drive, he needed to think. As the miles clicked by on the odometer of his old 1988 Land Cruiser, Reece attempted to shake the memories of the dead. Lauren had always rolled her eyes at the classic off-road vehicle. She knew that Reece loved the car for some reason, and that it was just part of the package. His old FJ-62 had recently been upgraded with a Corvette LS3 engine, giving it more power than most modern trucks and SUVs. From the outside, it looked like a standard 1980s 4x4. That vintage exterior cloaked what was on the inside, an entirely new machine. Restored by the experts at Icon in California, the old truck was a sleeper. Grayman tactical rigid moly panels were attached to both seatbacks and held a fire extinguisher, medical kit, tourniquet, knife, and Winkler tomahawk. The firearms conveniently secured to the black plastic panels had been transferred to Goose Gear Overland storage drawers. Reece had installed them in the back of the vehicle in preparation for his drive to Virginia from Montana before his clandestine services class had kicked off. It was better to keep the AR, shotgun, and scoped long gun out of sight, even if he did have U.S. Marshals Service credentials in case he was stopped. That was one of his asks of the president. He had once been issued a marshal's badge as part of an operation on U.S. soil when he was in the SEAL teams. It opened doors and kept the operators out of trouble with local law enforcement in case they were rolled up. U.S. Marshal creds were also federal, meaning he would not have the issues that Texas Rangers Frank Hammer and Manny Galt had when they left the Lone Star State hunting down Bonnie and Clyde.
The arsenal that Hammer carried around in the backseat of his 1934 Ford Model 40B in pursuit of the infamous killers actually dwarfed what Reece had hidden in the back of his Land Cruiser. The former SEAL needed to be a bit more subtle. Get in the game, Reece. He'd been taught the basics of surveillance and surveillance detection routes in the SEAL teams as part of his training in PSD, or Personal Security Detail Operations. His team had been the first tasked with protecting the interim Iraqi government officials after the invasion, a mission most of them thought would be suicide. He had also done some work with the FBI's hostage rescue team on close target reconnaissance, which included driving into enemy territory to gather intelligence prior to a hit. Reece's troop had 2 HRT members and 2 field agents assigned to them in Iraq, investigating connections to planned terrorist operations in the continental United States. Of all the missions Reece had conducted over the years, the ones that gleaned intelligence on threats to the homeland were the ones of which he was the most proud. More than a few acts of terror had been thwarted on foreign soil before they had a chance to take flight. He was never a fan of the PSD mission. Reece preferred to be on offense, taking the fight to the enemy rather than standing next to a politician with what was essentially a target painted on their back. The year of training he had recently completed at the farm built on the lessons he had learned in the SEAL teams. The CIA was all about their SDRs. Using the SDR techniques had become second nature. They augmented his proficiency acquired through operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, Mozambique, Albania, Ukraine, and Russia. That real-world experience was enhanced with the scenarios they'd put him through at Camp Peary. He knew that to execute his current missions successfully, he'd need an entire team conducting both physical and technical surveillance to build a pattern of life and confirm they were targeting the correct individual. With that information, they could then decide upon the time and place of the elimination. Then why was Reece driving to Chicago alone? He needed time to think. The President of the United States has asked you to complete a mission. You could say no. Or was saying no not an option? Reece had raised his right hand to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Protect and defend the Constitution. Protect and defend. What are you doing, Reece? You are protecting the country you swore to defend. Are you? Or are you an instrument of vengeance, the personal assassin for the most powerful man in the world? Are you working for the very government that had a part in killing Lauren and Lucy? Are you doing this to avenge the attacks of 9/11? Attacks that would pull the country into a 20-year war and see your friends and teammates die in battle? Are you doing this to prevent a future attack? Or are you doing this so that the President of the United States will owe you a favor? Is this about getting the support you need to kill Nizar Katan, the sniper who put a bullet through Freddie Strain? Are you doing this so you can use the power of the executive branch to decipher the letter your father left you? The letter you found the night you called Vic Rodriguez and agreed to join the ranks of the CIA's paramilitary branch? Or are you doing this because all you know is the kill? Later. Focus on this mission. These terrorists helped plan 9/11, Reece. They could be planning future attacks. 20 years later. What are you, Reece? A soldier, an intelligence operative, a hunter of men? An assassin? You told the President you would do it. For God and country. God and country. As the truck pushed westward, Reece convinced himself that what he was about to do would bring justice to those who had perpetrated the most devastating attack on the United States in modern times. The Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor before Hawaii was even a state. They had bombed military targets. The Twin Towers were not a legitimate military target. Deliberately targeting civilians was the very definition of terrorism. Reece thought of all those who had jumped to their deaths rather than face the prospect of being burned alive. Fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters. All they had done was go to work one sunny Tuesday in September. He thought of the President's fiancée. Had she jumped? Had she perished of smoke inhalation? Had she been burned alive? Had she been trampled to death in a stairwell?
Or had she died in darkness, hunkered in the corner of an office as the North Tower imploded around her? The president would never know. No one would ever know. But there was something he could do about it now. The animals who attacked the nation deserved what was coming, regardless if one day had passed since that fateful morning or 20 years. The president thought so too. There was a reason he'd issued a presidential directive, notifications based on the authorization for the use of military force. These were legitimate military targets. Though it was not clear that they posed an imminent threat, it was not clear that they did not either. They needed to be removed from the battlefield so that they could not be used to enable further attacks. The president was sending a message, one that would not be broadcast on cable news channels, but one that would be received by the terrorist network loud and clear. Chapter 18. Chicago, Illinois. Ali would have preferred to spend a few more days in the area, but time did not allow for that luxury. Out of necessity, he had taken a circuitous route to Chicago. Borrowing Sebastian's Subaru, he first drove to Richardson, Texas, just outside Dallas, where he met with a man named Mahan Faramand, a sleeper agent of the regime. Ali had passed him the delivery mechanism and specified his objectives. First, multiple restaurants and grocery stores. Then, 2 days later, a hospital in Richardson. It was imperative they target hospitals. Timing the releases was critical. The green Subaru would undoubtedly be caught on video at some point in the journey. Avoiding every camera in the western United States was an impossibility, so Ali was going to use the power of the surveillance state to his advantage. If an enterprising investigator or intelligence officer began to put the pieces together, it would lead back to a radicalized virology student in Denver. He had then driven back to Colorado, returned the Subaru, and passed a second device to an asset in Denver. The operation was in motion, and nothing could stop it. He'd studied the Colorado asset for 2 days to confirm that the intelligence he'd been sent by Hafez Qassem through a local mosque was indeed true. He was a true believer. They'd met in Cheeseman Park, across from the Denver Botanic Gardens, where Ali had explained the simple instructions to a man who had 2 weeks left to live. Again, public locations followed by hospitals were the key. Though they didn't know it, as soon as they depressed the plungers on the CO2 cartridges, releasing Marburg variant U into the atmosphere, they were as good as dead. No loose ends. Ali had given them 2 special inoculation pills and told them to wear N95 masks as an added precaution. In actuality, the pills were 2 tablets of vitamin D from Walgreens, and the masks would do nothing to stop the aerosolized 5 to 20 micron droplets, each one containing 100 viral strands of the deadly pathogen. They would strike a blow for Allah and would die martyrs. The delivery mechanism had been designed by the Iranian and Russian scientists at Damgan, a bioweapons research facility about 185 miles east of Tehran. Disguised as a bottle, it looked like a piece of trash. All the asset needed to do was press down on a handle that resembled a Carr, a wine bottle sampling and preservation device that used a needle and argon gas cartridge to tap wines without removing the cork. A needle powered by a cartridge containing the gas would puncture a rubber seal on a small glass vial inside the bottle, aerosolizing the virus and forcing the liquid to rapidly deploy through a nanofiber mesh filter to produce a vaporized cloud of droplets. The resulting whitish-yellow puff contained billions of viral particles. Released through a ventilation system, it could infect entire shopping malls, office buildings, or in this case, hospitals, in minutes. With most contagious viruses like COVID-19 or H1N1, thousands of viral particles need to be inhaled or touched and transferred to the nose or mouth to initiate the infection. Marburg was in a league of its own. As little as 1 or 2 viral particles were enough to contaminate a host. A single droplet from an aerosolized spray would generate a fatal illness with an incubation period of less than 48 hours. Death would follow within days. It was vital that the attack not look like an attack at all. Though Marburg was not airborne, as the American press liked to call viruses that could be spread with a cough, it was imperative that they believe it was. It needed to look like it had originated in Angola, the result of a naturally occurring hemorrhagic virus the Americans were always making movies and writing books about. The infidels never did anything other than confirm it was contained on a continent they largely ignored. All they really cared about was that African diseases stayed in Africa. What made this outbreak different was that it had made it to the homeland and had gone airborne, or so they would believe. They would connect the dots from Cabinda in northern Angola to the 4 de Fevereiro International Airport in the capital to a flight landing in the United States. Ali needed at least 2 of the 4 target cities to be hit with the same infection. The virus would be traced to Angola, a country with a history of infectious tropical diseases. The most sophisticated intelligence agencies in the world would never trace it back to Iran. Of course, never was a word that made Ali cringe. Every plan needed a contingency. If the U.S. intelligence community did discern that the virus was not a naturally occurring disease, it would be traced back to homegrown terrorists inspired by what the talking heads like to call an ideology of hate. That Sebastian Phillips had grown up in the United States and worked in a university biolab would only fuel the conspiracies. With COVID-19 having dominated the news cycle for so long, most of the country had at least heard the very real possibility that the coronavirus had first originated in a Chinese biocontainment facility in Wuhan. Either way, regardless of whether the United States traced the virus to Angola or if they discovered it was released into the environment by a terrorist organization made up of U.S. citizens, the result of an airborne pathogen with the infection and death rates of Marburg was the same. The only choice was for the United States government to release the antibodies that would destroy it. In this case, those antibodies were on standby in Hurlburt Field, Florida. MC-130s armed with the largest non-nuclear payloads ever developed. To save the country from an invisible virus, the United States would have no choice but to attack itself and incinerate the disease threatening to destroy the entire nation. As with a host whose immune system attacks an invading cancer, oftentimes that host did not survive. The United States was already on edge from COVID-19 and had almost destroyed their economy for a virus that was actually doing them a favor, killing off the weak. Pulling to the curb 3 blocks from his meeting location, Ali put the car in park and looked at 2 small children playing in the front yard of a house across the street. The home was neglected and the yard full of weeds, but the smiles on the children's faces were no different than the smiles of children the world over. An older boy looked on, possibly their brother, tasked with keeping an eye on them in this neighborhood just outside Chicago. He was about the same age Ali had been when he'd found his brother swinging from the noose, eyes bulging, tongue protruding from the left side of his mouth, a casualty of war. The wailing of his mother. Ali had been told that the asset in Chicago had been unreliable in his communications. The imam had expressed concerns. There were indications that the asset had been corrupted by Western values. There were no signs that he had been contacted by American law enforcement or intelligence officers, but one could never be too certain. Ali would be the arbiter of his fate. Chapter 19. The door opened, and Karim Talib looked suspiciously through the crack, a thin chain linking the door to the frame. "Salam," Ali said with a disarming smile. "Salam, Chichori," the smaller man replied. "I'm well, Karim. May I come in?" Ali said, switching from Farsi to English. "Of course," Karim responded, bowing his head and pushing the door closed to disengage the chain barrier before holding it open for his guest. He had been expecting the visitor. "Mutshakir hastam. Are your wife or children home?" Ali asked. "No, they are at the park. I don't expect them for another hour." "Good. Let's talk, Karim. May I have some tea?" Manre Bukash, yes, Karim said, nervously putting his hand to his heart. Please follow me. Ali trailed behind the shorter man down a hallway and into a small kitchen with aging linoleum floors. As Karim filled a pot with water and set it on the electric coil stove, Ali pulled a photo from a magnet on the refrigerator. Is this your family, Karim? Yes, my wife and 2 sons. They are handsome boys, Ali noted. How old are they? 4 and 6. You seem too old to have such young children. My first wife died in childbirth. Our daughter did not survive. I did not remarry for many years. I am sorry, Karim. Even the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, lost 6 of his 7 children. They await, and I will see them again on the day of recompense, Karim whispered, placing a mesh strainer into a small ceramic blue teapot. Ah, that you will, Karim. Allah will ensure you will once again be at peace. Karim nervously watched as his guest examined the photos and drawings on the refrigerator and inspected the small living area just off the kitchen. How do you like your tea? Strong, Karim. Do you know why I am here? Karim's hand quivered, some of the boiling water spilling down the side of the teapot as he poured the hot liquid over dried leaves and rose petals. I was told only to expect you. That you would have a job for me. Not just any job, Karim. A mission from Allah. Ali watched his subject cover the teapot. We will let it steep for about 5 minutes. I understand you have not been to your mosque in quite some time, Karim. It is best not to be noticed coming and going from mosques in Chicago. The American agents are everywhere. Ali folded his arms. Chicago had one of the fastest-growing Muslim populations in the country. Close to 500,000 children of Allah called the Windy City home, and 15 new mosques had been built in the past decade. Chicago was not a city where a Muslim would have a hard time blending in. Have the American authorities ever tried to contact you? No. As far as I can tell, I am still clean. Ah, I see. And where do you and your family practice salat? Ali asked, referring to the 5 daily prayers that were the second pillar of Islam. He intentionally looked down the hall and into the living room. Karim slowly removed 2 clear glass teacups from the cupboard and set them on the counter, gathering his thoughts. Has faith left your heart, Karim? Karim drew in a deep breath and whispered, No, with as much emotion as he could muster. Have you not come to terms with what you did for Allah? Karim pushed his hands together in an attempt to steady them. Here, let me help, Ali offered, gesturing to the small kitchen table where his host reluctantly took a seat. The assassin took charge and poured a splash of tea into both cups to warm them and check the brew for consistency. Judging the tea was strong enough for his liking, he then poured them back into the pot, before filling both cups to the halfway point, adding a dash of hot water to each. Karim did not notice the small, wax-infused wafer that his visitor slid into his cup. It dissolved immediately, and Ali placed the steaming hot liquid in front of his asset. Merci, Karim said, thanking his unwelcome caller, thinking back to the day his adopted country was attacked. An attack he had helped facilitate. An attack that occurred on the day his wife died in childbirth. September 11th, 2001. Chahesh Mikhanam, Ali responded. Why are you nervous, Karim? Allah has chosen you to finish what you started 20 years ago. Karim took a sip of the dark tea to steady his nerves. Please, his voice trailed off. If you are no longer devoted to the cause, I can understand that, Karim. You have a nice life here in Chicago. Do you want me to leave? I am not the person that I was. Allah now has a different calling for me. To raise my 2 sons. I am sorry. I am sorry too, Karim. Karim felt his pulse begin to race. He looked into the eyes of the man who he now knew had decided to kill him. He gazed back into his tea, struggling to focus, feeling an unnatural sweat beginning to permeate his glands. How do you feel, Karim? You do not look well. Ali had used the technique before. In Europe, he had concentrated natural occurring regulatory neuropeptides that control stress, emotions, and arousal into high doses large enough to cause heart attacks, seizures, and strokes. He had looped the DNA sequences into a simple bacterial culture for delivery via spray or wafer. It was completely undetectable in an autopsy, as peptides are so efficiently metabolized by the body that they are gone seconds after absorption. The concoction had sent more than a few enemies of Iran to paradise. Karim looked at Ali in horror as his body began to react to the overdose of neuropeptides. As he struggled to breathe, the cold sweat was replaced by a bout of nausea. His chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible block of iron. His vision blurred and he made a feeble lunge for the kitchen counter, knocking over his tea before collapsing to the floor. Ali took a sip of the dark liquid. He would have preferred it stronger. He crossed his legs and watched as Karim struggled to breathe on the dirty linoleum tile. He waited another 5 minutes after Karim had stopped breathing and finished his tea. He then washed out his cup in the sink using a paper towel to turn on and off the water, and also to dry out his cup before replacing it in the cupboard. He then exited the home and walked the 3 blocks back to his car. Chicago would be spared. No matter. This contingency had been built into the plan. Ali had another city to visit. He made his way out of Chicago and merged onto I-65. Setting his cruise control to the speed limit, he drove south toward Atlanta. Chapter 20. Chicago, Illinois. Reece had done one drive-by of the target house and then circled back onto West Devon Avenue, passing a Dunkin' Donuts, a Domino's Pizza, a tobacco shop, a Honda dealership, a hookah lounge, and, ironically, the Iraqi Mutual Aid Society, located within a stone's throw of the Tel Aviv Kosher Bakery. This one street on the outskirts of Chicago was a multicultural microcosm of American society, where Italian, Mexican, and Chinese restaurants shared the street with Lahore Food and Grill and the Salvation Army. He passed a synagogue, a mosque, and a church within blocks of one another. Driving by a business awning signage that read Baghdad Hair Salon, he did a double take and almost missed his turn, flashing back to a mission on the streets of Iraq's capital city in a thin-skinned Humvee. The West Ridge neighborhood of Chicago was far enough outside the Loop that it had been spared the rioting and looting of the previous summer. Reece couldn't help but think how much better the country might be without politicians stoking the coals of division. They excelled at stirring up hate and discontent to advance partisan political agendas in an attempt to persuade their voting blocs that they were the answer to the very problems they were creating. Those who sell the panic sell the pill. Those politicians might be responsible for more deaths than your target, Reece. The former frogman was acutely aware that his Land Cruiser stood out. He could have gotten away with it in a few California seaside surf communities or the back roads of the Pacific Northwest, or a ski town in the Wasatch or Rockies. But in suburban Chicago, vintage off-road vehicles were not the order of the day. If he was going to go through with this mission, he would need to do it right. That meant a team. It meant indigenous vehicles. It meant technical and physical surveillance. It meant building a pattern of life and getting creative with the method of termination. Then what the hell are you doing here? Reece's attention was drawn to a woman descending the steps of the small single-story home with 2 young children in tow. He watched them disappear down the street and found himself thinking of Lauren and Lucy, walking to the park in Coronado together. Beauty, innocence, and hope, shattered at the business end of an AK. Shifting his focus back to the house, Reece wondered if his target was inside. Am I about to do to this family what was done to mine at the behest of the same government? According to the file, this man facilitated 9/11, Reece. He deserves what's coming. Justice. Justice? Or retribution? Just over 20 years ago, Karim Talib had lived in Florida. He'd taken flying lessons at Huffman Aviation in 1999, but dropped out well before he'd completed the 35 hours required for a private pilot's license certification. He was not a U.S. citizen at that point and had moved to Chicago shortly thereafter. A year later, Mohammed Atta, Ziad Jarrah, and Marwan al-Shehi applied for training. Talib had conducted what was known in special operations circles as an advance force operation.
He had confirmed that a dark-skinned Muslim on a student visa could apply for flight training in the United States without getting a visit from the FBI. By all indications, Tlaib had been living his life as a U.S. citizen for almost 2 decades, without any negative interaction with law enforcement or U.S. intelligence agencies. Had he reformed? Or was he just biding his time, waiting for his next assignment? That was not Reece's department. This man was a foreign agent, responsible for the deaths of almost 3,000 Americans, citizens with families and dreams, just like Lauren and Lucy. His actions had forfeited his right to citizenship. It was time for him to die. The man who knocked on the door to the home wearing what most people still called a COVID mask could have been anyone, a friend, relative, neighbor, or business associate. He spoke briefly to the man who opened the door and then disappeared inside. Shit! I should have had my phone ready, or even better, had a high-resolution camera with a zoom lens. Rookie. 20 minutes later, the man re-emerged alone and casually made his way down the street, away from Reece's position. The camera on Reece's iPhone wasn't bad, but it was not made for taking surveillance photos through windshields at over 100 yards. Something about the way the man moved put Reece on edge. He'd seen it in the instructors at the farm, men and women who had been trained to blend in while still remaining situationally aware in non-permissive environments. He took a burst of photos and resisted the urge to follow the visitor. Stay on target. Reece forced down a sip of coffee from the 26-ounce Yeti Rambler in the seat next to him. The mini-mart where he'd filled up hadn't had any honey, so he'd been forced to substitute with artificial sweeteners and French vanilla creamer. Reece made a mental note to dig out his Black Rifle coffee travel kit and keep it in his vehicle. The woman and children returned around noon. Less than 10 minutes later, the first police car arrived. Reece continued to snap pictures with his phone as a fire truck roared down the street and came to a stop in front of the target house, an ambulance and another police cruiser close behind. The paramedics entered the home with 2 large medical packs as 2 EMTs pulled a wheeled stretcher from the back of the ambulance and maneuvered it inside. What the fuck is going on? Reece wondered. In less than 5 minutes, the medical team re-emerged with a body strapped to the gurney. They loaded the patient into the back and sped off with sirens blaring. Moments later, the woman and children rushed down the steps and into an aging Civic, taking off after the ambulance. Reece exited his vehicle and approached a police officer who was talking to a firefighter. Hey guys, Reece said, holding up his marshal badge. I was just driving by. What happened? Heart attack, the officer responded. That's too bad, Reece said. Will he make it? The officer looked to the firefighter, who shook his head. He's gone. We still rushed them to the hospital as a matter of protocol. He'd only been out for 30 minutes or so. Probably could have saved him if he'd been able to call 911. Did the wife find him? Reece asked. Kids found him first. Always tough. Reece contemplated telling the cop that he'd seen a man leave the house just minutes before the family had returned, but that would have led to additional questions. Reece had already pushed it enough. So rough, Reece agreed. You guys stay safe. Thanks for holding the line. You too, Deputy. Reece crossed the street and walked back toward his cruiser. There is no such thing as a coincidence was a popular saying in spy novels and movies. In real life, Reece knew that coincidence was a real thing. That is why it was a defined term. Then what is this? Who is the man who arrived just prior to Tlaib's family returning? Had he killed the first target on Reece's list? Though he knew it was a fruitless effort, Reece took his time getting out of town, slowly weaving his way through the surrounding streets on the off chance he might see the man in the mask. Still perplexed by the mysterious visitor, Reece turned south onto the interstate, toward the next name on his list. Chapter 21. Charlie Crimmins hadn't expected Reece to bolt out of town. They certainly had not expected him to drive from Virginia to Illinois, but the tracking device they attached to his Land Cruiser allowed them to stay far enough back so as not to be noticed. Reece's sudden road trip could be the incentive Masada leadership needed to approve installing audio and visual recording devices in that reporter's bedroom
where Reece and Katie spent a lot of their time. Crimmins was looking forward to that assignment. He switched driving duties with his partner, a former police officer from Ohio who had been removed from the force after a suspect died in his custody. He had already been on thin ice after one too many excessive force complaints. No charges were filed because the one and only witness was dead. After a stint as a bouncer at a local strip club, he'd been hired on with Masada and completed a 3-month contract in Afghanistan and another in Colombia. The cocaine habit he'd picked up on guard duty in South America only fueled the delusions he had of himself as a special operations warrior, now having spent time in the Stan, as he liked to call it. That his experience there consisted of manually opening and closing a compound gate was not something anyone needed to know.
"Woody,"
Crimmins said to the former police officer in the back of the minivan.
"You still parked?"
"Huh?" Crimmins turned around and looked into the heavily modified passengers section of the dark minivan.
"Put that bullshit gun porn down and pay attention,"
Crimmins snapped. Woody threw his recoil magazine to the side and refreshed the screen on the monitor. "Still there, boss," Woody said. "What the fuck is this guy doing here? Think he's got some strange on the side?"
"Quit thinking about pussy.
He's got that smoker of a reporter in D.C. He's out here for something else. Is Sawyer going to have us whack him or what?"
We are going to do as we are told."
"Fuck, man. I hope we get to ice him. It's been too long. I got my blaster right here," Woody said, tapping the appendix holster. "Terran Tactical Glock, John Wick version." Crimmins could only listen to so much from the wannabe super soldier.
"I'm hungry,"
Crimmins said.
"I'll take over for you. Why don't you run back to that kebab place we passed a couple blocks back and pick me up a tandoori chicken?"
"Fuck that Hodge shit. Had enough of that in the sandbox. First of all, you didn't do shit in the sandbox. Secondly, it's Indian food. And thirdly, you can go wherever you like, but you'll grab me a tandoori chicken." "Fuck." "You want a drink?" Woody asked, moving his steroid-assisted bulk into the front passenger seat. "Dr. Pepper, and have him throw in some—" His order was interrupted by a siren. Crimmins watched in the side view mirror as a police cruiser sped past and turned onto the street, where their tracking device pinpointed James Reece.
"Where's he going?"
Crimmins wondered aloud. "Oh man, I missed that rush," Woody said. "Probably going to smash some skulls." A fire truck, ambulance, and another police car passed in close succession. "What else you want with that Hodge food?"
"Forget it. Get in the back. Hit the recorders."
Woody maneuvered into the commander's swivel chair in the back, which allowed him access to the technical surveillance equipment that lined one side of the van. "We're good," he confirmed. Glad that the equipment was almost idiot-proof, Crimmins started the engine and slowly merged onto the street. Doing a drive-by with the Maryland plates was a risk. Thankfully, he'd already requested another Masada team to assist with surveillance. A second vehicle in the rotation would help keep them from getting burned. "Target vehicle still hasn't moved," Woody said.
"Roger."
Crimmins turned onto the street and immediately identified the emergency response vehicles in front of a home just down the road from their target vehicle. He recognized Reece talking to a police officer and firefighter in front of the house and continued to drive past, collecting 360-degree video. He drove 4 more blocks before pulling over. "What the fuck was that about, boss?"
"Not sure. Keep an eye on that monitor. Let me know if he moves."
Crimmins pulled a phone from his pocket, selected a name, and brought it to his ear. Eric Sawyer listened to the report. "Send me the address and stay on him," he ordered before ending the call. The address appeared in his messages a moment later. Sawyer forwarded it to an assistant and, within minutes, had a name and criminal history from a publicly available background check. Sawyer picked up his encrypted Crypt-All secure mobile phone, which was used to communicate only with people who owned the same devices, and placed a call. Senator Thwaite answered immediately. "What do you have for me?" he asked. "James Reece drove to Chicago. He parked outside a house owned by a man named Kareem Talib, a naturalized U.S. citizen with no criminal record. And Kareem Talib died of a heart attack while Reece was parked outside. That gives me next to nothing. If I were you, Senator, I'd use your contacts at whatever government agency owes you a favor and find out all you can about Kareem Talib." The senator terminated the call and did just as he was told. Chapter 22. Atlanta, Georgia. Sohrab Behzad was still security conscious, not just because of what he had done, but because of what he continued to do. Emigrating from Morocco in the early 90s, drawn to Nevada by the low cost of living and growing Muslim population, Sohrab's father had started his American dream as a cab driver. He soon had to quit because of the distasteful practice the company had of long-hauling tourists to cheat them for a higher fare. That and dropping drunks at strip clubs ran counter to his beliefs. A failed rental property business followed, and for a short time he drove a trailer advertising scantily clad escorts up and down Las Vegas Boulevard until he could no longer stomach it. Speaking fluent French, English, and Arabic, his wife found a good-paying job at one of the upscale hotels and acted as an interpreter when the various princes from the kingdom and other parts of the Middle East rented out the penthouse suites for a week of sin. Her work paid for close to 2 years of schooling at a local community college for her husband, who learned the art and science of stenography. When he graduated, he could transcribe more than 200 words per minute and was hired on at the Las Vegas Municipal Court Criminal Division. The elder Behzad was proud of the life he carved out for his family in the land of opportunity. For the teenage Behzads, the Mecca of sin provided other temptations. Sohrab had been young in the spring and summer of 2001 and had already spent time in the Clark County Juvenile Detention Center for possession with intent to sell. His older sister had been disowned by their parents, the lure of the Vegas Strip proving stronger than the teachings of Allah. It was her pimp who had introduced Sohrab to the drugs. The money and women that came with them were hard to resist. It wasn't easy being a Muslim so near to the gambling, fornication, and gluttony of Sin City. The Behzads lived 15 minutes from downtown, a distance that proved not far enough. There was only a single mosque when his parents had arrived from Morocco, and they raised their children to be stringent adherents of the faith. When Sohrab's sister had been brought before the judge as part of a prostitution sting operation, his father dutifully took notes as a court reporter. When he returned home that evening, they had boxed up all her belongings and removed them from the house, stacking them by the garage. She'd picked them up a week later with a strange man, who loaded them into a lowered van. Her mother watched from the window, but her father refused to even look at her. All her photographs were discarded, and she was never spoken of again. Sohrab continued to sell drugs at his high school. He was paid in sexual favors by the pimp's prostitutes, and given money that to a 17-year-old kid seemed like a fortune. All the while he continued to go to the mosque and pray with the men. He wasn't yet ready to be kicked from the nest. His parents did not disown him, as they had his sister when he returned from the juvenile detention facility. He had found a deeper connection to Allah while incarcerated, which they saw as a blessing. His time in the state-run facility had 2 unintended results. He had learned to fight with improvised weapons, and he had been recruited. It was rumored that the imam from their mosque in the Vegas suburbs had fought the Soviets in Afghanistan, but he didn't look like a battle-hardened warrior to Sohrab. When the imam called upon him one evening after prayers, he had expected a lecture on the dishonor his criminal activity had brought to his family. Instead, they discussed worldwide Muslim persecution. The same country that had locked him up for a minor drug offense was actively murdering Muslims across the globe at the behest of the Jews. The respected imam had given him a mission. 4 men would be coming to Las Vegas, and Sohrab would be their guide. It was important that they not attract attention. He was to provide them with a list of hotels and internet cafes with no security cameras, and he was to help them get around while they were in town. If Sohrab was successful, the imam would have further assignments that paid. In exchange, Sohrab would have to swear to Allah that he would stop selling drugs. The 4 men visited Las Vegas 6 times over the next few months. Each time, Sohrab did his duty. They were not interested in strippers, gambling, or cocaine. Instead, they stayed to themselves, meeting in the dirty rooms of shitty motels in the seedier sections of the city just off the Strip. They also spent long hours in the Cyber Zone Cafe.
It was Sorab's responsibility to make sure they could get to and from their destinations in a way that wouldn't attract attention. That, and teach them how to fight. They wanted to learn the skills Sorab had acquired in jail. They were particularly interested in training with box cutters. Sorab adapted what he'd learned as a ward of the state. He taught them how to use the short-bladed cardboard cutting tools as instruments of death. He didn't think it unusual when he saw Mohammed print off flight schedules in the cyber cafe. Nor did he think much of it when he drove them to the Hoover Dam. He did find it strange when the one called Marwan wanted to move to the St. Louis Manor. Only after the attack did Sorab realize that the new hotel put him a block from the Stratosphere, the tallest building in Vegas. In the days following September 11th, he saw their pictures on the news. Mohammed Atta, Hani Hanjour, Marwan al-Shehi, and Ziad Samir Jarrah. Rather than disgust or guilt, he felt a power. He was a warrior of Allah. He walked with a newfound swagger. He trained harder in the ring and in the weight room, feeling a great sense of pride when the hookers commented on his physique. Sorab stuck to his schedule after the attacks, continuing to work out at the boxing gym, pray at the mosque, and smoke weed with prostitutes. He kept his word and never sold drugs again. Using them was another story. When the imam called him to his office, he did not mention the men who were now known the world over as the 9/11 hijackers. Instead, he offered Sorab another job. The mosque would recommend him for employment with the Islamic Relief Society of America. One of their objectives was to provide security to mosques in the United States and Canada. They would train him as a safety and security operations officer, even bringing in the Arab American Police Association to conduct a seminar titled Protecting Our Places of Worship. Violent anti-Islamic backlash was expected as part of the fallout from the attacks, and mosques needed to be prepared. Sorab accepted. Without leaving his adopted country, he could be a warrior for the faith. Almost 2 decades later, Sorab was one of the leading experts on mosque security in the United States. His skills had improved over the years as he added Brazilian jiu-jitsu and firearms training to his regimen of boxing and weightlifting. The Islamic Relief Society sent him around the country conducting mosque vulnerability and risk assessments, writing armed carry authorization policies, providing emergency medical training, developing active threat engagement strategies, instructing de-escalation courses, and teaching incident response and crisis management. His favorite days were those training staff and volunteers for what were now called active shooter scenarios. After a day of force-on-force UTM paint cartridge training, he was ready for a night of ganja and female companionship. The dating apps on his phone made it so much easier to connect to call girls in the cities he visited across the country. He liked to end his seminar with sex he paid for. He favored the transactional nature of the relationship. He could fuck them and kick them out, just like his parents had abandoned his sister. All these years after the planes had hit, Sorab felt the same power he had when he'd first seen the 4 martyrs on TV. He imagined them using the box cutters to slice the throats of the pilots, some of whom had military experience and had probably bombed innocent Muslims in the Middle East. He pictured the sharp razors at the throats of the whore flight attendants. He was proud of the skills he'd taught the martyrs. Sorab was more energized now than he had been in years. The imam at the Atlanta mosque had passed him a message. He was to have a meeting. He was to receive a mission. That excited him. He might spend a little extra on a hooker tonight. Maybe keep her for a few extra rounds before getting rid of her. The warrior in him preferred to wake up alone. Chapter 23. Atlanta, Georgia. Reece had taken his time with this one. The file detailed the target's background in security. Never underestimate your opponent. Sorab Bezad took different routes from the extended stay hotel to the mosque in East Atlanta. That indicated he was taking precautions. He spent each day in the mosque with a lunch break between his morning and afternoon training sessions.
Reece was staying in the same hotel, which allowed him to access camera locations, entry and exit points, and study the doors and locks. Making entry to rooms with electronic door locks was much easier than hotel chains wanted guests to realize. At the farm, Reece had been taught how to surreptitiously enter and exit hotel rooms, bypassing the electronically coded RFID key cards. That would have been the way he made entry but for the camera at the end of the hallway. Instead, the sliding glass door that opened onto an absurdly small balcony would be his way in. Reece had practiced breaking into his own room from the balcony, a fairly simple procedure that called for lifting the door from its tracks with his Dynamis Combat flathead while pulling the door open with his free hand. It was possible that his target had put an obstruction in the base of the slider, and if so, Reece would regroup and continue surveillance. He wouldn't know until he tried. Reece had built a pattern of life on his targeted individual over the past few days. Sarab had been getting back to his room late each night between midnight and 1 o'clock a.m. Tonight, Reece would be waiting. The third-story room was obscured from view of the highway by large trees that also helped dampen the noise of freeway traffic. There were no cameras observing that particular side of the four-story structure, and the curtains were pulled in the two rooms he would have to bypass on his way to the third floor. Having checked out of his room the day before, Reece pulled his Land Cruiser onto a side street away from the outdoor hotel parking lot, in a position to observe the area. There were no lights illuminating the two rooms he would climb past on his way to the third-level terrace. He could see the approach to the hotel and noted that his target had not returned earlier than expected. At 11 o'clock p.m., Reece moved from his vehicle, down the street and across a grass and tree-studded park, to the edge of the hotel. After pausing to ensure a late-night walker had not compromised his approach, he climbed to the edge of the first-floor railing and jumped, pulling himself up onto the second-floor veranda. Once again, he stopped to look and listen. Confident he had not been discovered, he heaved himself up and onto the balcony of his target. He knelt down out of sight and listened, closing his eyes to further enhance his sense of hearing. Nothing. He gave it a full 2 minutes before moving to the sliding glass door, being sure to stay low and out of sight. He jammed the sturdy flathead into the lower portion of the tack, pushing down on the tool to leverage the door out of its track while yanking it open with his left hand. It pulled free of its safety catch, and Reece entered the room.
What the hell is he doing in Atlanta?
Crimmins wondered. They had been on Reece for almost a week, and Crimmins didn't know how much longer he could put up with his partner, whom he'd nicknamed Worthless Woody. Reece had checked into the extended stay hotel, far enough outside the trendy Buckhead area to keep the price down. It was an inexpensive option for those unwilling to pay the $500 a night prices of the hotels near the bars, restaurants, and nightlife of the uptown commercial district. It catered to road crew construction teams, families on cross-country road trips, and cheating spouses looking for a discreet midday rendezvous, an illicit fling during an extra-long lunch break. The two Masada teams were staying at the Westin and kept tabs on their prey electronically. The crews rotated every 8 hours, with the on-duty teams setting up across Peachtree Road in a mall parking lot, where they could change positions periodically without attracting too much attention. Though they didn't have eyes on, they were in a position to follow their target when he left the hotel, which he did each morning, taking one of 3 different routes to East Atlanta. Their surveillance notes indicated he spent much of his time in his vehicle around the Atlanta Masjid of Al-Islam Mosque.
What are you up to, you son of a bitch?
Their target's movements coincided with another guest at the hotel, a man driving a mid-sized rental car who appeared to be working at the mosque. Crimmins had Worthless capture high-resolution stills and video of the new person of interest and forwarded those to Masada Higher Headquarters. Hours later, the Masada surveillance detail received a report and were told to continue shadowing their primary target. Tonight, Reece's Land Cruiser was not in the hotel parking lot. It was parked just down the street. That put Crimmins on edge. In Iraq, Crimmins had noticed similarities between how their ground intelligence teams had developed target packages and how his uncle had taught him to hunt whitetails in the Tennessee of his youth. Humans and animals were creatures of habit. It was all about identifying patterns. He'd been involved in enough surveillance details at home and abroad to know what Reece was doing. He was hunting. Chapter 24. Reece waited in darkness. He'd wetted down the dead air Odessa 9 suppressor with water from the bathroom sink to further dampen the sound. The suppressor was threaded onto the true precision barrel of his SIG P365. Contrary to what Hollywood had programmed moviegoers to think, silencers didn't actually silence a gunshot. Rather, they suppressed the noise to more palatable levels, which is why the military community called them suppressors, in contrast to Hiram Maxim's original patent language, which called them silencers. Reece planned to take one well-aimed headshot as his target entered the room. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, Reece. That's why you have more than one round. Be prepared. Reece glanced at the vintage Rolex Submariner on his wrist. Any time now. At the sound of a woman's voice, Reece jerked his head from his watch. What the fuck? I know I'm in the right room. Bolting from the chair in the corner, Reece bounded past the bed and peered through the peephole before quickly retracting and throwing his back against the wall in the dead space behind the door. Shit! Sohrab Behzad had a woman with him. Reece's mind raced. Take a breath and make a call, Reece. The former frogman pulled his pistol down against his abdomen into the Sul position to get as flat as possible. Sul was Portuguese for south, and had been developed in Brazil as a way to move more safely through crowds with a handgun without drawing the type of attention one would otherwise generate at the low ready or high port. Right now, Reece used it in an attempt to melt into the wall as the door swung open on its automatic commercial closer. Shit! Before the door had even shut, to give Reece the time he needed to bring the pistol up for a shot, Sohrab had grabbed the woman and pulled her through the small entry toward the bedroom. He tore off her leather jacket as he spun her around and drove her toward the bed. Had he not been distracted by her artificially enhanced breasts, he might have taken the time to professionally assess the room. Sohrab was thinking with his dick. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Emerging from his position against the wall, Reece moved into the bedroom, slowly working to get an angle that wouldn't endanger the woman. Her jacket was on the floor and her tight top was pushed up, revealing a lacy bra that struggled to contain her tits. She had Sohrab's full attention. His left hand held her head to his face buried in the side of her neck, his other hand forcing its way down the front of her tight skirt between her legs. That attention shifted in an instant when the woman opened her eyes and screamed. A creature had materialized from the entryway, a creature holding a gun. Sohrab spun, instinctually throwing the girl at the threat. No shot. Reece retracted his pistol to a position of retention and deflected her momentum with his forearm, sending her crashing into the closet. Win the fight. Reece charged forward, driving his opponent face down onto the bed, still attempting a single shot to minimize the risk of discovery. Holding him down with his support hand, Reece struggled to index his muzzle on the back of his adversary's head, which would have worked on an untrained opponent. It didn't work on Sohrab. With a violent twist, Sohrab threw Reece off balance, elbowing him in the side of the head and pushing him back off the bed, just as Reece's trigger finger sent a shot into the mattress. The mosque security man was now in his element, using a leg sweep to take Reece to the ground between the wall and the bed. Falling to the floor with his attacker, Sohrab pinned Reece's pistol to the wall by the suppressor while raining down a succession of hard blows with his free hand. Covering his head with his left hand in an attempt to counter the hits, Reece drew his left knee up and to the inside, creating space as Sohrab went for the mount. That was the opportunity Reece needed to draw his blade from appendix carry with his left hand in a reverse grip and stab it directly into Sohrab's groin. He retracted it quickly and thrust it into his target's diaphragm. Feeling the sharp intrusion, Sohrab's body reacted. His hand loosened on the pistol he still had pinned to the wall, allowing Reece to rip it back and fire two rapid shots. The first went into Sohrab's leg just above the kneecap. The second went into his upper thigh, tearing through muscle, sinew, and bone, with the largest bullet fragments finding their way into his hip. Desperately wanting to get out from underneath the surprisingly heavy man, Reece thrust his pelvis up and to the side, sending his target forward and smashing his head into the bedside table. Aggressively turning to get to his feet, Reece moved to cover by the closet, pushing the still screaming woman back toward the entryway and sending 2 more shots at the man, who now had a pistol in his hand. Where the hell did that come from? Sohrab took one of Reece's bullets to the groin and another to his lower abdomen while shooting 3 rounds into the wall as Reece disappeared into the entryway. The sound of the unsuppressed pistol was deafening in the small space. Shit, I hope that didn't kill anyone sleeping next door, Reece thought. End this. Preparing to get the angle and put Sohrab down, Reece felt the flurry of blows from behind. He spun, obstructing the girl's punches, first knocking her to the closet and then kicking her into the bedroom. The force of the kick sent her flying past Sohrab, who fired 2 shots at the movement, both of which missed and again impacted the wall. Taking advantage of the misdirection, Reece went to a knee to change levels. Emerging from cover, he put 2 well-placed shots into Sohrab's upper thorax. Pouncing from the kneeling position, Reece closed on the man who had helped facilitate 9/11. With the blade still in his support hand, he stabbed Sohrab in the hip, exploding upward and opening the left side of Sohrab's body from his pelvis to his chest. With his knife embedded in his enemy's deltoid, he used his elbow to check Sohrab's gun offline, trapping him at the door of the bathroom across from the bed. Moving the suppressor of his pistol under the wounded man's chin, Reece looked him in the eye and pulled the trigger. Chapter 25. Ali Ansari was fulfilling his due diligence. Of all the assets in place across the United States, he had the most specific information on Sohrab Behzad. The man worked for the Islamic Relief Society of America and had been in and out of mosques developing security plans for almost 20 years. According to the file, Sohrab came from a devout Islamic home. The family had disowned his sister years ago. Lucky for her, she didn't live in Afghanistan. Ali knew that when she left the world of the living, she would spend eternity in the fires of Al-Nar. In fact, Jahannam might be the next place the siblings were reunited. Ali pulled his car to a stop across the street from the extended stay hotel. He tailed Sohrab from the hotel to the mosque to dinner at the home of the imam, and then into an area of the city one wouldn't want to spend much time in unless it was absolutely necessary. Ali wondered why Sohrab didn't pick one of the more upscale gentlemen's clubs in Atlanta. 2 hours later, Sohrab exited and picked up a woman by the back entrance. It was not difficult to discern that she was a whore, just like his sister. No matter. Sohrab would soon be dead. They had an appointment in Briarwood Park the following day. There, Ali would pass on the Marburg dispersal device, along with the vitamin D tablet antidote. Atlanta would suffer the same fate as Denver. Ali was about to start up his car and return to his hotel, his curiosity satisfied, when he heard the gunshots. Instantly alerted, he focused his attention back on the 4-story establishment. His breathing intensified as he wondered what was happening and if he should get out of the area before the police arrived. Catching movement in his peripheral vision, he watched as a side door swung open and a man and woman swiftly moved into the dark wooded area just south of the hotel. The woman was the same one who had entered with Sohrab, but the man was someone new. What is this? The man kept his head down, but was obviously alert, his arm around the woman who stumbled along next to him. Ali took pictures with his cell phone before they vanished into the darkness. For a moment, Ali didn't know whether to follow the man and the whore, stay observing the hotel to find out what happened to Sohrab, or turn tail and put as much distance between him and the gunshots as possible. Trusting his instincts, he hit the start button and eased into the night. As his headlights illuminated his marks, Ali was careful not to change speed. He passed them getting into a Land Cruiser. Had it been a different car, Ali might not have noticed, but it was a vehicle prevalent in the land of his upbringing, and not so prevalent in the United States. He had also seen it before, outside the house of Karim Talib in Chicago. Ali's heart raced faster than his mind. A nervous sweat caused him to take a tighter grip on the wheel, his eyes darting to the rear-view mirror and out the side windows looking for any sign of the American FBI. If law enforcement were on to him, they would not have allowed him to pass the device to the assets in Texas and Colorado. Were they following him? Was he leading them to the entire cell? Had all his hard work been for nothing? No. The Americans would have stopped him. This was something different. Ali drove exactly the posted speed limit, watching the cars around him. He pulled into a gas station on the outskirts of the city. He still had a mission. He carefully screwed a time-release mechanism onto the virus dispersal device and left it in an overflowing trash can. It would not be as effective as what Ali had originally planned for a local hospital, but in this business one had to adapt. The cold perspiration continued to intensify until he pulled into a motel just over the Alabama border. Acting as naturally as possible, he checked in and went to his room. He requested one with a view of the parking lot, and immediately parted the drapes at the window, half expecting to see a fleet of American police cars descend upon him. He opened his Biodyne work computer and selected a VPN. He then entered a username and password for a photo-sharing account, activating a protocol to be used only in the case of extreme emergency. Via Bluetooth, he shared the photos he'd taken of the man and the hooker as they exited the hotel, along with the video he'd taken as he passed them in the street. He uploaded both to the photo-sharing service and into an album of innocuous photographs of national parks, flowers, mountains, and monuments. Photos that looked like any other photo-sharing account, storing vacation memories. Why had the Land Cruiser been at the location of two of Ali's assets? Surely the Americans would have used a more innocuous vehicle for a professional surveillance detail. The fact that Ali had not been arrested suggested that something else was at play. As per their prearranged procedures, Ali's uploaded photo and video to their shared database meant there was a problem. If Ali uploaded a photo, the receiver knew it was a picture of someone who threatened the mission, someone who had to be eliminated. Hafez Qassem received the alert that new photos had been uploaded to the shared account the following morning. An hour later, he had confirmation that the man in the photo was a former commando with an interesting history. Qassem had a face, a name, and a vehicle. If Ali had risked sending the photo, he needed the man dead. Qassem hit a button on his desk phone, summoning an assistant who appeared a moment later. The Iranian intelligence chief was about to activate a sleeper cell on American soil. By the end of the day, a team of assassins would have orders to kill James Reece. Part 2. Infection. Marg bar Amerika. Death to America. Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader. Chapter 26. Camden, North Carolina. Eric Sawyer finished reading the report for the fourth time and tossed it onto his desk, leaning back in his Wagner swivel chair and interlacing his fingers behind his head. Lieutenant Commander James Reece, what are you up to? Save for the lavish chair, his office as founder and CEO of Masada Security Solutions was no different than the 9 other offices that dotted the administration building of the largest paramilitary training facility in the United States. Just across the Virginia border in North Carolina, Masada's 8,000-acre flagship compound boasted indoor and outdoor shooting ranges, a driving track, a lake for waterborne insertion operations, 2 sniper ranges, an airfield, kill houses, a maritime interdiction trainer, and a multipurpose canine complex. They also had constructed what they called the Tactical Training Laboratory, a huge, state-of-the-art indoor facility housing multiple buses and airplane fuselages. Lighting, audio, fog, and temperature could be configured from a control room that filmed the practice runs for later debriefings and assessments. They even had a 150-foot ship available to rent for visit, board, search, and seizure underway training docked in Norfolk. Located within driving distance for special operations units based in Fort Bragg and Virginia Beach, and the FBI's hostage rescue team in Quantico, Virginia, Masada was a playground for the best operators in the world.
It was also the headquarters of Sawyer's private army. Sawyer preferred his office to look just like those of the boys, the retired operators and spooks who ran the day-to-day operations of what had popularly become known as a PMC, or private military company. His employees were called contractors in Western parlance. The rest of the world called them mercenaries. Behind his back, he was disparagingly called the whore of war by those critical of outsourcing America's wars to for-profit companies. Sawyer wore the moniker as a badge of honor. He had purchased the property with a sliver of his inheritance after his return from Mogadishu. It had come a long way. The years following 9/11 saw an explosion of growth in the security sector, and Sawyer was positioned to pounce. He used the new influx of capital from overseas contracts to expand the North Carolina complex, also adding off-site facilities in California, Illinois, and Florida. Maritime, Air, and Intelligence divisions were run from offices in McLean, Virginia, near his most profitable clients, the U.S. Department of State and the Central Intelligence Agency. The privatization and outsourcing spurred on by the global war on terror had been good to Sawyer. The Spartan offices on the edge of the Great Dismal Swamp stood in stark contrast to the building in McLean, where politicians could stop by for bourbon, and military and intelligence officials could marvel at the impeccably decorated conference rooms and offices. Maybe there was an office waiting for them in retirement if they approved a multi-million-dollar security contract. When Sawyer was in North Carolina, he wanted to train. He'd hit the obstacle course with a group from Quantico early that morning, impressing even the most fit agents in the group. When HRT moved on to the tactical training laboratory to practice bus takedowns, Eric had challenged his COO of the training division to a shoot-off. The COO was a crusty master chief who kept the range schedule packed with well-paying clientele. He also happened to be on the streets of Mogadishu on October 3rd and 4th of 1993. They ran a stress course competition in full kit. Eric won the speed game but lost by 10 points when they scored their targets. "Fast is fine," the Master Chief chided his boss, "but accuracy is everything." "Wyatt Earp, I believe," Eric said, citing the attributed source of the quote. Though he didn't mention it to the old SEAL sniper, Eric knew his first shots were on target well before those of the aging Master Chief. He counted it as a win. Originally incorporated as Talos, named for the bronze god who guarded the island of Crete, the company name had subsequently been changed to Masada, following the unfortunate 2005 Gardez incident. In Greek mythology, Talos had a weakness. An unprotected vein in his ankle held his ichor, the lifeblood of the gods. It was a reminder to Sawyer that even the most powerful and well-trained among them had flaws. The country had weaknesses, as did his company and each individual operator who now worked for him. The key was acknowledging those weaknesses and then taking steps to turn them into strengths. Rebranding his company after an incident on par with the My Lai massacre in Vietnam, he had chosen the name Masada for the great fortress in southern Israel overlooking the Dead Sea, a fortress occupied by warriors who defied the Romans. It was occupied in AD 66 by a Jewish sect known as the Sicarii, for the small Sikai daggers they carried concealed in their clothing. At the end of the First Jewish-Roman War, as the Romans prepared to overrun the citadel, the Sicarii set Masada ablaze and committed mass suicide rather than become slaves of the Roman Empire. Sawyer's 21st century Masada in North Carolina was his personal fortress, and his operators were his Sicarii. Sawyer registered Masada offshore in Barbados as a tax-exempt corporate entity, with daily flights to Bridgetown from Miami, Charlotte, Dallas, Philadelphia, New York, and Atlanta. It was easy to host meetings away from the prying eyes of investigative journalists employed by the New York Times and Washington Post. Though Sawyer wouldn't be caught dead on a commercial carrier, his clients could fly into Grantley Adams International Airport and then transfer to a Twin Otter for the short flight to the island of Mustique, a Caribbean hideaway for those willing and able to pay for its veil of privacy. Sawyer's father had purchased property there in the late 60s,
property that was now endowed by a trust attached to an innocuous LLC. Sawyer had printed out the report from the surveillance team assigned to James Reece the night before, mulling it over in preparation for his upcoming call to Senator Thwaite. Rather than reading important documents on his monitor, he preferred to print them off. He needed the visceral experience of reading from physical paper in his hands. It helped him process and think. He circled sections and made notations with his St. DuPont fountain pen, handcrafted to honor the warriors of feudal Japan. It had been a gift from a Japanese businessman after Sawyer had provided him with revealing photographs of the CEO of a rival company. The pen always reminded the founder of Masada that the Sikari predated the assassins of ancient Japan by centuries. Sawyer had gone straight to the gym from the range, his 10-point loss to the Master Chief driving him to a new personal record on the classic 21-15-9 thruster and pull-up Fran CrossFit WOD. He showered and dressed in jeans with a black polo embroidered with the Masada Company logo, crossed, curved Sekai daggers. His custom Zev Technologies Glock 19 and 2 extra magazines were at the ready on a thick nylon belt. Sawyer picked up the phone and dialed the senator's office number, patiently waiting for 15 minutes on hold for Thwaite to finish a meeting that Sawyer knew didn't exist. It was the senator's way of trying to exert his power over the former Army Ranger. Sawyer was determined not to mention the delay as he knew no reaction irritated the senator to no end.
Eric, sorry to keep you waiting. I was in with members of the Intelligence Committee.
Call me back in 5, was Sawyer's response before hanging up. Sawyer's cryptol buzzed 3 minutes later.
Okay, we are secure, Thwaite said. What do you have for me?
Have you read the report?
Yes. It is interesting in all but the recommendations. Those were perceptibly missing.
I am more than happy to charge you for recommendations. The contract was just surveillance, not analysis and recommended COAs.
COAs?
Courses of action, Senator.
You've given me next to nothing, Eric. I need text messages, pictures, something to build a story to leak to the media.
What we have, Senator, is James Reece meeting privately with the President of the United States. That intel is from your source. So our report is basing its findings on that assumption.
He did. I have it on good authority.
Of course you do, Senator. Soon thereafter, Reece drives to Chicago, where he stakes out a house belonging to a Kareem Talib, who then dies of a heart attack. Reece then drives to Atlanta and stays at the Extended Stay Hotel in Buckhead for 6 days, driving to and from the Masjid of Al-Islam Mosque in East Atlanta every morning. He checks out, but our tracking device puts his vehicle a block from the hotel when Sohrab Behzad, a mosque security consultant with the Islamic Relief Society of America, is killed. Cause of death? Stab wounds, and 7 bullets from a firearm chambered in 9mm parabellum. The surveillance team trails Reece out of Atlanta and observes him dropping off a woman at a gas station outside Brazelton. The follow-on surveillance team confirmed she was a stripper and prostitute. Masada has Reece's phone and text records. There were no communications with any numbers, other than investigative journalist Katie Baranek, and a number in Montana belonging to a hunting operation. Nothing to indicate what he was doing in Chicago or Atlanta. He is now back in the D.C., Virginia, Maryland area.
Like I said, Eric, this just makes me wonder what I'm paying you for.
Time and place connect him to the deaths of Talib and Behzad, both Muslim males.
Circumstantial evidence doesn't cut it, Sawyer. I need something I can use.
What did you find out about Talib and Behzad? I would think the chairman of the Intelligence Committee would have the power to look into their backgrounds. Thwaite ignored the comment.
Talib was under surveillance for years after 9/11.
Sawyer leaned forward in his chair. Really?
Yes, really,
Thwaite said, finally enjoying a small victory. Why?
Something about taking, or I should say attempting to take flying lessons at the same school as the hijackers.
At the same time? Sawyer asked.
No, about a year before.
Why was surveillance dropped?
Clean record. No contact with anyone on a terrorist watch list or no-fly list in person or electronically. No extremist website activity.
When was it dropped?
After the bin Laden raid.
And Behzad? Sawyer asked.
Juvenile record for drugs in Vegas. Looks like he committed to Islam in prison and has been clean ever since. He was one of the country's foremost authorities on mosque security.
Country of origin?
Parents are from Morocco, immigrated to the United States in 1992 and settled in Las Vegas. Father is a court recorder and the mother is employed by one of the casinos.
Any government surveillance, similar to Talib?
If there was, it's not in any government records.
I see.
I'm going to need more, Sawyer.
Recommend we stay on Commander Reece. It appears he was surveilling both at the time of their deaths. There is a connection. We will find it. Sawyer could buy one coincidence. Two, on the other hand? Fool me once, he thought.
Find the connection. Build the story. Get me what I need to destroy this president.
Senator, these secure phones we use.
What about them?
Talos.
What?
There is always a weakness, Sawyer said.
What are you talking about?
I'll be in touch. Clear your calendar in the evenings all next week. I'm coming back to D.C.
Chapter 27. Richardson, Texas. Dr. J dropped his day pack onto the cracked leather passenger seat of his slate gray 1970 Porsche 911S and turned the key to crank the engine. It sounded more like a lawnmower than a high-performance sports car, but it was now more than 50 years old and built in a time when it was still possible to turn wrenches on motors instead of plugging them into computers for expensive diagnostic checks at the dealership. Today, its specs were dwarfed by even the most average of economy cars, but back in 1970, it was the pinnacle of performance. Gripping the wheel always brought him right back to the dinner table of his family's small Centralia, Pennsylvania home, where he would spend hours talking with his father about race cars. The family had neither a vehicle nor a television, but that did not stop them from dreaming. One of Dr. J's most pleasant memories was of taking the bus into Pottsville to watch Le Mans. For the first 3 minutes and 40 seconds of the film, as Steve McQueen throttles his Porsche through France, the legendary actor is uncharacteristically upstaged by the 200-horsepower machine. Dr. J had no idea how many previous owners his 911S had known before ending up on a used car lot outside Fort Sam Houston in Texas, where he had seen it rotting away, dented, and unloved. The financing interest rates had been atrocious, as they are at all car dealerships in military towns where slick salesmen in cheap suits love to take advantage of young E3s who had steady paychecks for the first time in their lives. Dr. J was already a major when he pulled a U-turn and drove onto the used car lot. He knew better, but purchased the German classic automobile anyway, and kept a promise he'd made in that movie theater with his father when his age was not yet in double digits. His given name was Julius Miskovsky, but because his last name was difficult to pronounce, and because there was already another recruit of Polish descent assigned to the same barracks who had been given the name Ski, he became J for Julius, a nickname that stuck. Upon graduation from Air Force boot camp at Lackland Air Force Base, J had become Airman First Class J, and then Senior Airman J before receiving his commission to the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. The path into service had started in what was now a forgotten relic of an America that no longer existed. The Mishkovskys had held on in the dying Pennsylvania mining community for 3 generations until 1984, when Congress offered buyout options to relocate the desperate residents of what was becoming a ghost town. A mysterious fire had been burning underground for decades, slowly killing an area and economy rooted in coal. His parents accepted a modest payment from the federal government, purchased a used station wagon, and headed to Texas for opportunities in the oil business.
They arrived just as oil fell below $20 a barrel, sending thousands of previously thriving companies out of business. Julius's mother found work as a checkout clerk with a local grocery store, and his father took odd jobs as a handyman. All 5 kids were working by middle school in a time and place where labor laws were not strictly enforced. Julius still remembered the taste of the fried spam he was eating when he heard that devastating cough. He would never forget the look on his mother's face when she heard her husband try to mask it by pretending to clear his throat. Mining families could immediately differentiate the cough of a common cold from the one that meant death. Pneumoconiosis plagued the mining community, more commonly referred to as black lung. Once you had it, there was no known medical treatment. His father died on Christmas Day, when Julius was in his first year of high school. It was that cough that spurred Julius to take his MCATs and pursue a career in medicine, first becoming Major J and then Dr. J. Trained in internal medicine and general surgery, he transferred into the Air Force Reserves in the late 90s. He wanted to provide a solid financial foundation for his wife and children, a foundation young Julius had never known. As a lieutenant colonel, Air Force Reserve doctor, he was mobilized after September 11, 2001, and soon found himself in Afghanistan running a field hospital. An assignment establishing the hospital in the Green Zone in Baghdad would follow. When he had his 3 years under his belt as a colonel, he retired and accepted a position at the Richardson Methodist Medical Center just northeast of Dallas. He didn't want his kids to grow up without a father. His experience in Afghanistan and Iraq lent itself to emergency medicine, and working in the small regional emergency room with a Level 1 response team provided all the stimulation he needed. At this stage in his career, he worked 9 o'clock a.m. to 9 o'clock p.m. shifts for 4 days straight, but was then able to enjoy 10 days off with his family. The boys were getting older and would soon be in college, pursuing dreams of their own. He and his wife had a few more years with their youngest daughter, and he intended to make the most of them. He was conservative in his investments, and the family lived well below their means. The Porsche was the one indulgence he allowed himself, a promise to a 7-year-old boy in a Pottsville, Pennsylvania movie theater eating popcorn with his father. Now, in his mid-50s, with 2 sons in high school and a daughter in 8th grade, a reserve military retirement check that would kick in a few years down the line, and a secured job at the hospital, he finally felt like he'd built the life he wanted. No matter how much he loved the familiar sound of the German engine and the slight aroma of gasoline in the cabin, he couldn't keep his mind off work. It was a bit unusual for an early flu spike, yet the hospital had seen more than the usual number this year. The entire country remained on edge from the COVID-19 pandemic still so fresh in the collective consciousness, and with flu symptoms so closely mimicking the fever, chills, headaches, and body aches of the coronavirus, Richardson Methodist Medical Center had invested in an Abbott ID Now point-of-care testing system. The procedure and testing provided coronavirus results in less than 15 minutes. So far, all patients exhibiting flu-like symptoms had tested negative for COVID. This had to be just an early flu season. It was 9:35 p.m. when he pulled the Porsche that his kids affectionately called the Time Machine into the garage. He kicked off his shoes and took the 4 steps up into the main house. He called out a quick hello to his wife and whichever kids happened to be home, before taking the stairs 2 at a time to the second-level master bedroom to jump in the shower. His family was accustomed to this routine. "Too many bugs in the emergency room," he always told his teenage girl. By the time he was out of the shower, his wife was just saying goodnight to their youngest. He stuck his head into her room and whispered, "I love you, honey. Sweet dreams." He then said hello to the boys, who had been back from Friday night's football game for a couple of hours, and were having a second dinner, as teenage football players were apt to do. "How did you play?" he asked his oldest. "Caught a touchdown pass, but we still got creamed." "Well, that happens in life, son." "How about you?" he asked his middle child. "I'm off the bench, finally starting, just JV," he said. "Fantastic. I'll be there next Friday. Good night, boys. Don't stay up too late." "We won't. Good night, Dad." He entered the living room and gave his wife a kiss before sitting down to join her for a glass of wine. What happened to keeping the dog off the couch? He asked, reaching over to pet the old golden retriever behind the ears. The same thing that happened to the not feeding her from the table rule, she replied. You all clean? There are leftovers in the fridge if you're hungry. All clean, he confirmed, looking back into the kitchen. And as far as leftovers, I think the monsters have devoured them. They tend to do that, don't they? She said. I can make you something. They had been married for 25 years, surviving multiple wars and a residency she categorized as tougher than the deployments. I'll see what I can scavenge after the boys vacate the premises. How was the day? As they caught up, he grabbed his laptop. The doctor in him couldn't help but scour a few medical sites to check for reports of flu spikes. He noted a few cases around the country, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Before going to bed, he ensured the house windows and doors were locked and that the alarm was set. Just after 1:00 a.m., his phone vibrated to life on the nightstand. He grabbed it and slid his finger across the screen to answer. He listened in silence. Dr. J, something is going on, his head ER nurse said with an unusual edge to her voice. We are being flooded. Everyone is so sick. Julius swung his feet from the bed and worked his way to the bathroom in darkness, carefully closing the door so as not to disturb his wife. Sorry, Nancy. Just waking up. What's going on? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. It's like the flu, but much worse. And everyone has it at once. What do you mean, everyone? They look so sick. He could tell she was looking at patients as she spoke. Nancy, what do you mean, everyone? He repeated. I mean, we are running out of places to put people. The waiting room is completely packed, and they just keep arriving. Take a breath. I'll be there in 30 minutes. I apologize, Doctor. I know you are off today, but we are going to need you. This is different. There's something about the way she said different. He ended the call and looked at himself in the mirror, noting the dark bags under his eyes, the result of working too many vampire-hour shifts over the years. Running his hand over the gray stubble on his chin, he decided to forego the shave. He moved as quietly as he could from the bathroom to the walk-in closet and dressed before re-entering the bedroom. Is everything okay? His wife asked, pushing herself up on her pillow. Oh, yes, don't worry, he whispered. The ER's just a bit overworked tonight. Typical Friday in Texas. I'm going to go help out for a few hours. Go back to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. And then we can have 10 days off. He leaned over and gave her a kiss. It didn't enter his mind that he would never see his family again. When he arrived at Richardson Methodist Medical Center, his parking place was blocked by a truck with the engine still running. Vehicles occupied every space in the lot. Most were double parked. 2 ambulances were unloading patients in the arrival area, the lights swiveling with reds, yellows, and blues. A third pulled in as Dr. J passed. This couldn't be from the flu, could it? Not wanting to add to what was a palpable and growing panic, he stifled his desire to run. Instead, he walked swiftly past the growing line and into the ER, his brain flashing back to the field hospitals of Iraq and Afghanistan as he processed the scene. Nurses and doctors moved from patient to patient, stepping over piles of vomit that orderlies hurried to clean up, maneuvering mop buckets from one mess to the next. Nancy was right. This was different. People were everywhere, in the hallways, waiting rooms, and examination rooms, some supported by worried family members with terror in their eyes. Children, babies, the middle-aged and elderly of all races endured their weight together. Whatever was happening certainly did not discriminate. The unmistakable stench of bile overwhelmed his senses. He found himself wishing he was home, showering away the smells and memories of trauma wards and war zones. Dr. J remembered an attending physician early in his residency telling his interns, "The pungent smell of stale blood gets on you and sticks with you, and you cannot wash it off, no matter how many showers you take." That physician had been right. Blood in the vomit? The olfactory system in his old brain was warning Julius to get out and get away from the smell, away from the danger. Not today. Dr. J clicked into military mode and began barking orders. Nancy, set up an area in the cafeteria to isolate. he said, pointing down the hall. "We're on it," she said, delegating the task to 2 junior nurses so she could take on the role of Dr. J's executive officer. "We need to get this cleaned up," he said, pointing to the vomit, remembering the blood on the floor of the field hospitals overseas. "Make it a priority." The staff had seen Dr. J like this before in the trauma room during emergencies. "Nancy, give me the biofire results from the last shift of the flu patients. The labs from the last 2 days. Get them now." The biofire assay was a blood test that checked for 26 known virus strains. The hospital had been testing patients with flu-like symptoms in the wake of COVID. BioFire was one of the biotech companies that had made it big during the pandemic and had developed the standard test to check for COVID, H1N1, rhinoviruses, and agents known to cause viral illnesses. "Here they are, Doctor," Nancy said. Julius pulled down his readers and stared at the results. All the patients were negative. "What the fuck is going on?" he whispered, leaning against his office door, looking from the data to the chaos of the hallway. This wasn't a plane crash, vehicle accident, or shooting, but it was, without a doubt, a mass casualty event. "Get me the CDC hotline and numbers for the Sheriff's Department and Mayor's office," he said. "Julius, are we going to be okay?" "We will be fine." Dr. J was not a good liar. A nurse passed by in the hall, assisting a patient to an exam room. He looked up while attempting to cover a cough. Julius saw red hemorrhage in the conjunctiva of his eyes. "And get every staff member in full PPE, gown, gloves, goggles, and N95 masks. Do it now, and don't touch anything or anyone until every member of the staff is protected." "You got it, Doctor," she said before moving off down the hall to carry out her orders. Julius watched her go, and then rushed to the lavatory, thoroughly washing his shaking hands before donning his PPE gear. "A hemorrhagic fever outbreak in Texas." Before emerging into what was now Ground Zero, Dr. Julius Miskovsky dropped to his knees and began to pray. Chapter 28. The White House, Washington, D.C. Secret Service agent Frank Sharp did not have to work the night shift. He was senior enough to avoid that duty. He was known as an agent who did not mind getting his hands dirty and liked the example it set, especially if he took the duty on a weekend, which he did at least once a month. He'd be relieved in a couple of hours and have the rest of Saturday and Sunday off. He was honored to hold the line, a sentinel in an agency whose motto, "Worthy of Trust and Confidence," still filled him with pride. Authorized by President Lincoln in 1865, the Secret Service was established under the U.S. Department of the Treasury and tasked with suppressing counterfeit currency. After the assassination of President McKinley in 1901, that mission was expanded. The Secret Service has been standing guard ever since, though now it was part of the Department of Homeland Security. The threats had changed, the enemy had adapted, and yet one element remained the same: a Secret Service agent with a gun standing next to the President of the United States. Sharp looked at his watch. It was just before 6 o'clock a.m. He knew the President was up, a light was visible under the door. 2 more hours and Sharp would be on his way home. He'd already been divorced twice, and knew that if he didn't want to make it a hat trick, he should be spending the night at home rather than electing to stand guard outside the President's door. He was debating how to make it up to wife number 3, when his earpiece cracked to life with a code word that would significantly alter his plans. It was a code word that had never before been used. He immediately turned and gave 2 sharp knocks on the door to the President's bedroom. "Yes," Sharp heard the President say from the bedroom. Sharp opened the door and scanned the room. The President approached from the bathroom, attaching a second cufflink to his dress shirt, socks and shoes off, preparing for the day. "Sorry, Mr. President, we have to go to the basement." "What's going on?" "Unknown, sir." "Not the bunker?" the President asked, referring to what was officially designated the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, or PEOC. Located under the east wing of the White House, it was originally constructed during World War II for FDR, to protect the President and his staff from possible German rocket bombardment. Eisenhower upgraded it in the 1950s, and it remained relatively unchanged until September 11th.
Those attacks confirmed that it was time for another upgrade. In 2010, fences with attached privacy screens went up around the north lawn of the White House. All construction workers underwent extensive background checks and signed non-disclosure agreements. The administration announced that it was a long overdue infrastructure upgrade. In reality, it was to build the most secure facility ever constructed. It was protected by concrete thick enough to withstand the radiation of a nuclear bomb and had its own air supply to combat a biological or chemical weapon attack. Stocked with food and water to last over a year, and utilizing the most advanced communications suite available, the basement was designed as a final fallback position to be used only in case of war. Each president, since its completion, was given a tour upon taking office. None of them had ever been evacuated to it during a real-world crisis. Had different code words been used, a scrum of agents would have materialized around the president and escorted him to the PIOC, or the White House Situation Room. Though rumors abounded, the basement was officially known to only a select number of individuals in government. Agent Sharp was one of them. Agent Neely joined his partner and fell in behind the president as they made their way to a hidden elevator with its own power supply to begin their journey underground. "What did they tell you?" President Christensen asked. "Nothing, sir. Just Sentinel and Ender." Since the days of Camelot, the first family had been assigned call signs. The White House Communications Agency provides a list to candidates. Before he could choose his own, Christensen had been assigned Spirit, as a nod to the New York Times article and photo that had shot him to prominence. He thought that was on the pompous side, so his national security advisor had suggested another name from the list: Sentinel. Ender was a code word everyone briefed on its significance prayed they would never hear. Agent Sharp put his finger to his ear. His normal radio was about to go dark as they descended toward the EMP Level 4 protected facility. Once they entered the basement, their only connection to the outside world would be through a hardened, standalone communications system. "The National Security Advisor, DNI, and CIA Director will be here in 20 minutes, the Secret Service agent said. The president nodded. He would not know more until they arrived. The vice president was still on a tour of Asia. Depending on what he learned in the briefing he was about to receive, she might be ordered back to the United States to lock down at NORAD in Colorado. An Ender meant they would not be co-located until the crisis, whatever it was, subsided. The elevator doors opened, and Agent Sharp led the way through a cold concrete tunnel. Agent Neely took rear security. Pipes and emergency lighting guided them to a steel, blast-resistant door that resembled a bank vault. It was open, as per protocol, to facilitate a faster evacuation of the president. Neely closed it behind them as Sharp walked through an anteroom to another set of doors. Sharp entered a code, pressed his thumb to a biometric reader, and looked into a screen that scanned his iris. The president did the same. The locking mechanism disengaged and the door swung open on its massive hinges. Neely maintained his position in the anteroom to meet the incoming members of the Executive National Security Team as the door closed, locking the president and Agent Sharp 5 stories beneath the White House. Chapter 29. Fairfax, Virginia. Haley Garrett's phone went off with an unknown government number coded 00011 just before 7 o'clock a.m. She looked over at her husband, but he had already snuck off for his morning run. She answered on the third buzz. "Yes?"
"Is this Dr. Haley Garrett?"
"Yes. Who is this, please?" she asked, already irritated at the tone of the caller's voice.
"Doctor, this is Deputy Director of CISA, Isaac Glover."
CISA? Haley searched her memory, filled with government acronyms, as she shook the cobwebs from her head. The Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency? "What can I do for you at—" Haley turned her phone in her hand to look at the clock. 6:47 on a Saturday morning.
"We understand that you are the lead on a hemorrhagic virus outbreak in Angola."
"That's right, I was point on that outbreak. It burned itself out. My office would be happy to forward you the report."
"I've read the report, Doctor. There's been another outbreak."
"Damn it. Same area?" Haley asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes and still wondering why
the deputy director of CISA was calling her so early on a weekend.
No, Glover cleared his throat. We are going to need you at CDC now. You will be briefed when you arrive. CISA will be handling all responses from here. You are not to discuss this with anyone.
Discuss what? You haven't told me anything, Haley said, raising her voice.
This has been designated a national security critical infrastructure threat. Any violation of these orders is an act of treason.
Is the deputy director of CISA reading from a prepared document? What are you talking about?
A CISA representative will be at your office shortly to coordinate. Thank you for your cooperation.
Hey, before she could get another word out, the line went dead. CISA? She knew that CISA had been created in 2018 and that it was a standalone agency reporting to the Department of Homeland Security. She had taken part in an exercise a year ago in which CISA co-opted control of the CDC in a simulated bioterrorism attack against the United States. Her part in that exercise had consisted of sending a couple of emails. She had not thought much about it at the time. Nothing in Deputy Director Glover's voice indicated this was another exercise, but she wouldn't know for certain until she got to work. She slipped out of bed, splashed cold water on her face, dressed, and texted her husband a message saying she'd been called into work. He'd see it when he returned from his morning run, promptly at 7:30 a.m. As she waited for the coffee machine to do its magic, she began connecting the dots. If CISA was confirming that she was the lead on the Angola outbreak and was calling her in on a Saturday morning, there really was only one reason. The outbreak didn't die out on the dark continent. It was alive, and it was now on U.S. soil. Without waiting for the coffee to finish, she grabbed her purse and headed for her car. Chapter 30. The White House, Washington, D.C. Director Motley was the first to arrive. She had been given a familiarization tour of the basement, as had all members of the National Security Council, but just like the president, this was her first time entering the secure facility in a time of crisis. National Security Advisor Greg Farber and Alan Cruz, director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, emerged from the tunnel talking in hushed voices, followed by the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of National Intelligence, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They were all flanked by Secret Service agents. Each of them typed in a code, pressed their fingers to the biometric scanner, and stared into the screen that read their irises to confirm identities and access. Cruz looked more like a construction foreman than he did a government bureaucrat. His height and girth suggested a past-his-prime linebacker when in fact Motley knew he was one of the smartest people in Washington. With a background in secure data storage, he was instrumental in advocating and building the cloud a decade before most had ever heard of it. Oracle often took a backseat to Microsoft and Apple in name recognition, but that didn't bother the founder, executives, or shareholders. Few realized that a sliver of every electronic interaction around the globe touched an Oracle platform, including those of Microsoft and Google. It was imperative that those transactions be secure. For the data that powered the nation's military and intelligence apparatus, security was even more paramount. Oracle had cornered the market for secure government data storage long ago. Cruz had been in on the ground floor, learning from Oracle's founder and helping him turn his vision into a reality. As the landscape in Palo Alto began to change, Cruz didn't jump ship for Google, Facebook, Uber, or Airbnb. He continued to adapt and build the Oracle Cloud into the most secure data storage platform available. He had been rewarded with multi-generational wealth. He could have been enjoying a life of leisure, but had decided to serve, first as the senior advisor to the Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security for Infrastructure Protection, and later as senior advisor to the Secretary of Homeland Security. In that role, he had applied his intellect to the study of emerging threats to the United States, threats that included nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. The previous administration had identified a vulnerability, and the president had recognized Cruz as a talent. Truth be told, Motley had identified the vulnerability and recommended the creation of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency with the sole task of protecting government infrastructure. Cruz was the first person nominated to lead the new agency, and still the only person to hold the post, Motley now wondered if she had created a monster. "Take your seats, please," the president said. He stood at the end of a large conference table. "Greg, bring us up to speed."
Mr. President, apologies for not being able to brief you ahead of the meeting, but the situation dictated swift protective action due to the nature of the threat. Let me assure everyone that in all likelihood we will not remain underground all year or even all week. There are not incoming missiles from Russia or North Korea, nor is Iran detonating a dirty bomb in the capital. Before I go on, I'll give you the bottom line up front. There has been what we suspect to be a naturally occurring outbreak of hemorrhagic fever in the United States.
"We've seen this before," Terrence Lowe, director of national intelligence, broke in, clearly annoyed he'd been pulled back to the city on a weekend.
"Not like this, Admiral," Farber responded. "This one is airborne."
"Please continue, Greg," the president said, looking at Lowe and regaining control of the meeting.
"Mr. President, 4 hours ago, the CDC emergency hotline received a call from a hospital in Richardson, Texas, just outside of Dallas. Late last night, that hospital started admitting patients exhibiting signs of severe flu. They were overrun in a matter of hours."
"What made them think it's not just the flu?" the president asked.
The hospital invested in an on-site array for symptomatic infectious disease testing during the COVID-19 pandemic.
"What does that mean?" Lowe broke in.
It means that they can rule out 26 viruses, including the flu and COVID. It's a presumptive diagnosis with all 26 tests being negative.
"So it could be anything," Lowe said.
"Not the 26 negatives,"
Farber continued, beginning to get irritated with the retired admiral.
"The on-site physician is a former Air Force doctor. He observed hemorrhaging in multiple patients' eyes along with blood and vomit, all symptoms consistent with a hemorrhagic fever diagnosis."
"Wait, when you say hemorrhagic fever, you mean Ebola?" Lowe asked.
Blood samples were sent to the CDC in Atlanta and here in Washington. Possible hemorrhagic strains include Ebola, Marburg, Lassa, and Crimean Congo.
"Aren't these strains usually limited and spread via bodily fluid transmission?" Lowe asked.
"True," Farber conceded, "but we've never seen an airborne variant."
"How do we know it's airborne?" Lowe asked.
On the way into this meeting, the director of the CDC called, confirming this appears to be a new strain of Ebola. His senior infectious disease specialist compared it to various strains of hemorrhagic fever in the Level 4 host site lab in Atlanta. It doesn't match any known samples, which indicates it is a strain that has evolved. The number of patients exhibiting symptoms in Richardson suggests it is airborne.
"Jesus," Lowe whispered.
Also, just before I called this meeting, we received a call from a hospital in Denver. Same symptoms. Director Motley?
"Mr. President, I received a call from Mr. Farber this morning on the developing situation. As you recall, 13 days ago, you were briefed on a hemorrhagic fever outbreak in Angola." "I remember. It burned out, as I recall." "That is correct, sir. My analysts linked the Angola outbreak with flights from Quatro de Fevereiro International Airport to the United States. Depending on a variety of factors, if we assume that the hemorrhagic fever from Angola is the same contagion now in the United States, it would mean that an infected passenger boarded a flight in Luanda sometime between 10 to 14 days ago. There has been one flight a day since the outbreak from Angola to Johannesburg. From Johannesburg, there have been 2 flights a day to JFK and Atlanta, with connecting flights to the rest of the country, not to mention the flights out of Johannesburg to the rest of the world. My agency is working with the FBI to track the passengers and flights from Angola to South Africa to the United States. We are reaching out to our counterparts worldwide to find out if there are any other outbreaks. Preliminary analysis suggests that connecting passengers during the time frame in question did take connecting flights to Dallas and Denver." The gravity of the threat momentarily turned a meeting of the National Security Council into a prayer service, as silence gripped a group not accustomed to silent reflection. "Director Lowe," the president said, addressing the DNI, "give me some options." "Sir, certain protocols automatically engage in the event of a threat to critical infrastructure from nuclear, biological, or chemical attack. This naturally occurring event falls under the parameters of that executive order. I'll turn it over to Director Cruz, who is versed in the details." Cruz stood and addressed the room.
Mr. President, as you are well aware, CISA's mission was envisioned during the Obama administration out of concern for attacks on critical infrastructure. The previous administration officially formed CISA as a component of the Department of Homeland Security, but in times of crisis, as an independent agency with direct report to the executive branch for action. The world has never dealt with a respiratory spread hemorrhagic fever. If the CDC confirms that Ebola is in fact airborne, it has the potential to spread at a rate unparalleled in the history of infectious disease. What kind of mortality rates are we talking about? The president asked. Without containment measures, it has the potential to kill 90% of the country. Over 290 million people. For the first time in as long as he could remember, the president was at a loss. Greg, do we have contingency plans for an outbreak of that magnitude? Sir,
Farber hesitated.
The sensitivity of those plans requires a smaller audience.
Smaller than this?
Sir, we are in uncharted territory,
Farber said. This is the National Security Council, the president said, reasserting his authority. We will all be briefed on the contingencies.
Yes, sir,
Farber said. General? General Nathan Seifert stood to address the room. Even though this was an emergency meeting on a Saturday morning, he was clean-shaven and his uniform was immaculate. Though it was obvious he could no longer pass the Army PT test, he was stern and direct. By his way of thinking, at this stage of his career, the American people were not paying him to pass a 2-mile timed run. They were paying him to advise the President of the United States and the members of the National Security Council as the highest-ranking military officer in the country. Though he hid his contempt, he maintained no regard for those senior-level officers who hid their intellectual ineptitude behind their annual PT scores.
Mr. President, by way of background, in the years following World War II, it was revealed that the Nazi and Imperial war machines had experimented with bioweapons as a way to destroy the enemy without firing a shot. President Eisenhower tasked the United States military to develop protocols in the event a biological weapon were released in the continental United States. Those containment and eradication plans have been updated on a periodic basis since inception in 1954.
Containment and eradication? The president inquired.
Yes, Mr. President. To stop the spread of either a bioweapon or a naturally occurring highly contagious virus that threatened to destroy the country, a fail-safe last resort plan was developed in the 1950s. Only a select number of people have ever been briefed on the contingency.
General Seifert looked at the Secretary of Defense, who nodded.
Mr. President, there are protocols in place to isolate areas, to include cities, in the case of a contagion event. Troops are staging as we speak in advance of a containment order.
An eradication? The president asked.
If the pathogen escapes the perimeter and threatens to infect and destroy the nation, we can rapidly expand the containment zone. There are MC-130 aircraft on standby in Hurlburt Field, Florida. Those planes are equipped with GBU-43B massive ordnance air blast fuel air explosive munitions, the most devastating non-nuclear bombs in our inventory.
The president leaned forward and cleared his throat. General, are you telling me we have had plans in place to destroy our own cities since the early days of the Cold War?
That is correct, sir. Even the pilots and crews don't know their mission. The squadron believes they are on standby for a Cuban contingency, more specifically a Chinese buildup in Cuba. Their CAE flight simulators are only programmed for OCON-US contingencies.
And why am I just finding out about this now?
Sir,
the National Security Advisor offered.
There are several military contingency plans in place, their existence only revealed through a triggering event.
Christensen's head was spinning. Dear Lord, give me strength. If I may, sir, Cruz interjected. The president nodded. Mr. President, you may remember Operation Jade Helm in 2015. It was a continental U.S.-based exercise. 1,200 troops mobilized across 20 Texas cities. Under the guise of a military exercise surrounding a potential asteroid strike, FEMA tested citizen response to martial law. In 2017, a similar exercise called Operation Gothic Shield moved military forces into and around New York City.
This time, the cover was an exercise to combat a potential nuclear threat to Manhattan. Martial law was again tested on the citizenry. Based on the findings of Jade Helm and Gothic Shield, CISA was created in 2018 to coordinate a whole-of-government response to a cyber warfare attack. But its charter more broadly applies to all acts of terrorism against U.S. critical infrastructure. During the COVID-19 crisis, CISA conducted trial runs in Portland and Chicago. What were the findings? He asked. That small pockets of resistance emerged, organized primarily through social media. Algorithms are now refined and in place through our partners in the technology sector to reduce the spread of information intended to incite violence. The president leaned back in his chair. Jesus. Continue, the president said, weighing the implications. The Bioterrorism Act of 2002 first delegated authorities to HSS. Ill-equipped to handle a crisis of this magnitude, the Department of Homeland Security was tasked with building response mechanisms to a bioterrorism attack. Those same protocols apply to a naturally occurring event like a respiratory spread hemorrhagic fever in the continental United States. And what was designated as critical infrastructure? The president asked. That was and is a living document, Mr. President, Director Cruz said. There are multiple lists at various government agencies that all vary, not so much as to the definition, but to the entities actually listed. Explain, the president said. Under Presidential Directive 7, there are 16 infrastructure sectors critical to the defense of the United States, our economic security, and our public health and safety. What are they? The president asked. Nuclear, chemical, agriculture, healthcare, water, energy, critical manufacturing, communications, dams, commercial facilities, emergency services, financial services, government facilities, transportation systems, information technology, and the defense industrial base. That doesn't really narrow it down. What's not on that list? Initially, critical infrastructure was designated by a working group from Homeland Security. When COVID-19 shut down the country, those on the critical infrastructure list continued to operate. That put critical infrastructure on the radar for most Americans, some of whom owned companies and were politically connected. The president knew exactly where this was headed. Political donations began pouring in, followed by requests for certain businesses to be added to the critical infrastructure list through special interest groups and lobbying firms. Today the list includes shopping malls, gaming operations, and stadiums in addition to the list created by Homeland Security Working Group. The president shook his head and leaned back in his chair. Typical Washington. He looked around the room, his eyes coming to rest on his national security advisor. Greg, approve containment for Richardson and Denver. If it's respiratory, everyone on those planes could be infected. God knows where they are now. Yes, sir. Recommendations, the president said to the table, his eyes coming to rest on the director of the CIA. Mr. President, Motley said, my agency is working with the FBI to confirm we have the manifests from all flights to the United States from Angola. We are coordinating with Homeland Security to quarantine and test those individuals, and with your authorization will institute executive contact tracing protocols with the technology sector so we can determine how far the virus has spread. Is that legal? Christensen asked his national security advisor, noting for the first time that the White House counsel was conspicuously absent. We have memorandums of understanding in place to acquire that information. However, it will take an executive order to mandate isolation for confirmed contact traces. The previous administration prepared one for COVID-19. We can use it as a model and cite it for precedent. When will we know if it has spread outside of Denver and Richardson? Farber nodded to Motley. We will know in the next 24 to 48 hours. The president looked to his Secretary of Defense, William Dare, a quiet and thoughtful former Marine flag officer, often uncomfortable in a city where most speak before even bothering to study their history or form a coherent opinion. Born in Oregon of Lebanese descent, he had been one of the few general officers who spoke Arabic when the United States committed large-scale forces to the Middle East and Central Asia. A graduate of the United States Naval Academy, during his time in uniform he earned a master's in Middle Eastern Studies at Harvard, before being selected as an Olmsted Scholar studying at the University of Jordan in Amman. Upon retirement, he accepted a position at the Hoover Institution at Stanford and a board position at the president's former startup,
now one of the most powerful and profitable companies in history. Christensen tapped him for SecDef early in the transition process, and his confirmation hearings were the most civil in recent memory. Bill, what does it take to launch the MC-130s? If it comes to that, will those crews drop on an American city?
Mr. President, I have instructed the 15th Special Operations Squadron at Hurlburt to forward me SF-86 security paperwork for each crew to determine if they have family in the affected areas. Your executive order will also allow us to access their social media accounts. Those with family and friends in the target cities will be pulled from the rotation and replaced.
Turning back to his national security advisor, the president asked, "And to confirm, so far there are no cases outside of Richardson and Denver?"
Correct, Mr. President.
Greg, I am going to address the nation.
Yes, Mr. President, the basement is designed with that provision.
Not from the basement, from the Oval Office.
Sir, I strongly recommend remaining on lockdown until we have a clearer picture of how fast this is spreading.
Greg, the American people need to know we are not in a panic. Staying in an actual basement did not play well for leaders during COVID-19. I need to inform the American people that military forces will be containing areas in Texas and Colorado before they see it on the news or walk outside and see Humvees and Bradley fighting vehicles staging in their local Walmart parking lots. General Seifert, what is the status of troops in Texas and Colorado?
They are moving to bases in closer proximity to the affected areas to await your containment order.
Then we don't have much time. I want to head this off. I don't see a viable alternative to containment, but by God, we need to move heaven and earth to avoid eradication. Let me be clear. There is nothing we will not do to ensure we never have to face the possibility of eradication. We are all going upstairs. I'm going to address the nation from the Oval Office at 9 a.m. Eastern. Make it happen. Chapter 31. Richardson, Texas. The response came unusually fast for a town typically mired in the sludge of the literal and figurative swamp. The president's address from the Oval Office was broadcast live at 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern. By the time those on the West Coast were pouring their first cups of coffee, it was the talk of cable news. With no shortage of experts to choose from after the experience of COVID-19, every channel had panels of talking heads expounding on pandemics, epidemics, hemorrhagic fever, vaccines, masks, shutdowns, and the legality of contact tracing. The hashtag #outbreak began trending on social media, and the 1995 Dustin Hoffman movie of the same name experienced a resurgence on Hulu. The events of September 11, 2001 had not only put the country on war footing, they had set in motion a flood of convoluted congressional directives and acts, resulting in a series of new authority chains, departments, and agencies that effectively handed additional power to the executive branch. The president now had more control and discretion on applying military force than at any time in the nation's history. In order to streamline and expedite certain decisions, CISA had automated initial steps in the decision-making process to protect critical infrastructure. In the case of a naturally occurring virus, forces identified as essential to containment measures were put on standby before the president had reached the secure space under the North Lawn. As part of their classified mission set, the Air Force Global Strike Command at Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana was put on alert. Tasked with continental United States unconventional responses, they notified component commands and began to consolidate forces at predetermined staging locations across the country. The United States Northern Command at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs activated the Unified Action Layered Defense Strategy OP Plan, federalizing the troops of Special Operations Command North. This brought Special Operations personnel trained to fight an enemy overseas under the control of a command focused on maintaining peace and security within the borders of the continental United States. While the Commander-in-Chief was addressing the nation from the Oval Office, the 1st Special Forces Command, established in 2014 at Fort Bragg, was activating the recall of intelligence, psychological operations, civil affairs, and sustainment assets for follow-on movement to Dyess Air Force Base in Abilene, Texas.
Blackhawks and Little Birds from the Special Operations Aviation Regiment in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, were loaded into C-130s and lifted off to stage within striking distance of the affected areas. They had been flying in major U.S. cities and population centers for years as part of exercises termed realistic urban training with special mission units out of Virginia Beach and Fort Bragg. In Florida, C-130J transports were wheels up from Eglin Air Force Base en route for Dyess and Buckley Air Force Base in Aurora, Colorado. As the president closed out his address, local news outlets were already broadcasting videos of tanks, Bradleys, helicopters, and troop transports staging for what looked like an invasion, giving rise to a number of conspiracy theories across the new media. A crisis was always good for news outlets and their advertisers. Dyess and Buckley Air Force bases were converted to military command centers. By the time the president approved the order to contain the outbreak, forces were already in place to respond. All flights in and out of Dallas, Denver, and surrounding areas, to include private aviation, were grounded, while restricted airspace designations were immediately put in place via NOTAMs, notices to airmen. Though the president never mentioned martial law in his address, it became the topic of the day. Never mentioned in the Constitution, not clearly defined by an act of Congress or by Supreme Court ruling, martial law has been enacted more than 60 times since 1776, perhaps most infamously by General Andrew Jackson in New Orleans during and after the War of 1812. Lawyers, pundits, and military analysts debated the merits of the Insurrection Act, Posse Comitatus, along with Title 10, Title 32, and Title 50 of the U.S. Code. As they talked, argued, and cycled through commercial breaks, the United States military took up positions outside Richardson and Aurora. Chapter 32. Richardson, Texas, was a small, affluent suburb east of Dallas with a population of 121,323. Home to the University of Texas at Dallas, the idyllic suburban community also hosts a high concentration of telecommunication industries. AT&T, Cisco, Samsung, and Texas Instruments headquartered there, due to the quality of life and the ability to recruit a highly educated and motivated workforce. It was the regional hub of Blue Cross Blue Shield and United Healthcare, boasted an outstanding public education system, and was a short distance from Dallas via DART, the Dallas Rapid Transit System. It was consistently ranked by Forbes as one of the top suburban areas to live in the United States. It was about to be isolated from the rest of the world. The drive from Dyess Air Base to Richardson was just over 3 hours. The military's experience on the ground in Iraq and Afghanistan suggested that 3 hours could be an eternity. Dallas Love Field Airport was less than 20 minutes away. The call came in just after 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Having already suspended all air traffic an hour earlier, the director of operations at Love Field listened in disbelief as he was ordered to sequester all non-essential personnel and all civilians waiting on what were now canceled flights. Troops in full combat gear were posted at every entrance and exit. Checkpoints were set up on roads leading to and from the airport. PSYOPs vehicles announced the immediate evacuation via loudspeakers as soldiers cleared and locked down terminals. Essential air traffic controllers were co-opted by the Department of Homeland Security as Humvee gun trucks secured the runways. 15 minutes after ground forces had commandeered the airport, C-130s and C-17s began landing and unloading Abrams tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, Stryker infantry carry vehicles, helicopters, and additional troops. The now federalized troops began separating the travelers into groups based on cell phone locational data. The group who had been in Richardson were separated from those who had not. They were loaded onto buses for transport to isolation facilities for treatment. The airport director stood in the tower overlooking the terminals, apron, taxiway, and runways, in a state of shock. He had just relinquished control to a man in a camouflage uniform with a Silver Eagle rank insignia on his chest. Love Field was now the forward operating base for a complete martial takeover of Richardson. Dr. J closed his office door and took a seat at his desk.
Cases continued to mount in the emergency center and ICU at Richardson Methodist Medical Center. He picked up the phone and hit the direct connect to the nurses' station. "Nancy, please give me the latest numbers and results from BioFire." He then dialed his wife's cell from his office phone, only to hear a busy signal. He tried his eldest son with the same result. Fishing his cell phone from his backpack, he noted it was connected to the hospital Wi-Fi and tried his family again. No luck. He attempted to connect to a news website with no success, even with a full-strength internet connection. Having had significant exposure to medical contingency operations in the military, Dr. J knew what was happening. The hospital was being isolated. He got up and maneuvered through the throng of sick patients crowding the hallways, the smell of blood and vomit even heavier in the air than when he'd arrived. He passed through the waiting room and noticed that the televisions mounted strategically in the corners were dark. He exited the hospital, pulling his mask to the side to inhale air not tainted with the infection inside. The dying leaned on the side of the building, against cars, and sat at the base of the few trees that grew outside. He turned off Wi-Fi and looked at the cell service bars. Nothing. He usually had full bars at the front of the hospital. Hearing the familiar sound of rotors, he held his hand up to block the sun, still low in the sky. Blackhawks. Containment. Even though he knew it was useless, he tried to call his wife again, his heart in his throat. "Take the kids and get the hell out." His phone would not connect. All cell, internet, landlines, TV, and radio were down. No text messages or ways to connect on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. It was a complete blackout. Full electronic isolation had already been initiated. God help us all. Chapter 33. By 8:30 a.m., Richardson, Texas had become a prison. Military and law enforcement personnel had sealed the city from 635 to the south, 380 to north, Route 75 Addison to the west, and Route 78 to the east, creating a noose with a 3-mile radius. A soft boundary was set at the 2-mile mark with no entry or exit permitted. No one, for any purpose, was allowed out of the 1-mile containment zone. Wire mesh barricades and 12-foot walls had been assembled and installed around the hard 1-mile perimeter. Only authorized personnel with full credentials and hazmat gear were allowed between the 1 and 2-mile rings. Armed little birds from TF-160 patrolled the perimeter of the lockdown area. Communications were now via secure channels only. More than 80,000 people were restricted to the central core of the city. An evacuation area was set up to the south on the University Park field, manned by personnel in full hazmat gear. A 50,000-square-foot tent was erected with massive air filtration systems, sealing it off from the outside world. The internal section bathed in UV light for sterilization. Patients were transported into the facility and escorted to a pre-designated cot. Each man, woman, and child was heavily sedated with morphine and then restrained to their beds. Fingerprints, pictures, and DNA swabs were taken. Wallets, phones, and personal effects were confiscated, sealed in clear storage bags, and labeled. In an ominous prelude to the expected body count, refrigerated trucks and trailers were positioned on the streets behind the field. By the end of the day, 457 people had been transported to the holding facility. 108 of those were now in body bags and stored in refrigerated trucks. Outside the 3-mile perimeter, news trucks, media, and family members with loved ones trapped inside the containment zone were met with harsh orders to return home and await further notifications. The president's address was thus far the only official statement given to the nation. A second address was planned for 9:00 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, the White House press secretary did the best she could to field questions from a hostile press, each reporter looking to get their 30-second soundbite in the hopes it would go viral and increase their personal follower profile. Representatives of both parties called press conferences looking for much the same results as the reporters at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Sensational video and photographs coming in from the outskirts of Richardson and Aurora were played on cable channels as commentators bloviated to fill the news cycle.
The rumor mill was in full swing as shock jocks, trolls, and far-right and far-left conspiracy theorists spread conjecture as fact, adding to the hysteria. When a Channel 4 Fox News skycopter